Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of Homeschooling Conversations 2025. So good to have you here bright and early. Try as much as possible not to waste any time as we are on schedule. So please do well to try not to unmute your mics. So you guys give me some grace as I am not a coordinator. Our official coordinator will come in sometime during. Our official coordinator will come in sometime during the program. So you have to accept me the way that I am, right? While I quickly. So yeah, welcome again. I hope you had a good time yesterday and you learned something from our session yesterday. I learned a lot as well. The reason for creating this platform again was first for me as a parent who also didn't know what she was doing and to extend it to other parents as well. So I'll just quickly play our intro video again while we use that to wait for people because we're sending them emails as we speak. South Africa, many parents know that education shapes their children's futures. Yet, they are often left without the tools, guidance, or options to make the most of it. Traditional systems don't always meet the diverse needs of every child, and families are left searching for better solutions. Homeschooling Conversations was created to change that. Our goal is simple: to bridge the knowledge gap, to create awareness, to show that homeschooling is a powerful, effective alternative to traditional education. We are on a mission to empower parents with the knowledge, resources, and confidence they need to make informed choices about their children's education. Our vision is to build a vibrant African homeschooling community that champions quality education and connects families across the continent. Together, we are shaping the future of education in Africa. So I'd like to welcome you to Homeschooling Conversations 2025. The theme, parent-led, future-ready. Yeah, welcome once again to Homeschooling Conversations 2025. Thank you. So please drop in the comments where you are joining us from, your name, so that you can start meeting other people. Connect with people we've had in the past conversations where people have made friends and people have, they've made friends basically from just the comment section. So do well to introduce yourself, interact with people, try to find out where they're from, and kick up. You never know. So yeah, once again, welcome to Homeschooling Conversations 2025. Like I mentioned, you please give me some grace because I'm doing a lot of coordination and I do not have somebody coordinating with me today. So I have to monitor time, monitor everything. Our coordinator and host will join us in the middle of the conversation. She had something to do early this morning. So we are just going to get right into it, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we've sent out emails, so I'm going to give a little bit of time for people to join us. I will give till about 10, let's just say in another 5 minutes, right? So in the meantime, if you were yesterday, can you please drop something that you learned in the comments?
learned and unlearned yesterday. Thanks for organizing this. So they're already introducing themselves, where you're from, where you're joining us from. Please just help us here. Help me out here. Tell me something that you learned yesterday. Something that you learned yesterday. I absolutely loved our first speaker, Shirley, bringing her wealth of experience, homeschooling for over 26 years, if I'm correct. You can tell when, people have had the experience and are talking from a place of experience. I also enjoyed the session with Ifoma, enjoyed the session with Sarah, and the session with Adelola, who spoke to us around, homeschooling children with special needs. Also learning that, special needs is a blanket statement, right? And understanding that there are visible and invisible needs that children have. And that was really enlightening for me to see that distinguishing between how you can give differentiations in learning and children that actually do have more needs. So looking at what your child needs per time, those were some of my learning points. So please, if you were here yesterday and you learned something, please drop it in the chat while we wait for a little bit more. We have about 4 more minutes to wait for people to join us. Welcome, welcome. I'm waiting for the chat. So I've not seen it, for you are typing. Hi, Leonie. I learned that homeschooling is not for everyone, so parents shouldn't feel bad. They discover they cannot put in the time and dedication required to see it through. Thank you. Very good lesson. Curriculum should be the least of your worries if you are homeschooling. Shirley, thank you so much for that lesson, which is a very, very great lesson because you do really need time to. I learned that homeschooling is not just about filling the buckets, it's about igniting the fire. That one was a very powerful one. That was a very, very powerful one. I also learned that homeschooling is only as expensive as you want it to be. You can tailor it to your budget. That's very great. It's so great that you mentioned that because we got a feedback yesterday about how we needed to speak more on homeschooling on a budget. But it's glad to see that, people will take out different things in different contexts and that you can see that, the intention again was not to say that, homeschooling is or will be expensive. It is to understand that you can make it can be as expensive as you want it to be. Or you find alternatives and find ways to make it tailored to your budget. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. It also shows that, depending on how we hear things, different people will do get different things out of what is being said. So I'm glad that somebody saw that it wasn't a way to deter people and say, oh, it is so expensive, but to see that you can indeed tailor it to your budget. Yeah, so, okay, 1 more minute, and we'll go ahead with what we have for today. Thankfully, our first speaker, well, unfortunately and thankfully, our first speaker will not be here live, but thankfully she has sent in a recording that we are going to just play for us. And then we will, if we have any questions based off of what she has said, we'll collate the questions and we'll send it to her. Yeah. So welcome, Chinyere from Port Harcourt. I'm my child's best teacher and I can trust my instincts. Very beautiful lesson, very beautiful lesson. So 1 more minute to share your lesson from yesterday so that we can spur on the people that were not here yesterday to go and watch the replay. Welcome, Lois. Yes, we go again today. We go again today in the name of the Lord. 1 more minute, 1 more minute to share with us your lesson from yesterday. 1 more minute to share. My lesson from yesterday is to keep reading aloud, even when the child can read to herself. My name is Lois from Lagos. Welcome, Lois from Lagos. Good to have you here. Good to have you here. Okay, so thank you all again for joining us at Homeschooling Conversations 2025, powered by Cuddle Africa. We are so excited. We are so happy to have you. It is our immense pleasure to always put this thing together. It's not an easy journey putting events together, but it's always our immense pleasure because we know that at the end of it, parents come out empowered, parents learn, unlearn, parents their convictions are re-emphasized, and that is the goal of what we do here at Cuddle Africa. So I'm going to share the bio of our speaker, and so that we can go ahead with our session. Our first speaker today is Anuluapo Akinola. She's the founder and center director of Extra Old Kids Childcare Centers. With over 20 years of experience in early education, she leads a team providing care and education for children under 5 and runs the mobile daycare service, the pop-up crèche, supporting families at events. Anu is also an educational consultant and co-founder of MSEE Consult, mentoring early years educators and helping set up childcare centers across Nigeria. With a background in zoology, she holds advanced degrees and certifications in early childhood education, including a master's from Walden University. She is a Mandela Washington Fellow, a Dartmouth College alumna, and a member of several professional organizations. Passionate about child-friendly designs, Anu also creates learning spaces for young children. She has been married for 16 years and has 2 children. Today, Anu will be talking to us on parental involvement in education. So please, even though she is physically not here today, please give her a warm round of applause as I give you a session, because I'm going to play a session to you right now. I cannot see the applause, so please give me the warm round of applause for Mrs. Anu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And thank you for being here. It's an honor to be invited by Cuddle Africa, to share this platform, to be able to talk to parents and teachers, caregivers, in the room today. I welcome you. I'd like to thank the leadership of Cuddle Africa for inviting for today to really be valued for your time, and that you'll be able to take 1 or 2 things that will, of course, benefit your parental journey. The teacher also benefits your career or your journey as a teacher. So today, I'm supposed to talk about parental involvement in education. Let me just introduce myself in case you don't know me. My name is Anna. I'm an early child specialist. I'm a parent. I'm a mother of two children. My first son is 18, almost 18 in a few weeks. And my second child is a daughter. She's 15. But I'm happily married. I run my own business, the preschool. Let me just say childcare business. So we do mobile services, we run childcare generally, different kinds of we build it on different platforms, so mobile, on-site, and the like. I also work at the mentoring school for early childhood education. So generally, I'm an early childhood specialist, and it's really a journey. And so I can say that I'll be able to speak from two sides of the coin as a mother, a parent myself, and also as an educator. Also, I'm an author. I've written 2 books. I've co-authored some other books, but I've written 2 books on my own. The first book was I think last year, called Guiding Grace, and then this one is written earlier this year called Born a Giant. So that's a bit about me. But today, let's go straight to the point. Today, we'll be talking about parental involvement in education. And I want us to know that you see, what we're talking about today is the foundation is the key foundation for your child's success in life. So really, our focus today, what we're focusing on this discussion is how you can build strong partnerships for your child's success. You know, lots of times, I know that there are lots of people in the room that, they already understand their role as primary educators or primary care caregiver. And I understand that a lot of people are homeschooling, but it's always good to remind us of those things, especially to remind us of why we are doing and why it's important that we continue to play this role actively. I know that a lot of people are already active, in their children's educational journey, and I want to congratulate you. I tell you, there is no greater thing that we can do in your child's life than to be involved. When you're involved, there's quite a number of different, there's quite a big, huge difference that we see. You can see me as an educator, as a school owner, we seek the difference at our own end. We are doing our best, but we see that there's a lot of difference when parents, not just moms and dads, are involved. I want to stop at this point to emphasize that a lot of times when it comes to children's education or children, it's like the mothers are the key, stakeholders, they're the ones holding on, making sure that things are actually done right. But the truth is that it takes 2 minutes to fly. So I want to encourage everybody there's a listening ear that your own role is also very key. And there's a lot of research around the importance of parents, both mom and dad, both of them being hands-on and encouraging and being involved in their children's education. So let us give a quick introduction to say that parental involvement goes beyond just paying fees and attending PTA meetings. I'm sure that you know that a lot of you, like I said, are already homeschooling, take care of your children. And I know that people do their homeschooling or school their children at home for various reasons. I want you to be able to ask yourself, why am I doing it? I want you to know that it's a very important thing that you're doing, but you must understand why. So parental involvement in education is not just about attending the meetings. Of course, the many meetings you see is like always a month for. So I go back to it's important that dads are also carrying them with them. This is not just that. But one of the strongest predictors of your children's success. That's the truth. This is statistics. It's not just about encouraging you or just saying 1 or 2 things today. But it's about stats, data speaking today that it is one of the greatest predictors. When you want to predict how successful a child is, you have to go back to look at the home front. How are the parents, engaging the child at home? So I want you to know that children thrive when parents and school work together. You see, you are your child's first and most important teacher. Please don't forget that. You are your child's first and most important teacher. They say everything rises and falls on leadership. Yes, leadership of the home. Everything rises and falls on what happens, the foundation that has been laid at the home. So, and of course, when the foundation is laid, you are not just going to continue to do it alone. Then you can move on to raising a village that helps you to support your child. Some people say it used to be in the past that it takes a village to raise a child. I tell you right now, it still takes a village to raise a child. Your child is a king, a queen, you are raising a king and a queen, and your house is too small to do that. You are needing you don't need the partnership of other people. You are going to need their support. You're going to come a time that your child is not going to really the impact of your input on your child will be still when others are also supporting you. Your child is going to need the mentors, your child is going to need the doctor. So I want you to know that it's not just about you, but you are important as well as you be able to know the village that is being able to recognize the village that is important in your journey. So really, please take it that you are not going to do this alone. It really indeed takes a village to raise a child, but you must have the right village to raise a child. So why does parental involvement matter? There are key things. I'll first talk about academic impact. I tell you, statistics have shown that when you have parents that are involved, children have better grades. I tell you, you see, children are able to understand, comprehend, and participate better when their parents are involved. Literacy and ownership. You see, the only thing that children are made legal on the lap of their parents. I tell you, you see the difference in the parents that have been engaging their child since pregnancy, reading to the child, in the winter music, talking to the child comes, when the child arrives, they're still talking, they're reading, they're taking time to engage the child, play games, pick up ball, reading for them, you see a lot of difference. And the truth is that that's where the foundation for lifelong success is laid. And the truth is, when the foundation is not laid right, there's really nothing you can do. You just be struggling. So involving yourself early on, especially at the early stages of the job. And you see, lots of times a lot of people make that fear. They say, oh, when you get just to play, once I buy ice cream, they are okay. During that time, their brain is developing, 80% of their brain is developed by age 5. So there are critical things that you must be doing. In fact, let me just quickly say that there are 3 things that help with brain development. Nutrition, that's good food, good environment, and quality relationship. You see that good environment is about what you have made available in your home. It's not about the expensive choice, it's about the educated choice. So it doesn't have to be an expensive level. You just be tired of the thing that made available. An outdoor area that your children can run around. So the environment, the library of toys, I say library of books. Early on in life, it's part of the quality environment. When you see that quality relationships about being available to be able to play peekaboo, one of them are able to smile at the baby when the baby smiles, or just to encourage to care for the child is also part of it. So that quality relationship is one of the key factors in brain development. So you see that early on, if you as a parent have that understanding of your role in the academic success, you are quick to leverage. You don't say, oh, I pay this expensive fees. Oh, I pay this person. Why are you not doing your job? You lay the foundation. What you do at home is what every other person is building on. And remember, it's a quality relationship. The relationship between the father and the mother is part of the things that help build development. So if you and father and mother, you're fighting, you're having quarrels, there's no love on your home, it's affecting brain development, it's affecting quality and quality. So academic impact is very important. Like I say, children are made leaders on the laps of their parents. With their children, not even teaching them. Social, emotional impacts. So self-esteem. All these things are the foundation and learn early. Early years really matter. In fact, the early years determine the next 18 years. So self-esteem, motivation, resilience. The way you talk to your children and to become their own voice. So if you're shouting more about your children, that's what they hear, that's what they become. If you are not a good role model, you're saying, oh, do as I do, not as I say.
Please, we can't hear her at all. Please, we can't hear her at all. We can't hear at all. Please check the chat box. We can't hear her.
Hi. So you can't hear anything at all?
We can't hear. Please check the chat box. Most people are saying they can't hear. The
It's not
audio.
like we can't hear. It's very low. We're struggling to hear.
Okay, now, what of now? So sorry about that. I couldn't see the chat because I was sharing my screen.
On my end, I can't hear. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's muffled. It sounds, yeah, a bit.
Is that better
Okay.
now?
Yeah, that sounded better. Play it. Let's see.
Here at a part of something, every skill that you're building is helping to build self-esteem and also to build resilience. I tell you, a lot
Do you
of
mind taking it back slightly because
first
it's
learns
breaking up?
Sorry?
Can you take it back maybe like 3 minutes? Not that long, just like 3 minutes because it's breaking up a bit.
Okay.
children, that's what they hear, that's what they become.
Yeah, that's
If you are
better.
not
Thank
a
you.
good role model and saying, do as I do, not I say, do as I say, what I do, all the activities, the skills that you are helping them to build, maybe do chores, a skill, to be a hero, to part or something, all those skills that you're building is helping to build self-esteem and also to build resilience. I tell you, a lot of these skills are first learned at home before the school. And some schools might not focus on skill building for you. And then your child will miss that early foundation of building resilience, any foundation of boosting self-esteem. And you see, nobody can cheer your child as much as you. You are supposed to be the number one advocate, the number one cheerleader in your home. If you are not involved, you cannot advocate right for your child because you don't even know your child. So being involved is so multifaceted. It helps you to know who your child is. You can know your child and know, oh, this is the best educational system. Oh, my child is kinesthetic learner. This is my child's love language. This is how my child learns. This is how my child wants to be loved. All those things, if you are involved, then you are able to make better impact. So there is social emotional impact in you really matter in that. You really matter. And they become who you are. I tell you, if you are not ready, you are not some things you think, oh, my children will do. I tell you, you don't have to see it. I remember, I will give you an example. I remember a time, this way looks very like education. I tell you, your children become who you are. What you see they should be. So I remember this time in our home, my husband just said, this year we're not drinking fizzy, this was going to be and fresh juices and all. And I really like Coke. So I told them, I said, look, please do. So tell that to your children. I'm not your child. I Coke. I need them. I need the Coke for energy. Okay, but I give them my excuses. So I told my friend along myself, I was decide when I was drinking Coke. And when I get to my office, I'll drink Coke, enjoy my life, and I'll by the time I get home, my children were struggling. I just could not complain. I just could not, just not do it. They were gathering with my husband to tell me just to cook. It was really a struggle. I asked myself, who's in control? Is it me or this cook? And I just made up my mind that, look, I'm going to go on this journey. And I said, I was going to do you see what that is? You see, when you think about parenting, like that if it doesn't change you, you are not doing the work of parenting. Maybe you are just enjoying. You're on a spa, you are not okay. So I realized that I must change. I must be the role model first. So what I said I was not going to, and I didn't about it. I just continued the challenge in our home and all that. And I started doing fresh juices at home and everything. In fact, that thing became a business that my children run, Fruitimo. Anyway, so I just started and I realized something happened without even looking at us. Do you know my children will go to parties and they'll just say I pass? As in, there was no struggle. It was not easy. As in, it was not like we wanted to beg or something. And they had the sudden strength and the grace just to be able to say no to feeling and not feel intimidated when we go out. To be able to ask me, I'm sorry, I don't take this. Can I have juice instead? So I know that I have a very great impact on the life, the path of my children. So if I change, my children can change. So I'm challenging you today. What is it that your children are struggling with? Can you first look inward? Parenting is first of all about you and your child. So a social, emotional impact will not fall less than on you or who your children become. Because what about behavioral impact? Those are one of the things that makes your parental involvement no matter in academics becomes behavioral impact. So how, if you are involved, if you are interested in the activities, they're not, even in the university, you realize that children that the parents are involved, the absenteeism is reduced. That's data. They realize that, of course, they have better behavior. They know that, oh, my mom, is not going to be happy when I misbehave on the school bus. My mom is going to make me face the consequences. My mom is going to come to school to check my books. My mom is.
Okay, so from the comment, you guys cannot hear. So the plan was that, listen and then we'll be able to share the videos even afterwards. But then there's no point if you guys can't hear. So I'm at a, let me just see first. So the issue here is that our other speakers, we have given them the times that they were supposed to come in, and probably would have not come in at the time that. Okay, so
Do you want to maybe recap what has been said so far?
yeah, sorry, I'm a bit frazzled.
Personally, I was struggling to hear, but her message is not lost at all. I don't think I think you should still keep playing it while you sort out the other speakers since they're not here.
Yeah.
I think we can still play until you're able to get on the next speaker instead of us just looking.
Should we try slowing the pace? That will help. Okay, let me try and again. Let me just try and play it again and see. Okay. You can't hear the video. They can, but they're saying it's a bit more. Yeah. Volume is okay. Let me just sit a little bit.
To the PTA meeting. So because of that, you see that even behavior is much better when you are so the absenteeism is reduced. That's data. They've realized that, of course, that I have a very great impact on the life, the path of my children. So if I change, my children can change. So I'm challenging you today. What is it that your children are struggling with? Can you first look inward? Parenting is first of all about you and not your child. So a social, emotional impact, a lot.
So is this better?
Yes.
It's better.
Yes, it is. Much better.
Okay.
All rises and falls on you of who your children become. What about behavioral impact? Those are one of the things that makes your parental involvement will matter in the academics when it comes to behavioral impact. So how, if you are involved, if you are interested in the activities, they're not good. Even in the university, you realize that children that their parents are involved, their absenteeism is reduced. That's data. They've realized that, of course, that they have better behavior. They know that, oh, my mom, is not going to be happy when I misbehave on the school bus. My mom is going to make me face the consequences. My mom is going to come to school to check my books. My mom is going to come to the PTA meeting. So because of that, you see that even behavior is much better when you are. So the truth is that what a child does not receive, he will seldom give. He won't give later what he has not received yesterday. So the truth, like we all know, is that you can't give what you don't have. So what you have not done at home, what impact you have not made at home, then your children are not able to give it. So in the end, you see your involvement in their academics or their education is long-term impact. So it's not really about you going to school alone, but about even the education at home. Do you even have goals for your children that by age 5, my child should be able to do? What are development goals? Are you monitoring it? You see, your own knowledge of your child's stage in life is one of the greatest advantage that you could ever bring to the table. So long-term impact. You realize that children that their parents are involved in education have higher education degree, and of course, research says greater career success. Okay, so let's look at dimensions of parental involvement. You can be involved parenting involved in their education at different levels. Of course, we know home-based, education. Maybe you're at home, you are helping them with their reading, their homework, and their routine. You have a routine. This is the time my children wake up. This time they eat. It's part of their education. This is what we do at this time. This is our morning routine. This is our evening routine. This time we go outdoors. This time for reading. This time for screen time. That's the routine. It's part of education. So you are helping them to provide that structure that allows them to grow properly. And if you have young children, I think routine is one of the greatest, structure systems that you can bring to your home. It solves a lot of discipline issues. You see, a lot of things that we hit children for, that we abuse children for, is because there is no structure in the home. Things you can do at home, home-based, reading, homework, support them in the homework, and of course, routine. And of course, another thing is school-based involvement, like attending meetings. A lot of children, when their parents don't come for like open day, show and tell, you see they're crying. You don't know. You say, oh, they will forget. But I tell you, children don't forget. You are telling them today that they matter. You see, they always say that a child that you want to be in their tomorrow, you have to be in their memory today. So if you want to be in their lives tomorrow, then you must be in their memory today. So be involved. Make sure that you have settled how important your child's education, you being involved in, then you will be able to make time. Sometimes you say, I'm too tired, or I'm busy. And my husband will always respond, say, you are not too busy to parent our child. You are not too busy to parent our children. The same day, some other day, Ito is feeling tired. Oh, I can't attend that meeting. I'm so busy today. Oh, I need to rest. I'll remind him, you are not too busy to parent our children. Because the truth is that journey is just about 18 years. 18 years is actually 264 months. So you can imagine that the time is actually very short for you. Okay, so school-based, like I said, meetings, volunteer. Yes, volunteer. If they have Father's Day, please involve yourself. You see, that singular volunteering can show your children that they matter and that their education matters, that they put in effort in it is also very important. So volunteer and also communicate if there's any issue. Don't just stay at home and be complaining that the school is this, the school is that. Get involved. Be on the PTA board. If you are not in the board, you are not involved, you are not volunteer, then if they take decisions, then it's binding. So make sure you are there. You are a voice for child rights. You are a voice for your children's rights. You are not fighting them. Remember, you are fighting them. You are partnering with them. Sometimes people, maybe your child is in school, you are fighting with the teachers, you're fighting. You can't curse a land and expect it to bless you. So you must see them as partners. If you are so strong, negatively opinioned with the school, then maybe you should change the school. But you see, no, there's no perfect system anyway. When you can communicate, in the right manner, you can communicate, peacefully to the school, a lot of things happen. But if you are fighting at home, you are speaking about your children's teachers in front of the children, I tell you, your children are not able to grow and thrive. So what about communities? Yes, that's another dimension to your involvement, engaging them, going to the library, looking for mentors as your children grow old. My children grew older, I started seeking for my boy. I got a boys' academy for him to join so he could see a mentor, even though his dad was very much present. But it gets to a stage that they need to also hear what you are hearing from other people. Sometimes you need to share other people's perspectives as well. So your daughter, you might look for other sources of mentoring for them. My daughter has a mentor, she understands, she's learning honor, she's learning a lot of things from that mentoring program, apart from me, even though I'm really involved in the academics, in their growth and the development. But I also make sure that there are other people that are supporting me in this journey. Remember, I'm raising a king, I'm raising a queen. And my house is too small to raise her. I must be able to borrow other people's exposure, other people's expertise to be able to raise the child, that the king or queen that I want. So, of course, enrichment activities, you might not know everything. You want your children to be able to learn other things, volunteer with your friends, work in a supermarket, go and learn a skill somewhere. So you are going to also have to involve them in enrichment activities. Those are part of your parental involvement. You seeking out what your child needs per time, per age, by developmental milestone and engaging them in it. Also, A key area of your parental involvement is in the digital space. So you have to guide online learning, have a media plan in your home. This is where we use media. At what age? These are the things, this is how we engage online. Oh, I cannot play a game with somebody I've not engaged with physically before. You know, you have, this is where we use our device in our home. We cannot use our device in the room. This is the time that we do. You have a media plan. That is part of, don't just say, they are doing their homework. No, it has to be supervised, it has to be guided, and you have to review it from time to time. Also, you also have to always be ahead of the game. Don't say, I don't understand what they are doing this year. You have to understand, because your children will always be ahead of you. I tell you, if you put screen protection and you are not wise as a parent, you are not digitally educated, they are going to go ahead of you. They know how to bypass all those things. And it's not because your children are your children are naughty, or there's no evil ongoing. They are just engaging the kind of world that they are growing in. Your children are digital natives. So naturally, they are going to be curious. They are going to seek, for innovation. And remember that you've exposed them. So if a child's mind is innovative, a child's mind is seeking, how to do this and how to do that, it's an added advantage, but it needs a lot of guidance. So you also have to be there to guide, to monitor screen time. This is the time for screen time. This is the number of hours or minutes that you can use on screen. So you can't just leave them by themselves. You see, if you leave your child by yourself, there are other people, the screen, the world, that are ready to mentor, to guide your child without even your notice and your permission. So I would say that behind every young child who believes in himself is, first of all, a parent that believes in them. So you see, you believing in your child is having a plan for your child, knowing that, my child is able to do this part-time, and you engaging that child. Your involvement is the key in your child's education. So let's look quickly as we start to round up about barriers to parental involvement. Of course, people say I'm busy. Busy work schedule. Look, I say something. We always make room for what is important. You choose what is important. But I want to beseech you. I like to use beseech when I use Bible English when it's becoming very serious. I like to beseech you to take this seriously, because you really have a very short time. You see, the time that you say I don't have now, you're going to spend later. You see some children that their parents are not involved in their education. At the end of the day, they are going to spend that hours visiting children in rehab home. Do you know how much rehab is? Like 1 million naira per month. You are going to spend that money that you didn't spend in investing in their education. You are going to spend that time. You are going to be visiting one child. I tell you, it's better late than never. It's better now. That's what I want to say. It's better now. And the truth is that they always say that prevention is better than cure, because cure is not sure. I tell you, you might think, I'll solve the problem, but you might never have a solution later. So please, walk around your busy schedule. Make sure that as you're working, your children are a priority for you. Another barrier to parental involvement could be low literacy or lack of confidence. You think, I don't know this thing, I can't help my child. I tell you, you can. You have what it takes. If you don't have it, you have the network. Seek the knowledge. You see, I remember the story of Ben Carson. It's always an inspiration to me. This woman learned how to read so that she could teach her children. I tell you, it's never too late to inspire your children. Where you stop is usually where your children will stop. I remember my mother-in-law, she always inspires me. She had 6 boys. After she had all her children was when she went back to school. She didn't have university education. So when her first son was going to school was when she went to school. She retired as a permanent secretary. You can imagine if she thought, I've had all children, I just want to raise my children. We don't know where she will be today, what she will be able to capable of doing. But more than that, she has inspired her own children to do more. Her story is inspiring to her own grandchildren. Don't think when you stop, I'm telling you, you're giving your children, you're not giving your children wings to fly. So don't let that be an excuse. Pick up something, learn something, so that you can also be able to help your children. Increase your knowledge. This year, how many parenting books have you read? What have you read to up your knowledge about how you can help your children? So what about cultural beliefs? A lot of people believe that I've paid school fees, so let the teachers do their job. Those are barriers. Poor communication from schools. The school your children are going, they're not communicating with you on how you need to support your children. If they're not communicating with you, go there and communicate with them. I said you should be the advocate for your child. And then sometimes socioeconomic challenges, you say, I don't have money, this and that. But I tell you, see, when there's a will, there's a way. Barriers are nothing. Excuses are nothing. Make up your mind. And once you have a will, you see that the doors begin to open. Let me quickly round up. Let me see what I've not said in my notes. Okay, let's look at a few strategies for effective involvement. So, of course, have open two-way communication. If your child is in a school now, engage them, find out what can I do as a home. What can I learn? Can you share the curriculum so that along you know what your child, ask your child, be involved, look at the homework. You might not be able to do the physics, but let them know that you're involved. Attend the parents for be in their meetings, have these conversations with your children, and then of course, make sure that if you're in school, you're a school owner, make sure that there's this open two-way communication with parents. Make sure that you are providing parents workshops and resources. As a parent, I congratulate you for being here. These are the places that where we learn new things, and get better clarity on how to help our children. I think those are the things that schools can also do. They continue to share resources with parents, make sure that, of course, that they're partnering, they're involving them in their children. But if your child is in a school that is not involving them, make sure that you go take yourself to the school and do something. So, of course, the teachers and schools have a role to play. Of course, make sure that there's a welcoming environment for parents. We're not carrying bias. We're not feeling like, oh, we are the know it all. No, everybody's learning. Of course, we're giving actionable feedback. It's only not when they are doing bad. Everything we're giving good feedback that are actionable, that even parents can take action on. And of course, we're celebrating parental contribution when we see that the parents is making efforts. We're encouraging them, and of course, or as a school, if you're a school owner, offer flexible meeting times could also be a way of supporting parents to encourage educational involvement. Let's finally look at parenting roles at different ages. Of course, one of the things, like I said, that one of the things you bring to the table in your child's journey is your knowledge. Your knowledge, self-awareness, your growth is one of the things that you bring to the table. And I'm saying that to emphasize on this fact that your children will be in different milestones. Like we're in this room now, you have children or parents that are in the early years, they have school age, they have secondary school, adolescents, and the likes. Your children they will have different needs pattern. You must be able to know that this is what my child needs as an early in the early years. Like in the early years, you need to be able to play. I tell you, you must go and learn it because that's how their brain develops. You be able to engage with them at that level of play. Play is one of the key things that helps brain development. I talked about the environment. Play is a key player in that. Storytelling, language, speaking to your child. Your child is 1 year old or 2 months. You're saying this child is not listening to me. Talk to the child and learn how to be a storyteller, how to use your body, how to use your intonation. All those things are supporting your child at the earliest. But you see, if you don't understand the milestone, what they are supposed to achieve at that age, then you can't develop yourself to be able to support your child. So first of all, you must know, this is the stage my child is. This is what my child needs. This is the milestone my child is supposed to be achieving per time. And this is what I need to do as a parent to be able to support my child. Do you understand that? So at primary, you start moving to, of course, homework, help, supporting them with routine, and of course, encouraging them. You see, at that primary level, a lot of them are moving to puberty, a lot of hormones, things are just changing, things are happening. Your child really does not know. So they need a lot of encouragement, a lot of support, not you just, really just shouting, rolling out instructions, but you must engage them. Use friendship as a tool. I'm not saying you have to be their bestie, but you must use friendship as a tool. Then by the time they move to adolescence, they need your guidance, they need your listening ear. Of course, they need you to respect them, respect their independence as well. Of course, start talking about career. Then they need other people, they need mentors. So those things that you're saying is like, oh, mom, you're stressing me. But if they have a mentor, someone that believes in them, someone that they look up to, that person can also speak the same language you're speaking at home. Because by the time they become adolescents, you will notice that everything changes. Everything. They begin to, listen to what other people are saying more than what you're saying. But you see, the foundation of the connection you have built when they were in their early years is going to support your relationship with them at adolescence. So you see how it's building up. So you were playing with them, you've connected with them. By the time you come as an adolescent, then you are able, because that connection is already there, you realize that it's easy for you to even speak and then listen. So it's first of all, you connect with them before you can correct them. So you will see that your parental role in involvement, even in education, in their growth, will differ as the ages also differ. I know we can't really talk about that in depth because I had 20 minutes. I'm sure my time is over. I just like to conclude to say that parents and teachers are partners. You have a role to play as a teacher. You have a role to play as a partner. Everyone must play their role. Every role is unique. Every role is important. But as a parent, I tell you, this is your child. You decide now what they be in future. What they live, their early years determine the rest of their lives. Please make a quality investment by being involved. And what I mean by being involved, it's like your presence is really key. Some people are present and absent. No, you have to be present and present. You know what I mean? It's not like you are there. I say, I'm the one that pick my children. There are people, they pick their children from school, they are home, but they are not the one doing the job of parenting. They've delegated the most important part of their lives to caregivers, and please be involved. Make sure that you know your child, you're able to advocate for your child. You have to say this. I remember my child is a kinesthetic learner. Because I'm involved in his education, I'm involved in his early learning, I knew his learning style. I could advocate when we get to school and they say, oh, he's so short attention span. I say, what method are you using? Are you just using chalk to talk, chalk? Talk and chalk. Have you heard they say? Just the blackboard, the whiteboard, only all day. A kinesthetic learner is not going to thrive in that kind of environment. So you see, I can advocate to say, oh, teacher, I understand your challenges, but can we do it this way? Can we do that? It's because I know my child. If I'm not involved, I can't advocate for my child. Your child might not be suited for that environment, but if you don't know, you don't know. You will just be shouting, comparing your children. I have two children. One is an kinesthetic learner, one is auditory. You just say, I can't see your sister. She can just sit in one place. No two children are the same. But if you don't know, you can't advocate, you can't support your child. Remember, your children are unique. And you must begin to love them for who they are, not who you want them to be. So understand that you have a critical role. You are the most important, factor. You can bring an advantage to your child's education journey. I tell you, you are the greatest advantage or disadvantage your child can come across. But I want to encourage you to just take small steps. Every small effort counts. What you are doing, parenting is not really about a perfect journey. It's about showing up and consistency. Keep doing it. Keep trying. Keep putting an effort. Keep being there. And you will see that you will not just only raise, successful children. You raise children that are resilient, children that can thrive. I'll end with this quote by Nelson Mandela. He said that education is the most powerful tool in which you can use to change the world. I tell you, if you partner, if you are involved in that education of your child, you're a change maker, you're a world changer. Yes, we need more of parents, starting early and getting involved. Don't leave the job for the teachers alone. Thank you for listening. I know that I'm not live to take your questions, but you can send me questions at arnoakiala@gmail or maybe to Codul Africa. They can always reach me, and I'll be glad.
Mr. Anu is one of the people that I first listened to as a Nigerian that spoke, that this is many years back, things have changed now. But as a Nigerian that spoke about early years education in a way that was relatable, in a way that was inspiring, in a way that was not judgy. And since that time, we've invited her multiple times to Homeschooling Conversations because I appreciate her message, appreciate who she is, and the kind of you kind of way she delivers what she delivers. So much subtlety with so much power. And I'm so glad that you guys can also see that. So what um did you guys learn? You can't hear me. Can you guys hear me? Is there any other person that cannot hear me? Okay. Okay. So maybe your network. So what did you learn from the session? I learned around creating a media plan as my son is growing older. Some of you might know we are a very minimal screen time family. But I was just telling my husband a few weeks ago that I want to start introducing screen time. So now I didn't think about a media plan, but now I am thinking about a media plan. I never thought of a media plan as I was going to introduce this screen time, but I'm thinking about a media plan. And I love how she encouraged us and that the parenting just take little steps. The little steps count. If it's one thing that you can start doing, just change the trajectory of your involvement in your children's education, that little change can cause ripple effects. Does anybody else have any comments? You can raise up your hand. You can speak. You can speak if you have comments around the session. Routine is part of education. Be super involved in your child's school. Absolutely. Absolutely. Keep learning, keep growing. Thank you. Thank you, Shokwe. Thank you, Lois. I want to quickly confirm if our next speaker is available so that we don't waste time. Does somebody want to give a comment around what they learned from the session?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Tommy, for the very impactful program. Honestly, this is so timely, very, very timely for me, my children, and I work with an NGO, and I work with children between ages 4 and 24. It's an orphanage that has really been
You're breaking up a little.
a challenge. Like we need, like she has really, really addressed most of the issues we're facing now that we spoke about at our last
You're breaking up.
meeting. How do we address the issue of discipline and all of that? That was so practical, useful, and insightful. Can you hear me?
Okay, now we can. It was breaking up.
Thank you so much. Do you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I think somebody else raised up their hand. Who else raised up their hand? Please go ahead. Scott, you can go ahead. Do you want to speak? You can go ahead if you want to. My takeaway was whether it's homeschooling or traditional schooling, the role of the parents cannot be undermined. We have to stay involved and keep learning. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Tineke. Okay, so go ahead, Scott.
I learned the structure, mentorship, and genuine connection make all the difference in children growth. I think that's one of my takeaway.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other person? Any other person that wants to? This is why you have a host. Because now I also confirm with the speaker if she's online. And I'm still like, Okay, so any other person that wants to share with us what their takeaway was, or if you have a question as well, I just want to click them. Okay. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, well, alongside being involved in my child's education, something that struck out to me was that I can be so involved in the school that when they want to make a decision, they would actually think that what would the mother think about this decision before they go ahead. So I've been involved though, but I think I need to get to that point where you must think about me and my family when you're making a general decision. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Like they saw in their faces and they know what to stand for and everything that they have to start saying. Okay, what will this person think while we are making a decision? I love that. Cultivate a relationship with your children in their early years so they can listen to you when they are older. Very, very key. Very, very key. Thank you. Ms. O, please, are you online? Thank you. Okay. So because I'm not really sure. I'm so sorry. Okay, so in the meantime, let me just play to you our videos from our community, from our homeschooling community. While I go and call her. In Lagos, something beautiful is happening. Families are coming together to reimagine education, to support one another, and to create a stronger future for their children.
My name is Amaka Otunawo, and I am an excited member of the Lagos Homeschooling Conversations. It's been such a beautiful thing for several ways. I think the first one is for the children. They get to see each other, they get to hang out, they get to play, they get to know that they're not the only ones that their parents are crazy and to not put them in school like everybody else. So there's nothing like the only people that don't go to school, right? I also love the fact that it's a very safe space for my children. I come here and I'm not scared that anybody will treat my children disrespectfully. They speak to my children in a way I do not appreciate. Because a lot of us have similar values, not all the same. I mean, nobody's the same, right? But we all have similar values, we have similar convictions about our children and how we want to raise our children. It's a place where you know that, oh, somebody's speaking to your child or somebody's engaging with your child. And you know that the child is coming out of that way. You know, today people have encouraged one child to go into business, another one into marketing, another one into creativity, whatever. It's a safe place to, quote unquote, humbly boast or brag about what your children are doing because everybody else is doing something.
I community vision 2002 and confident things. I've met very amazing ones like that. Coming for any homeschooling activity that's this week. I don't know how to express, but it's going to be a beautiful thing that happens for my family and I. My both daughters are double they have met beautiful mothers and learned from their experiences as well.
This is more than homeschooling. It's a community, a place where parents share their journey, exchange resources, and find encouragement for every stage of their homeschooling journey.
Encourage it. You can see that you're not on that people of like minds, and then you also get to learn things and gain new perspective. That of what is happening to us for us.
It's a place where you come when you get lonely, when you get overwhelmed, and you just get support. Sometimes you just come and let your head down. Because guess what? Everybody's looking after everybody's child. So you don't have to be policing people. Where's the person? Where's that person? So it's really amazing.
In a world where education often feels rigid and isolating, our Lagos homeschooling community is proof that learning can be joyful, flexible, and deeply connected to our values.
It can be really isolating for both the parents and the child. And so what the community has done for us is give us the social interaction that is typically missing
for homeschool children. And so that we have that social interaction, and we can curate our curriculum, do whatever we want, get insights from other parents, talk to other people, understand their journey, and know how to also work with your own homeschool journey. Last year, we've been members of this community, and I've been so happy about it. I never knew a community like this existed. So if you are homeschooling and you're not in this community, I don't know where you are, because it has helped me, it has helped my children, it has helped them bond, they make friends, they're socializing more than before, and it's been a very awesome experience.
Together, we are building a movement, one family at a time, one child at a time. Join us, be part of the Lagos homeschooling community, and let us bring the next generation together. Yay! Yeah, thank you. So if you would like to join our, homeschooling community, if you'd like to join our Lagos homeschooling community, please, we had a brochure sent to you via the email. How to join is on that brochure. And if you are in another state and you would like to request so that we can find people that are also in your state, so that we can find people that are also in your state, I will drop a link in the chat box. So please do fill. Some people filled yesterday already. Some people filled already yesterday, and we already seen some of the places so we've already seen some places that we can connect people together. So if you need us to connect you, just put a request, put the state you are in, and put where you want us to, places you want us to connect with. Okay, so our speaker will be here in about 5 minutes. She'll be here in 5 minutes. So she'll be here in 5 minutes because our time is she's going to actually be on time. We started a little bit earlier. Okay, so is there mainland and island chapter of the homeschooling community? Yes and no, because we try to do things together, but there's also room for people to do things apart. Thanks to the organizers. Please, can we shed some light on the legal framework? Okay, so let me just answer all these questions while we wait for our speakers. On the legal framework provisions for homeschooling in Nigeria, is it allowed by law or does one need to get permission to go through this route? Okay, thank you for this question. The legal frameworks around home education in Nigeria is not really, there's really not any framework per se. While there's been chatter around, they want to do something they want to start doing something, there's really nothing concrete. They changed some of the policies recently, but there's nothing around it that talks towards homeschooling. So you are sort of free. You are sort of free to do whatever. You don't have to register anywhere. You don't have to do anything per se, right? So it's just you deciding whatever route you want to take with your child, deciding whatever you want to take with your child, curriculum you want to use. But if those curriculum is the last thing, right, that we need to think of. Deciding what you want for your family as well. So you can drop in your questions around homeschooling 101, and let me answer that while our speaker gets here. Okay, so it's allowed, it's not allowed. They do not say anything around it. But what is compulsory per the Constitution is that education from primary school is compulsory. You need compulsory education from primary school. if they do decide to crack down, they can use the legalities around that statement to say that it means that, don't let me give them ideas, right? But they can use the legalities around because it's a very, very ambiguous statement, right? Say, oh, there's compulsory education from primary one. They can turn it however they want to twist it, right? So, but then no legal per se framework around home education. Okay, so if you have any other questions around homeschooling 101, you can raise your hand if you want to speak. That's also fine. I can quickly answer those before our speaker gets here. Or around our community. Yeah? Okay. Proud parents of Homeschooling Conversations. Thank you very much. We love you. We love ourselves. Okay, please go ahead with your question. ESM.
I just want to thank you for
I can't hear you.
Okay, so 1 minute, please. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I just want to say thank you for convening this. So I'm a Ghanaian. I'm a missionary in with my husband. We're missionaries in Nigeria. Back in Ghana, I was homeschooling my children. And then when we came to Nigeria, because we were new to everything, we decided to send our children to the nearest school. And then for after 1 year, we decided that it was not good because we had some issues. We've decided to re-homeschool them again. I have a 6, a 4, and a 2. So I was mostly, when I started in Ghana, it was more of looking for stuff on Pinterest, looking for stuff online, and then teaching them, and half of the time wondering what I was doing. But since we made the decision to homeschool about end of last term, I was looking online for any sort of platform I could find to sort of help me. And then I think just 2 days to this program or 3 days to this program, I found, by God's grace, I found you online. And I got the link yesterday. But aside the first speaker from South Africa, I couldn't catch up. So question 1, are the recordings going to be available? Question 2, okay, thank you. Question 2, what are some of the requirements in joining the community? And then question 3, I know one of the speakers said, especially for yesterday, she said that, curriculum is the last thing you should, it's not the first thing you should worry about. But in wanting to start, where do I start?
Okay. Great question. And so requirements to join.
It's a bit. Sorry.
Okay, were you still speaking?
Yeah, so I those are the questions for me that my mind is going through. Should I do the traditional, as in go with the curriculum, no, go with the traditional school year, or create my own traditional, my own school year? How many minutes per subject, or even how many subjects? Because sometimes I think that doing 9, 10 subjects is just too much for them. What are the important ones, and what are the ones that I can tweak and all that? I don't know if these things were addressed and I missed them. That's why I'm asking again.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So the first question, requirements to join. So I don't know where in Nigeria you're based. If you're based in Lagos, our requirements.
I'm in Lagos.
In Lagos. Okay, so as long as you're homeschooling, you can join us. We have just some rules. It's just basically community rules, nothing that can kick you out, right? But it's just basic community rules. Like if you join the community, don't share these things on the platform. There are not things like that. But the basic requirements is to ensure that if you're homeschooling and you're willing to come out for our meetups. And because that's a major part of why the group was created, to be able to create social interactions beyond just ourselves for our children. right? So if you're willing to be committed to coming, when we know that it's not possible to come for everything, but if you're willing, then that's the requirements basically. And then in terms of where to start, that's a whole another like session. But I would say that where you're starting from is basically your values. You are free to choose the timing because of the age of your children. It shouldn't literally be more than an hour and a half for school time, right? So you're free to choose your calendar year. If you want your year to start in September, like everybody else, if you want your year to start in January, if you want to, some people follow the year of the curriculum that they use. It all depends on you. Again, there's freedom and flexibility around home education. So, but starting from your values, the things that you want to ensure things that you want to teach your children, your individualized education plan for your child. I know they use individualized education plan mostly around children that have special needs, but I'm an advocate for every parent having an individualized education plan for all of their children, whether they have special needs or not. So you can map out what you want for your children. And that when you collate all of these things, it will now inform the curriculum. It will now inform what you're going to teach. Because if you don't outline your values, if you don't outline what you want for your children, then you will just keep picking from everywhere. And it will be all over the place. It's not impossible, it's possible, but just so that you are more organized, so that you have a certain goal and where you are seeing and the vision that you have for your children, so that it is aligned with what you are teaching. It is important that you put all of those things together. And so I have a 7-day course, like a 7-day course that takes you through from the beginning to the end. And for the conference, it's 50% off. So it's all in the link. We'll send everything today at the end so that it's a self-paced thing. You can just go through. They are very short videos that you just listen, and you can now see how by the end of it, you see that you will truly now understand that curriculum should really, really be the last thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we are at almost at the time. Okay, we have one more hand. Okay. You can go ahead.
Okay, so for me, because you had mentioned that we can interact with each other. I was just interested in PSM. I actually sent her a message, but I would like to speak with her after PSM. I sent you a message. I'd like to connect with you after.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, I will deal with that. Okay, yes. So, Miss O now. So I'm going to read out her bio. Okay. So Shakira Eniola Olajobi is the CEO of Brainy Educare Services, a psychologist and parenting coach with over 10 years of experience as team lead of the NeuroBite and a certified neuroscience coach. She focuses on cognitive profiling, emotional health, and brain training. She's a certified assessment expert and accredited management consultant with qualifications from the British Psychological Society, Lagos Business School, and Harvard. She also directs the Outlier School in Surulere, consults for the Universal Basic Education Commission in Abuja, and teaches at the University of Lagos Consult. During the pandemic, she created emotional wellness kits that sold globally, and she has since released more psychological tools and children's books on sleep. She's married with children. With a warm welcome, please welcome Mizo, as she's popularly called. She's going to be talking to us about academics and behavior optimization in the home. warm welcome, please.
Good
Warm welcome.
morning, my sister. Good morning, everybody. Homeschooling mothers or fathers and others. Good morning. It's good to see you. It's good to be here. Thank you for the privilege to share. Thank you for the privilege to learn. And thank you for all that you do. Okay, I don't know if I'm allowed to share my, yes, I am. Okay, let me just go ahead and share my screen so that we can get right into it. Okay, I hope we can all see my screen. Okay. Slideshow. Okay, great. Yes, thank you, Tommy, for inviting me. And I'm going to be talking to us about academic and behavior optimization at home. Let me start by congratulating those of us that are homeschooling our children. I'll call you warriors, and I do not, I'm not taking this back. No, I'm not. I have homeschooled two of my children at two different points in their lives. The first time I ever tried my hands out on homeschooling, I schooled my 4-year-old, and it was basically like, yes, at a time his cousins and one or two friends joined in, and it was still in that structure for about well over a year. Then I homeschooled my second son for 2 solid years, and that was his junior secondary school. So yes, I do know, and I have practical idea or experience on what homeschooling can be. So I say a big well done, a big congratulations to those of you that have started homeschooling your children. And of course, I did listen to some questions. So I know that some of us are just about to start and you're having a lot of, is this going to work? How is it going to be? Thankfully, you have a community that you can lean on. I didn't have that when I was homeschooling my children. So thank you once again, Homeschooling Conversations, for all you do. Yes, so our opening thought is, if there's one thing that homeschooling affords you, is it gives you like a win-win situation, because you can have both structure and flexibility. And what does that do? Structure gives safety. Flexibility gives freedom. Children need both. And I said you can. I didn't say you will. So it's not something that's automatic. It's something you have to consciously work to achieve. It's something that will not just happen, oh, I'm homeschooling my child, and then your child is going to be safe and free. No, you have to ensure, you have to create that opportunity for structure so that the children can attain safety, and then flexibility so that they can feel free. Right. So let's talk about the foundation. We're talking about optimizing learning and behavior. Those are like two key areas that we want to see good results with our children, whether we're homeschooling them or not. And what that means is, so when I say learning, I'm referring to the cognitive part of development, learning academics, learning skills, etc., etc., while behavior is talking about the affective part of learning, where we're talking about behavior, emotional health, and the likes. So let's talk about the foundation before we move into optimizing academics and optimizing behavior. The foundation, the first and most important thing to do when you're homeschooling is you need to review you. You need to review yourself, because you're the teacher, you're the school counselor, you're the school admin, you're everything, and you're still the parents. Yes. So for those of us that send our children to the regular school, we are the parents, and then the school is the teacher, the admin, the counselor, and all that. But for you, you're everything. So it's important to review you. It's important to think about your baggages. It's important to think about where you are at, where you're coming from, and whether you need some form of personal help or assistance as well, especially areas that are not obvious, like emotional health. A lot of us are healing. A lot of us have not even started healing. We have our own childhood traumas that we're dealing with, and we don't want to bleed on our children. This is so important, because if you are homeschooling your children, you are a lot to them. You're a lot of things, and it's important for you to ensure that you're not worsening the situation. You're not becoming their problem. You're supposed to be their solution. Homeschooling comes with a whole lot of advantages. I'll tell you one thing. When I started homeschooling my 4-year-old, the first time I tried it, what he wouldn't learn, academically, I'm talking about schoolwork now, what he wouldn't learn in an entire school year, we were able to learn under 3 months. And I'm not exaggerating because I had goals set. And we're using much shorter time. And so that meant we had more time for other things. He could play more. We had more times to explore. We started buying almanacs. We bought all sorts of very exciting games and activities. And we did a whole lot of other things that we're not able to do. So homeschooling is supposed to be an advantage, not a disadvantage. But that's not going to happen if you don't review you, if you don't check yourself. Where am I at? What do I need help with? And that's not to say if you realize that you have baggages, you say, oh, so no, homeschooling is not for me. No, that's not it. It's about getting the help that you need. It's about realizing, self-awareness is like the very first step in getting help. So when you are able to, when you are able to know the things, evaluate yourself and know the areas where you struggle, then you would say, yes, this is what I need to do and this is how I need to seek for help. I see their messages dropping. I'm not sure if I should bother or I should just go on. I hope they're directed. Okay. Okay, excellent. Right. Thank you. So like I was saying, it's important, extremely important that you actually review yourself, know your baggages, know your limitations, because too many times we're quick to think homeschooling should be easy. My child is just 4. It's just 1 + 1. It's not just 1 + 1. We're talking about a whole life here. So it's important to review you. And the next point under the foundation is routines are non-negotiable. Because you're homeschooling your child doesn't mean that they get to wake up anytime, any day. Oh, thank God we're homeschooling. We don't have to do school runs. Thank God. Today wake up at 8, tomorrow wake up at 10, next tomorrow wake up at 6. Just do it as convenient. Absolutely not. So there's something in our brain that psychologists call the circadian rhythm. And this is like the part of our brain that is involved with routines and how we do things. And when we do things, we get used to it. So for example, for us growing up, if you went to the boarding house and you're used to waking up 5 a.m., even when you're on holidays, you find yourself waking up at 5 a.m. and then you have to psych yourself back to bed that, look, I'm on holiday, let me just sleep and enjoy myself. That's because your circadian rhythm is used to that routine. So what psychologists find is that you need a minimum amount of routine for your emotional health, because what it does is it stabilizes your mood. So if we want our children to be stable emotionally and not to be all over the place when it comes to their mood or the way they act out and all, it's important to have a routine. Yes, there's no school runs pressure, thankfully, when you're homeschooling, but if you want your children to wake up at 7 a.m. every day, it has to be 7 a.m. every day. If you want them to wake up at 6:30 every day, it has to be 6:30 every day. It helps the brain to understand routine. It helps the brain to settle down to learn both behavior and skills and academics and what have you. It also helps to regulate the mood of the children. So it's therefore very important. Routines are not negotiable. That you want to homeschool is not an escape from routines. Now, learning space considerations. That's another important foundation of academic and behavior optimization. It's important to ensure that you have a formal space in the house where you learn. You do not want it to be just anywhere. It can happen in the room today. It can happen yes, there will be a lot of flexibility, but again, some formality is required to help your child, because what you want to ensure that you make homeschooling is a win-win that it's supposed to be. You don't want the children not being able to cope in certain situations. You want to be able to have them cope in any situation that they find themselves. So you should have it, a table and a desk and a chair environment for them. You can have some fun time where after 2 hours or so, depending on your curriculum of structured work, then you can go and lie down on the couch and have another lesson where you're just gisting about how plants grow or how paper is made from trees, etc., etc. But you should also have learning space considerations. You should have charts on the wall to help the visual learners. We're going to come to that when we talk about the academics. But you want to have you want to be intentional. Homeschooling should not just be accidental. Oh, it's convenient for me, let me just run it and do it as I will. It has to be a lot of planning and thinking about it. I've had the privilege to follow Tommy's Instagram, and I've seen a lot of excited. I mean, I feel thoroughly entertained, and I find her post very insightful. Like, oh, seriously, when I was homeschooling, I didn't do all of this thing. But it's actually interesting to see those things, and it absolutely makes sense. So you want to ensure that you consider the learning space. And the final foundation matter is there has to be brain-body connection. So you're not just homeschooling them because you don't want them to just go to school. You have goals. There's a reason why you want to homeschool your child. The first time I homeschooled my child, I had a reason. The second time I did it for another child, it wasn't the same child. For another child for 2 solid years this time around, and it was even secondary education, I had reasons as well. So it's not just about the academics. You need to look at other areas. What about food? What about sleep? What about exercise? When I hear that you're homeschooling your child, what that tells me is that you're probably a mother that pays attention beyond the regular mother. And that means that you should also pay attention to the other areas. It's not just the academics. What are they eating and how? How are they sleeping? How many hours of sleep do they get? Are they getting more than they should get? Are they getting less? Children need a lot of sleep, a lot more than they usually get. So you also want to do your investigations and know, for my children's age, this number of hours. It's not because they're in homeschool, they can sleep at any time, they can watch movies late into the night and wake up when they will, and just, no. You have to balance brain and body connection. And those basically, I would say, are the foundation matters that would be important to talk about before we go into each of the optimization. So let's start with academic optimization. Again, I would say that the first and most important thing is that you get equipped. It's so, so important that you get equipped. And I'm not talking about the fact that you want to homeschool a 5-year-old, so you want to, you say, oh, it's just 1 + 1, it's just 2 + 3. I know that. I'm talking about getting equipped to truly be a teacher. Because even teachers in regular school, I tell them, you're not teaching math, English, and what have you. You're teaching children, you're teaching humans, and that requires a lot more than, I have a first degree, how on earth will I not be able to teach little children? We know you know the content of what they're supposed to learn regarding their school, academics, and cognitive skills, yes, but there's a whole lot more than just that. So you need to equip yourself. Am I able to manage my own emotions well? Do I understand what I should look out for when I am actually teaching? Facial cues, are their expressions, are they getting it? Are they frustrated? Are they tired? Do I need to do something differently? Because at the end of the day, you're not those teachers that, I mean, unfortunately, very unfortunate reality is that we do have teachers who show up just for the pay. So you are not in that category. You're sure you decided to homeschool your own child because you had certain reasons to do so. So it's therefore important that you're not just checking, I taught them. You're checking, are they learning? Did I put in the strategies I should have put to ensure that learning took place? And can I ensure that I understand the learning styles? If you're homeschooling more than one child at a time, it means that you have to understand the different children you're homeschooling. What are their learning styles? Is this child a visual learner or an auditory learner or a kinesthetic learner? Do we need to move about more? Do we need to put up more posters? Is the house getting too overstimulating?
Where's my ear?
Okay, I think we have some of...
You can go.
That me.
You can go ahead.
Okay. So I need to understand my children, what's peculiar to who, and how can I ensure that each child is actually getting something that is relevant to them. Because one of the struggles of traditional school is that you have 20 children plus or minus in one class, and you have to figure out a way to carry everybody along. In truth, it is tough. Doable, but it's tough. But when you're homeschooling, you have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and it's way easier for you to be able to custom fit the package for every child. But it requires you getting yourself equipped, understanding learning styles. I said at the beginning, you're the teacher, you're the counselor, you're the psychologist. So you're taking courses in psychology, you're taking courses in teaching, you're taking courses. You don't have to say, oh, after all, I'm a lawyer, I went to law school. What's the big deal in teaching numeracy and literacy? There is a big deal because you're not teaching numeracy and literacy, you're teaching children. You also need to learn to spice up learning. When I say spice up learning, homeschooling, if care is not taken and it's just you're the only teacher, for example, and just one child or even two, it can, one of the struggles, it can get boring at a point. So you have to master how to spice up learning. You need to use strategies like chunking. You need to become a master at that yourself. You need to use gamification, introduce reward system, spaced repetitions. You can create songs out of anything, introduce stories, introduce games. You can, infuse visits and trips as often as possible. In the traditional school, field trips are usually like once or twice in the term. You can have a situation where you're having visits or trips, maybe every fortnight, depending on what works, and it's not just the regular field trips. You can create the most unusual trip ideas. You can decide to visit someone at home. So career day in school is that there'll be a hall full of students, and then you have a lawyer, you have a banker, you have a doctor. You can create a career visit model. Well, where you and your 2 or 3 children, you are visiting different professionals every day. So it's our career week, and on Monday we're going to visit a lawyer in his chamber. On Tuesday we're going to visit a doctor in her clinic, and on Wednesday we're going to. That's one idea. So again, you need to learn how to spice up learning so that the children do not feel like they're missing out on anything, because it's very possible. I've seen a child before who they had met at a gathering with cousins and all, and what school do you attend? What school do you attend? And then the child just looked down like, oh, I feel sorry for myself. And when I asked what happened, the child was being homeschooled. And I said, there's nothing to feel sorry about. The child should feel comfortable being homeschooled, and you shouldn't make the child feel like they're missing out on anything. If the child is, children are very big on packaging and names. I name everything. I was asking a child a few days ago. She had a teddy. I said, what's the name of your teddy? And she smiled. I give everything a name. Even my cup can have name. So you can homeschool and give the homeschool a name if you want. But if you don't want it, it's fine. Your child should feel comfortable to say, look, I'm being homeschooled. And someone will say, oh, really? What does that mean? What does that mean, rather? And then you say, oh, it means that I'm being schooled at home. My mom is my teacher, and I also self-learn and do this and that, depending. So it's very important that you spice up learning and make sure that your child is not missing in on anything. And then you need to instill independent habits. In reality, for children who go to traditional schools, there are days that their teachers will call in sick, or the teachers will not be able to make it because an emergency came up or something like that. But the class will still move because it's a school and there's somebody who can fit in. The head of school might even need to quickly, take her place, or one of the intervention teachers, or the school counselor, or the school psychologist. Somebody will just ensure that that class is not left unattended to for the day. But when you're homeschooling a child, if you fall ill or an emergency comes up, the children might just be left with nothing to do. So if there's something you want to ensure you do when it comes to academic optimization, you want to instill independent habits. You want to create checklists. You want to set goals and have frequent reflections with your child. When I homeschooled my excuse me.
Hello.
When I will practice, so I take him along with me to the office.
There was a break. There was a break.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, so we can hear you now.
Okay, great. So I was saying that we have to help children develop independent habits. We have to ensure that they can be on their own if an emergency happens. We need to instill habits like checklists, goal setting, and frequent reflections. So I cited an example when I was homeschooling my son. I had to take him to the office. I do run a private practice, and homeschooling wasn't taking place at home. It was in my office, and it had a room where we used for his sessions. So we had a timetable, and there were times that I was supposed to take him. He also had another teacher who was coming in to take him, but there were times I was supposed to take him and I couldn't. Or even officially, after like a few months, officially on the timetable, we had times where he would be left by himself to take on some things on his own. And what helped to guide were checklists and goals, and frequent reflections about, okay, so what have you done in the last hour? What did you achieve? What are we doing next? So it's important that for every homeschooling family, we need to instill independent habits in the children so that their academics will not be affected, even on days where an emergency comes up or on days where mommy wakes up with a cold or something and the usual learning cannot take place. So I believe that these are like basics that we need to understand for academic optimization. And of course, one thing that's not here, I think is on the tips page, but I'm not sure. Let me just mention it now, is when it comes to academics, we have standards. We have standards that the children are supposed to be able to meet up. I'll say that the first standard that I would say is perhaps global, is the level where they finish their secondary education. So WAEC, IGCSE, what have you. You should have that big goal in mind that what to meet this milestone by so time when it comes to academics. So you want to keep your eyes on the goal. You want to make sure that you're familiar with the curriculum. Are you using a Nigerian curriculum? Are you mixing the Nigerian and British curriculum? Are you infusing the Asian curriculum? Or are you just doing a salad of different modes? And how are you going to ensure that at the end of the day, your child is better off, having gone through the homeschooling experience? Now, let's go to behavior optimization. Trying to change my slides. Okay, yes. Behavior optimization, the first thing again is the same thing I put for academic optimization. You have to be equipped. You cannot help your children to be the best that they can be when it comes to behavior if you are struggling yourself significantly. And that doesn't mean being perfect. I am not perfect either. What it means is that you have to be ready for the challenges. You have to be ready to handle what it takes. If, for example, you said or did something to your children that was inappropriate, you should know that you should apologize. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in a parent saying, I'm sorry. Being their parent doesn't make you their boss, and they deserve respect from you just as you deserve from them. So it's important to get yourself equipped and treat the mind like it exists. I put this there because in the last 1 decade, I've been shouting and shouting and shouting. Sometimes I feel so unheard about the fact that emotional health is as important as physical health, is as important as spiritual health. All our children, whether they're being homeschooled or they're going to traditional schools, they all do physical health education, they do practical, they do the one they would talk about in their classrooms. And then we do something about spirituality as well. There's CRK in school, there's IRK in school, and even the homeschooling parents, they're doing something religious for the children because we also know that a soul exists and we want to take care of that. But what about the mind? What are we doing? Homeschooling is one huge opportunity for you to infuse emotional health education into your curriculum. That's something that we've been trying to shout for the government to hear for years, and it's tough. But you are your own government. You are the president of your school. You are the government. You are the one building the curriculum. So please go ahead and infuse emotional health education from day one, irrespective of the age of the child that you're homeschooling. The way you start with what's it called? Cognitive education. From the time they're 2, you're teaching them sounds and this and that. From the time they're 2, you're teaching them how to brush their teeth, physical care. You can teach emotions from day one. Use the popsicle sticks, use the feelings, faces, happy, sad. Let them understand these emotions. Let them know that these emotions are fine and there's nothing to feel guilty about. There's nothing wrong with being sad or being angry. It's just how you show, how you express it. Because you're angry, you cannot hit your brother. You can't break this or that because you're angry. There's a way to show anger. Let them understand from day one that their minds exist and this is the way to take care of their minds, and you are gradually growing them and helping them to improve. And I was having a conversation with someone about infusing emotional health education into the curriculum, and I went on and on about how this is so important, and the person was like, that's is very abstract, you can't teach it to little children. I said, says who? I have done it over and over, and I've done it even for schools that care to have it in their curriculum. For a homeschooling setting, is way easier because you have fewer children. It can be practical, it can be concrete. We can help children to understand emotions and how to manage and how to feel their feelings and talk about how they feel rather than just acting out. Because you see, so I told this person, I said, you think it's too matured to teach children emotional health education, but we teach them emotional suppression, which is wrong and dangerous. We teach children that when you hear how are you, you should just say fine, even when you're crying. So you see a child crying and you're asking how are you? I'm fine. How can you be fine and you're crying? So we teach emotional suppression. How are we doing that? So teaching emotional health education doesn't mean you're going to sit a child down and say, what is emotional health education? They'll cram the definition. For God's sake, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about helping children to understand their own feelings and how to manage and express their feelings in a healthy manner, helping them with clear expectation, natural consequences, praising their effort, role-playing what you expect them to do, anger management and all that. And we're talking about avoiding labeling, because sometimes you're homeschooling your child or your children and you're comparing one to the other. Can't you see your brother? And we go on and on and on. That's labeling. And then sometimes we even go ahead to, what's it called now? We go ahead to threaten them. I'll send you back to school if you continue behaving like this. And I'm wondering, is that supposed to be a punishment or something? Who's going to be at the losing end? So I think that it's important that we realize that to optimize behavior, children's emotional health has to be considered, because behavior is the end point, is the end result of emotions. This is how it happens. Emotions happen every day all around us. Right now, as I'm speaking, some of you are smiling, some of you are frowning, some of you are wondering, whatever it is, these emotions are reflex. You didn't plan it. And it lasts just a few seconds. But what it does is, he doesn't just go away. He gives rise to feelings. And these feelings stay a little longer. And these feelings give rise to thoughts. And then the thoughts will eventually give rise to actions that we call behavior. So if you're talking about behavior optimization, you cannot but talk about emotions, because that's where it all starts from. You need to understand root causes. Why do children do the things they do? There's no human being that just does something just for the sake of doing. When your child is crying, there's a reason. Even if you say, oh, this child is naughty, this child just wants to frustrate me, there's a reason why that child wants to frustrate you, even if you're right. So it's important to understand root causes. You want to understand your child's needs and emotions and their coping mechanisms and strategies. Children also go through trauma. Trauma is an injury, an emotional injury. Anyone can feel emotionally injured. That's the truth. I remember growing up with a very low self-esteem, and I used to think that, oh, how come my sister is better than me? How come this, how come that? Looking back, I still can't tell how or why it started, but something must have happened. So for everything that your child is going through, for every behavior that has been, shown to you, there is something wrong. There's something that's causing it, and you have to pay attention to these details. Until you do all of this, you cannot optimize behavior. I say something that when a child has rash or fever, you're never going to look at the child and say, how on earth can you have fever? What are you saying? How can you have rash? You're not going to chastise them. You're going to look for solutions. You're going to get them to the doctor. You're going to have them treated. But when it comes to emotional health, the way children show that they need help, the way children show that they're traumatized is by misbehaving. So when a child misbehaves, you're not going to chastise them and start going on and on about, no, this doesn't mean that you're not going to be disciplined. No, we already talked about setting clear boundaries and expectations. This simply means that you're going to pay attention and not just continue to think that this child just wants to frustrate you. Why would your child want to frustrate you? The child is telling you something, you're the one not getting it. You have to ensure that you listen to what they're not saying to optimize behavior in a homeschooling setting. And when it comes to discipline and punishment, you must clearly understand from day one that they're totally different things. Discipline is about setting limits. Punishment is one consequence of exceeded limits. There are other consequences, and you have to clearly differentiate them and ensure that whatever happens, you create a safe environment. With children, when they don't feel safe, they can't learn. They can't learn academics, they can't learn skills, they can't even learn behavior and values that you're trying to instill into them. If they're afraid of you, if they're anxious when you're around, you're probably not achieving anything. So it's important to understand all of these things in order to achieve optimal behavior. I hope I'm keeping to time. Okay. Balancing academics. Okay. I'll just run through the rest of my slides. Balancing academics and behavior, we've talked about academics optimization, behavior optimization. Now, how do we balance it? We need to remember that both are important. There's no use having very smart children who are poorly behaved. And there's no use if our children are struggling and they're very well behaved. Both will affect themselves eventually. They will, so if you have a child who's doing very well, but very poorly behaved, the child's growth will be limited because behavior will stand in the way, and vice versa. So we have to remember that both are important. We have to be consistent. That's supposed to be consistent. I apologize. Be consistent. That's it. I have consist on my screen. Must have been an error while I was preparing my slides. So be consistent, meaning that when you set routine, when you set expectations, you should have rules in your classroom. They can't just say, oh, mommy, I want to sleep. Oh, mommy, I want to, because you're homeschooling. No, there should be rules and regulations in the classroom when learning is taking place. There should be a formal setting where you can take classes, even though sometimes you want to go outside this setting. But whatever it is that you've created, you have to be consistent with it, because most times results are not gotten from doing fantastic things. Results are gotten from doing little things consistently. That's what gets results. Connection always before correction. If there's anything you're going to take away from today's session, please, connection before correction. There is no use correcting a child that feels disconnected. We have the frontal part of the brain and the part of the brain that's just behind the head. And when children are agitated, when they feel unsafe, the frontal part of the brain, which is the thinking part, it flips. When it flips, no form of learning can take place. It's just a waste of time. Saying, hey, but I've told you that, that child feels unsafe and they're just focusing on safety, safety, safety. They're not learning anything. So please, please, and please, if you're a homeschooling parent, ensure that you are connected to your child. You have an emotional connection to your child. That's the only time learning can take place. That's the only time correction can take place. Remember to celebrate small wins. When you record, that's another essence of having some structure and writing things down. When you record, you realize that there's actually growth. But if you're just winging everything and just pouring everything over each other, you will just look back and some days you just start crying out. I'm not even sure this homeschooling is working. I don't know if my children are learning. But when you put things down, you will learn how to realize that there are small improvements and you will celebrate the small wins. It doesn't have to be big, gigantic moments that you celebrate. You can celebrate small wins to also encourage your child to keep going. And then prepare for rainy days. I've talked about how sometimes you might be unavailable because of a family emergency or because of ill health. You don't want your child to be left stranded with behavior or even with their regular routine or chores in the house. So have a checklist, have a timetable, just have something that prepares your children for those days when you might be unavailable. Of course, you want to also balance personal and societal expectations. You have your own personal expectations. The society expects your child to be able to do this or that. You don't want to go for family functions and it's so obvious that your child is lacking in certain social skills. And I say homeschooling is not a reason for your child to be lacking in any way. You should look for opportunities for the child. Let these children socialize. I'm homeschooling my child doesn't stop me from having opportunities for my child to interact with other children. Thankfully, we have the homeschooling community. I see their posts when they go out for field trips. I saw the Olumo Rock thing and I was like, yay. So please take these children out, let them interact with other children, take them for parties, let them have fun and relate with other children. Homeschooling your child simply means you are schooling them at home. It doesn't stop them from doing other things. So we need to balance that. And then your session should be short, focused. You need more breaks if you're homeschooling your child. You can't expect to run a 7:30 to 3 p.m. if you're homeschooling your child. You're just going to wear them out. Like I said, when I was homeschooling my son, we did shorter academic period and we achieved more because just one person you're teaching, we achieved more and we're able to imbibe a whole lot of other things outside academics that were very useful, that are still very useful. We had a subject like public speaking. We did the brain gym. We did all sorts of amazing things and we had fun. So please, short focus sessions and breaks. You need to have visual planners, task, chores. Have emotional check-in, daily emotional check-in. You can use, if you're creative, you can use cardboard to create like a pocket on the wall where they drop in their feelings. How do you feel this morning? Or you can buy this thing that women we use for our shoes. I don't know if you remember that thing. We used to hang it behind doors and then you put your shoes in it. So you can buy that and they can put their feelings. How do you feel today? Depending. You can have your emotions, the one that'll show anger, the one that'll show happy, sad, surprised. And then you're teaching them and you're also explaining to them how they use this. I mean, thankfully, because this is the field I work in, it wasn't very difficult. So I had journals that it would fill in, and then I had check-ins, but at least, if nothing, have an emotional check-in and let your child know it's safe for him or her to tell you, I don't feel good today, or I'm sad because of so and so. Or I'm sad, but I don't know why. And then you say, oh, okay, can we try to remember the last 2 or 3 things that happened? Could it be this? Could it be that? What you're doing is you're helping your child with emotional awareness, emotional regulation, and hopefully a more stable emotional health. Do a weekly review with your child. You might do your reviews on Friday if you choose. That's the end of your week, or Saturday, depending on what you want. And okay, what did we achieve at the end of this week? What were our goals when we started the week, and how well did we do? Check in with your big picture often. You have a big picture, there's a reason why you started. So check in with that big picture often and seek professional help when needed. I added that because a lot of times we think that as parents, homeschooling is an opportunity to just continue to push everything under the carpet. After all, you had one during the exam, you had one, my dear sister, my dear brother, you can't really deceive yourself for too long because, like I said, the child is eventually going to come out into the world. Even if you do homeschool till senior secondary school, the child will need to write standardized exams like IGCSE, WAEC, JAM, and the rest, and get into uni and then be there with others. And the honest truth is, if you've put something under the carpet for so long, it'll come back rearing its ugly head. So if you realize that your child is this or that, please seek professional help. And sometimes it can be a bit tricky with homeschooling because if you have just one child, for example, you may not be able to compare that child and say, oh, I think this child is a little more hyper than others, or I think my child is forgetting things, without judging the child. I mean, it's okay to actually compare with milestones without judging your child. So what I would advise is, as a homeschooling parent, make sure you have like checklists or milestone checklist for different aspects: physical development, academic development, language development, this and that. By so age, on the average, a child should be able to do this and that. By so age, a child should be able to do that and that. Because for me as a professional, the bulk of children that I see on a daily basis are from schools, and with a lot of resistance from parents. But schools are able to identify quickly because it's obvious that, oh, every other child is talking, this child isn't talking, or every other child is able to do this child isn't doing this. Could it be that there's a challenge? But in homeschooling, it may not be so obvious because that's the only child. So it's important for you to be very well informed about what the average. There's no fixed age that a child should be able to do something, but there's a range. So you want to be very familiar with that range so you can keep checking. And when you see your child falling beyond the range, please, please, and please do not be in denial. Seek professional help, because at the end of the day, you want to produce an adult that will be able to live in the society and
We can't hear you. Yes, ma.
don't expect you to be perfect. I'm not perfect either.
Can you go back a little bit? We didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. The part about professional help, was that?
Yeah, no, after that, just your conclusion, where you started your
Right.
conclusion.
So in conclusion, I did say that homeschooling is not about being perfect. Yes, I've said this and I've said that, but I don't expect you to be perfect. I'm not perfect myself. No human being is. So it's about progress. It's about learning from your child. You know, the child is the one leading you. You're running a child-centered learning. So it's not about pressuring that child. It's not about, this was when I homeschooled your brother, this was what we did, so we have to do the same. Every child is different and they all have their superpowers. Part of your job is to discover what the superpower of your child is And you should also see yourself as a work in progress. You're not perfect either. So homeschooling is not about being perfect. It's not about, oh, I can't do it. I'm not this kind of person Mrs. O has described. I haven't described any kind of person. I've only said that you should be very big on growth and you should be about progress and getting better. I've shared some strategies. Just pick one and start. And at the end of every new school year, and your new school year might be the regular school year with the rest of the children. It might be different from that. Personally, when I was homeschooling my children, I used the regular school year because I also wanted them to have holidays when other children had holidays so that, with their cousins, they can say, oh, we're on holiday, we're going to this place, we're going to, instead of everybody's on holiday and my child is saying, we have 2 hours of this or that, So I personally would prefer that I use the same calendar as the regular school, but everybody can afford to choose what they want. So, but at the end of every new school year, ask yourself, what is new this year? What am I bringing newly? What am I doing differently? What additional things am I doing? Am I even making up their learning corner? Maybe their learning corner used to be painted in cream. Can I do a sky blue? Can I put new posters? Let it be new and exciting for them. Let them feel just like it is in regular school. Most schools are renovating and painting now. So you can do the same at home as well, because you want to optimize learning and you also want behavior to be optimized. So I'm going to stop here and I'll take any questions if we have any. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. I hope this has been useful.
Thank you so much, Mizo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please give her a round of applause. If you have any questions, please leave them down in the comment, or you can speak. You can raise up your hand so that we can unmute yourself to speak. First, my own first question is, you said something about chunking. What does chunking mean?
Okay. Chunking is when you have a bit of something to teach to children. When you say chunk it, you're actually breaking it down into learnable bits. So for example, you want to teach the times table and time telling. Those are 2 things that give even school teachers headache. So instead of just introducing timetable and say you have to learn this, you can just introduce 2 times table, which is really easy to learn. And because just like counting in 2s, just keep one number, say the next, keep one number, say the next. The next time you want to move on to 5, because that's also quite easy. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So what you're doing is you're chunking it. You're not just pushing it down the throat. After 2 times a week, 3 times a week, 4 times a week, 5 times a week. No. So you're doing 2s and you're doing 5s. That's one chunk. And then the next chunk, you're moving to 3s and maybe 10s, because that's also like pretty easy. And then, before you go to the ones that don't really have a pattern and can be a bit tough. So what you're doing is you're breaking it down for the child one after the other. That's chunking, like breaking into steps that the child can better understand.
So there's another question that says the difference between you said something about discipline and then consequences. So can you reiterate what the difference is?
Okay, so I said that there's a difference between discipline and punishment. So discipline is about setting limits. It's about saying, these are the limits, these are the things we should do, these are the things we shouldn't do. It's about setting expectations, it's about giving rules and regulations. And again, just to digress a bit, when we give rules, we should also always give the rules in the positive light. So if you do not want your children to jump on the sofa, please don't say don't jump on the sofa. Say sit on the sofa. Because if you say don't jump on the sofa, even the child that didn't want to jump before has gotten the inspiration to jump because you've mentioned it. So say what you want instead of what you don't want. Because if I told you now that don't think about the yellow butterfly, you'll all probably be thinking about it. Yeah? Okay, so just think about the blue butterfly. So that is discipline, setting rules, giving, telling them what to do, what not to do, rather than assume that they should know. And then punishment, on the other hand, is one consequence of exceeding limits. So let children know the limits, first off. Let them know what will happen if they exceed the limits. And one of the things that could possibly happen if they exceed limits is punishment. So we shouldn't use the 2 words interchangeably, and we shouldn't think that in managing our classrooms, it's just about punishing them. Go face the wall, kneel down, do it all the time. Sometimes we should just, in fairness, ask ourselves, did we ever tell this children, this thing I'm punishing this child for, did I ever tell this child not to do it? Because sometimes we just think they came in from heaven with like a manual on what to do and what not to do. We should be the ones to lay the expectations and let them understand. So that's what I meant by differentiating, so that we can manage behavior better.
Okay, so another question. When you said punishment is one of the ways, what are
Yes.
other ways that
Okay. We can punish, which usually is like all the face the wall and this and that. We can also take away, we can take away like what's it called now? Benefits. But there's a terminology I'm trying to remember. Privileges, yes. That's another way. You can take away privileges. There can be positive and negative reinforcement, which basically is positive reinforcement is you've done something well, I'm doing this for you. Negative reinforcement, you didn't do this, so this is going to happen as a result of it. So those are other ways that you can, that you can handle exceeded limits, and sometimes natural consequence of exceeded limits. So for example, if you've told a child, do not go to, maybe have a small farm at home, and you've told him or her, don't wet the plants before so time, and the child goes ahead to do that and the plant dies, that's like a natural consequence. And if the child is so fond of this plant and starts to cry, that's already a natural consequence. But sometimes you, as parents, will still give additional punishment. We even say, why are you crying? Why are you crying? Is the child, I mean, the child is just being very sad because of what has happened. So we just have to be very careful about instilling discipline to our children and helping them to stay within the limits of our values.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you so much. I have to say that Mizo is one of, because I'm very big on assessment and assessing my children year in, year out. And she's been very helpful. She has helped me assess my son at some point, but I needed to assess him professionally, and she offers that service as well. So, and as you can tell, she's very good. She's very good. So thank you so much, ma'am. Is there any other question? Any other question? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Ma, for sharing about, optimizing both academics and behavioral development for the children. So my question particularly is, how do you kind of balance, because you mentioned at the point that you were working and taking your child to the office. So in my case, I'm not going to the office, though I'll be doing a whole lot of outing than I do on a regular basis. So my question is, how do I balance, homeschooling and my new schedule of work and things like that? Because I've been really considering that maybe it's time I should just drop off these kids so that I can have, more time to work. So what's your advice now?
Tough question. I'm not an homeschooling expert. I think the question should have been for Tommy, but I have just about 3+ years of homeschooling. But I'll say that when I was taking my child to the office, it was my office. It's my own private practice. So it wasn't like I took my child to work, and because every workplace has its own policy, and I do not expect you to be working in an office and take your child to the office. But it was my office, and I had spare rooms, and I used one of the spare rooms for my child. And obviously, I was working in the office at some point. So we had a timetable, and I had to take him at some point. But I also got one other person to take him at some other point. My husband was also involved, so he took him at some other point. And at the end of the day, we had a fairly balanced schedule. So I had my free time where I could then focus on my office work. So if you're going to be going out a lot, you can have a routine like that where you can actually have one or two other persons join you in the teaching so that you can go about your other functions. Yeah, I hope that helps, and I'm sure that the experts can give more insights.
I thank you, Ma.
You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you so much.
You're most
This Mizo she has moved things around for us today. So if you have any questions, now is the time to quickly ask before she has to go. Thank you so much once again, Ma, for your time. Thank you so much for being generous with your wisdom. I really
Thank you for
appreciate
having me. Thank you for the opportunity.
it. Please help me say thank you to her in the comments. Help me say thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so before we go on to the next session, I'll take a few more rounds of homeschooling 101 questions. So homeschooling 101, if you're homeschooling, if you are thinking about homeschooling, if you are in the process and you're having some challenges, please, you can unmute and then let me know the questions and I'll be happy to answer. So after this session, this quick question and answer session, we're going to have the speaker that's going to talk to us about self-care. And then we'll have a panel session with current homeschooling parents who had their children in school and decided to either take a gap year or homeschool them. And then finally, we're going to have a speaker speaking to us about nutrition as a tool for brain development. So stick with us. So if you have any questions on homeschooling right now, please raise up your hand and let's tackle it. We have about 15, 20 minutes thereabouts for that. Okay. I was scared. Okay, I'm waiting though for the questions.
Okay, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay, please, I would like to ask for the homeschooling community, apart from field trips, bonding session, hangouts, like what else do they do? Because some the facilitators talked about mentorship, talked about emotional health education. I don't know how the homeschooling community can really help with this, especially the aspect of the emotional health education. Sincerely, I think parents can't do this alone. In fact, kudos to parents that are homeschooling. I'm not homeschooling, but I know there are strategies that has been shared here that can help me um raise an wholesome child, and that's why I join every year. My current situation would not allow me homeschool fully. So I'm just asking how, because I really like the fact that the homeschooling community started the field trip thing, and I hope that they sustain it and even take it a step further. I'm happy and really commend to me for what you're doing, especially opening up the field trips to people lately. That's highly, highly commendable. So please, the question is, apart from the hangouts, the field trip, what else does the community do, and how can they also bridge the gap of finding mentors? Because that was so profound. The church taught me, my parents were not really available, like it wasn't their fault. Life happened. But church, I had mentors in church that taught me that, like, I believed them, like, I really, really believed them, and it shaped my destiny for real. So, how can the home community really work on this? And that's my question. Thank you. And extracurricular as well. Extracurricular, emotional health, and then the mentorship thing. Thank you.
Okay. So if we're talking about mentorship, I'll tell you how I do it now for my children, for my son. Because let me first talk broadly about, infusing it into the community. We have to be strategic again in how we introduce a lot of things. We've been doing homeschooling conversations since 2019, right? But the community did not work until 2 years ago. And it's not for lack of trying. So and I knew that once people started coming out and seeing the benefits, then it was going to stick, right? So, and that's what happened. People started coming out and they started seeing the benefits, and that's what informs why the group is still working, because people are seeing the benefits. If you bombard things too much, I'm explaining why the community is not yet a right platform to do that. If you bombard things, it's all well and good where we are speaking now. People will see the idea, but when it's time to commit to things, that's when you start seeing, oh, there'll be drop-offs and drop-offs and drop-offs. I don't even expect there to be 100%, right? But then once the time is right, it will be scalable. Because I don't like to do things that are not sustainable. Like trying something and then next year I'll say I'm not doing it again, because there are some things that, yes, inevitably will happen, but that's why it's not on a community level. And we're not doing it on a community level yet, because I've not seen a sustainable way for it to work yet, right? So if you have a sustainable way for it to work, that would be a good option. But on a parental level, what you can do on a parental level is don't go too far. Don't go too far. You have friends that are wise. You have friends that are good. You have friends that you have access to them. Don't think mentorship for your children should be anything big. You have friends that have good heads on their shoulders. Speak to those people. Even if it's 5 minutes via Zoom or via Google Meet, to say, oh, can you speak to my child on this topic? Can you please speak to my child on this topic? Can you please, this is my goal for this session that I want you to speak to them. I've had people talk to my son over Zoom, over wherever, because of course I can't see all the people that I want to be influences over his life physically. So Zoom is a good idea, Google Meet, WhatsApp, whatever. But you have to be intentional about directing what you want the conversation to be about. So you cannot just say, oh, mentor my children, because again, they are still young, right? But you just want to say, oh, can you give us 5 minutes or 10 minutes of your time where you talk to my son about leadership, for example, or talk to my son about your experience we have good friends. Anybody that does not have good friends should at least you have 1 or 2 good friends, or you have people that you can DM on Instagram for 5 minutes of their time, right? That you've interacted with, not just maybe random popular people that won't answer you, but that you've interacted with, that you can say, okay, please, can you talk to my child about XYZ, right? Because you know them, you know their values, you know what they stand for, and you know that they're not going to tell your child something, and you're there when they are speaking. And that can be done on Saturday, it can be done on Sunday, it can be done in the evening. So it's not about, oh, homeschooling or anything. It can be done anytime. So from the parental level, first, you can start as simple as that. Let's not make it too complicated, right? So start on that level and reach out to your friends, schedule a meeting with them, let them talk to your children. You said something else, I can't remember, sorry. There was one last thing. Yinka, you said one last thing, I can't remember. Okay, so I hope that answered it then, because I think you said something else that you said. I can't remember.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes.
So let me answer another question before we go to our next speaker. How do I schedule the homeschooling for my 2 kids, age 5 and 3, at the same time, because I struggle with getting them to focus on their individual work? In my own experience, 5 and 3, for me, it's still play, right? And they are multiple age. To be honest, they can do the same things. They can do the same things, but you differentiate in terms of, oh, this is a 5-year-old, this is a 3-year-old. What this 3-year-old is playing with, how they will engage in terms of the challenges that they'll meet in that play will be different. So if you're, say, for example, you're teaching numeracy, I just want to make it numeracy because that's not my own first step, but numeracy, for example, if you're teaching awareness for a 3-year-old for them to know the numbers, you can be teaching the other one how to quantify. It's the same thing, but this one is just learning how to identify or how to recognize 1 and 2. This one is learning how to count 1 and 2 and 3. So they can do the same things. I don't want you to be stuck on, oh, what do I schedule in homeschooling? Both of them can do the same things. Give them 20 minutes, 30 minutes. For this age, to be honest, it should not be as long as that. Like your one-on-one time with them should not be more than 20. And 20 minutes is just factoring the time where they'll say they're not focusing, they'll say they're not doing. If it's like focus time, it should not be more than 10 minutes. Honestly, for this age, it should not be more than that. Because for their age, you're not expecting them to be focused. They don't have that kind of attention span to be focused, right? So they can definitely do similar things. And they're closer in age. So even when they're literally, honestly, they are so close in age, it's just 2 years. The gap is not too much. Even as they're growing older, they can still do the same thing, and it's even going to even out eventually, right? So I don't think you should worry about it. Do a bulk planning for this age and then differentiate in how to make it more challenging for your 5-year-old and how to make it less challenging for a 3-year-old. Even when you're doing like fine motor skills and stuff, if you want to do fine motor skills activities, there's a way to make it more challenging for your 5-year-old and what you are giving your 3-year-old that will not be as challenging as the 5-year-old. And you're still doing the same thing. You're still working on fine motor skills. You're still working on gross motor skills. You expect a 3-year-old maybe to jump up and down, maybe lift their leg from the ground. You expect a 5-year-old to be able to hop on one leg. You're still working on gross motor skills. And then you are differentiating in terms of how they do it and how challenging it is. So please don't overthink it. The focus thing, I'm sure if you give everybody a mic, it's the same thing across board. Absolutely. It's not expected that they will sit down for 20 minutes and just be waiting for me to say, oh, do this, and they'll just be doing, no, they'll move around, they'll do. So set clear, as in realistic expectations as well, will help you not think too much about it. Yeah. So any other questions, you can unmute. I think our next speaker is here, but I can still take like 1 or 2 more questions.
Good afternoon, Ma.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for this homeschooling conversation. This is my first time joining this conversation, and I can say that it's been very insightful. I appreciate you for organizing something like this for us. Okay, so I intend to homeschool my 1-year-old baby. It will be 1 year next in October, and I want to know how can I get started. I know that it shouldn't be very structured yet. I should focus on play, but how do I ensure I engage in a structured play, yet it's still learning? I know he's 1 year old and he's still young, but how can I get started? Because I want to homeschool him for like 3 years and I don't know how to go about it. And also, secondly, I would like to know if what are the rudiments? What do I need to do to join the community of homeschooling moms? I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in a French-speaking country, so I might not be um, available for maybe fig trees because I've been following you online, and I know you organize fig trees from time to time. So how can I get
Where are you
started?
though?
What do
Where are
I
you?
need to do?
Where are you?
Benin, Cotonou.
That's not the place I know.
Yes.
That's not the place I know somebody. Anywho's
Okay. So that's my question, ma'am. Thank you so much for the audience.
yes. You're welcome. So if you for getting started for your 1 year old baby, like they've said, a lot of people have said you focus on yourself first. So at this point, I would say focus on yourself because what you need first, again, you have a I always tell people to give themselves at least a year. Give yourself a year to be able to figure out. Some people say 2 years, but I say give yourself a year to be able to figure out the rudiments and the things that you like by trying out things, right? So you have a year and your baby is still young. So what you need to do first is understanding your goals and what you want. You've already outlined that you want to homeschool for 3 years. So you have a goal. You already have a time limit, right? And for that 3 years, what are the things that you want to achieve with your child? What are things you want to achieve with your child? And then outline the values that you have as a person. So you have, what are your values as a person? What are the most important things to you? And these are the values you now want to instill in your child. And then once you now realize that, oh, these are the values I have, this is my goal for my child, then you can say what resources are available that align with those values. Because there are different methods to homeschooling, and depending on the method that you pick, you can either be sitting down at a desk with your child at 2, or you can be giving them 5 minutes for their sessions. So depending on that, once you outline your values and what you think about education and what you want for your child, then if you are the person that wants, it's the structure you want, you know that you lean towards the one that gives you structure. If you want that, oh, just these first 3 years, I want to solidify in my values, in my faith, in my whatever, you know that your value-based education is what you're going to focus on for your child, because that's what you want to focus on for 3 years. And you find resources that align with that thing that you want to do. So yes, there are many methods, there are many resources, but once you have clearly what you want, then you can say, oh, this one aligns with my values, this one doesn't. Can I look for something inside there that aligns with my values? If I can't find, discard that resource. If you find, so it is about first knowing what you want, your values, and then looking for resources. Find he's 1 year old and 2 years old. Honestly, it's not too early for you to be able to define it. It's not early for you to be able to find what you want, so that even when your child maybe transitions out of homeschooling at 3 years old, you will still be able to, the school that you pick for the child would align with those things you have outlined. Do you get? So everything will flow from there. So in terms of structure, to be honest, like what to do with your child, it is eventually becomes one of the easiest parts of it. But the hardest parts again is you writing, which is why I tell people to give themselves a year. Read books, understand what education is about, understand the values you want, and then try them out. Because sometimes we have these grand ideas in our minds, but when it's time for us to actually see, we say, in my setting, this one might not work. You might be open to like, oh, I want to go to different places, I want to that. But then you realize that you're in Lagos, and at the end of 1 year, you visited all the places that you want to go to. So it's like, okay, how would this work again in my reality and in my context? So there are some people where they are at, they have unlimited places they can visit. They will not even visit it in 1 year. Or they have the security in their country enough for them to do a road trip all the way to wherever. But your reality says, I can't carry my car today and say, I'm just going to Enugu by road. Say who born you? Do you understand? So sometimes even some of the visions that we have might not fit into our context. So if you try for a year, then you'll be able to say, okay, this one how can we adjust? How can we adjust? How can we adjust? So it's good that your son is still young and you know that you're still supposed to play. Starts with that. Play while you are learning until you now figure out, okay, this is exactly how, because that will be the bedrock of the rest of his educational years. You just continue reviewing and reviewing and reviewing. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mom. Thank you.
Yeah, so.
Thank you, Mom. It answered my question.
So in terms of this community, right now, we don't have that kind of community, like a virtual community where, we don't have that at the moment now. Okay, someone's okay. Yeah, somebody mentioned a very, very valid point. Shokwe mentioned something. Say, let your baby just go around with you. He or she will pick up talking, interaction, identification. Your values, health, sleep, like Mr. Niola said, you can just focus on good meals, sleep, value talking. After age 3 to 4, you can look for some semi-serious pattern. Yeah. So in terms of structure, these are the things. That's a very, very good point as well. So yes, do we have any more? We have space for one more question. We can take one more question. We can take one more question. Okay, so if we don't have any more questions, let me go ahead to introduce our next speaker. Let me confirm. I've seen her on the call already. So she's here. Okay, let me introduce our next speaker. We're going to be speaking on self-care for homeschooling parents. So Telma is the founder of Mindful Moms and the convener of the Good Plan, an initiative dedicated to helping women, especially mothers, thrive through intentional learning, intentional living, and strategic support. With nearly a decade of experience in the corporate world, she made a bold transition from corporate life to focus fully on impact-driven work. Her passion for community care is long-standing, shaped by years of quiet service, including outreach to orphanages and care homes. Today, she leads a growing community of nearly 300 members through the Mindful Moms, where she teaches women to prioritize self-care, embrace personal growth, and fearlessly pursue their dreams, not in spite of motherhood, but through it. So with a warm welcome, please give a round of applause for Telma Showande as she talks to us about self-care for the homeschooling parent.
Thank you so much, Tommy, and good afternoon, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Let me quickly share my screen. Give me 1 second. So. Or can you guys help me share it from your end? I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, found it. Never mind. Yeah. Okay, can you see my screen? I can't hear anybody anymore. Okay, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope we are all doing well. So today, as Tommy said, I'll be talking to us about self-care for the homeschooling parents. And I just want to start off by saying, you guys, homeschooling parents, you deserve a PhD in patience, and I'm here to give you your flowers because I don't know how you guys do it, and I can't even lie. I can't, it's not something I'll ever be able to do. I'll give you a story, right? So I used to work 9 to 5, and obviously, when you finish dealing with the craziness at work, you come back home and then you're dealing with the children. So one time I decided to go on leave and we went on holidays, which meant that the typical help we get in Nigeria, it meant there was none of that. It was just going to be me. It meant there was no laptop to say, oh, I'm in a meeting, don't disturb me. None of that. I had to be with my children the whole day. And it was really crazy, to say the least. It was mommy every 2 seconds. And honestly, I really applaud you guys for the work that you're doing, because I know that it's not easy, right? So here's your PhD in patience, and thank you very much. Right. So I want to start off by, going through the reality of a homeschooling parent, because from experience, I know that when we tend to do things over and over and over again, we tend to kind of, will I say, lose sight of how much we tend to do, because all of a sudden it has become routine, and the thing with routine is you are almost like in a robot mode, right? You're just going and going and going and going. So you guys wear multiple hats. You are the teacher, you plan the curriculum, you are the facilitator, as well as trying to motivate your kids. You are the examiner, you are the parent and the teacher all year round without traditional breaks, which I think I heard one of the speakers say something about that as well. And you are at the same time managing the entire household, which that in itself is a lot of work, which we can all attest to. And with all this comes the invisible load, right? Because you are doing all these things, and at the end of the day, you tend to forget who you are. Sometimes it leads to loss of identity. Why? You are planning the lessons for your family, you are managing your household, you're keeping track of your finances, the bills, making sure that everything is paid in time, not to even forget the part where we all need to survive, which is the part I don't like the most. Mommy or daddy, what are we going to have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Imagine just you, one person, you're having to go through all this, and then somehow you forget yourself. No matter how bad your day gets, your children will always be top of mind. You need to cheer them on. Even though you are so stressed, you hide your own stress. You put yourself in the back burner because why? You need to be your children's number one cheerleader. And oftentimes, it leads to a lot of us feeling guilty for wanting a break because maybe fear of people will be like, oh, this person is not doing well simply because you decided to want a break, which is human, which is why God created rest, right? So these are the invisible loads that we all carry, and we carry them without even knowing because we are so immersed in being, yeah, we are so immersed in our routine, in our daily routines that we just forget. You just wake up in the morning, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And oftentimes it leads to it will affect your physical health, your emotional, your mental health, especially as homeschooling parents, because you are around your children 24/7. You go to bed at the same, maybe not at the same time, but you wake up, is your children, school time, when it comes to your lesson planning and all that, your children, break time, you're everywhere. So you guys, that invisible load is real. So let's go right into what self-care really is. I find that oftentimes when we talk about self-care, everybody automatically sees dollar signs, or will I say naira signs, because we're in Nigeria, right? And people often associate self-care with, oh, if I don't have a bathtub in my house, or if I'm not going to the spa, or if I'm not wearing a face mask, it means that I am not automatically doing anything to care for myself. And I'm here today to tell you that that is a blatant lie. Self-care is simply intentionally caring for yourself. And I'm not talking about just breathing. Breathing is automatic. It's something that we all know that if you're not able to breathe, you probably just fall down in the next few seconds. I'm talking about taking the time to reflect on, okay, I notice or I observe that I have a headache. What do I do to take care of that headache instead of trying to push through and making sure that everybody else is all right without taking 1 minute to just stop and say, okay, since I have a headache, why not take paracetamol, right? So self-care is intentionally, the key word there is intentionally taking care of yourself physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, in order for you to maintain good well-being, have a balanced well-being. It's not about, and I think there is a very, well, I say bad stigma on self-care, because when people see, especially women, taking care of maybe their hair, their nails, or doing whatever it is that is required for them to feel like themselves, people automatically assume that, oh, she's a selfish woman, she's a selfish mother, simply because of that fact. So I want to reiterate here today that self-care is not selfish. It is a way for us to survive, and it is the very beginning of you starting your wellness journey. We're going to go straight into the different types of self-care. which we have physical, which is rest, nutrition, and movement. I would also like to add hydration in there. We have emotional, because we all know that being a parent is an emotional roller coaster. You can wake up okay, but by the time your children wake up, it's another thing that is going to happen, right? So you need to take care of your emotions as well. And the way you can do this is through journaling, therapy, or talking to your friends or loved ones. We have mental self-care, which again is a way to challenge your mind, learn something new, right? It's easy to it's easy for a lot of us to just be so immersed in whatever we're doing. If you're a 9 to 5, for instance, you are working, working, all your mind is channeled towards helping your business. A homeschooling parent, the same thing. You are immersed in making sure that the curriculum is good, everything is okay. That sometimes we forget about our own mental well-being. We don't really do things to challenge our minds. We are not even trying to be informed about, okay, outside of homeschooling, outside of this, my company that I work in, what else is there, right? So that's another key part that I think a lot of us we tend to forget. There's the social one, which is spending time with loved ones and creating healthy boundaries. The spiritual one, where you have praise and worship, you pray, you meditate, and then gratitude practice. And the last one, which is intellectual self-care. I feel like this one is often overlooked, and I always like to include it. I'll give you a story about intellectual self-care. When I was working my 9 to 5, again, just like I said, I was so immersed in making sure that everything that I needed to do for my company was being done or whatnot. So I made sure that everything was going good, that when I did not get what I thought I required, which of course is a promotion, I became resentful. And in that resentfulness, I started to reflect and be like, okay, now that I've given my whole to this company and I'm not getting what I really want back in return, it's time for me to look here. What do I have here? If I want to leave this company, right? What do I need to do? What do I want to pivot into? And it led me to taking new courses. I sat down, I reflected, and I said, okay, I want to go into project management. And from there, I took a course on Prince 2. I did the foundation, I did the practitioner, and I was amazed at myself. Me, that I don't even like book on a normal day. I did really, really, really well. A course that people had to retake the exam multiple times, I took it just once and I passed. And it sparked my interest in agile, sparked my interest in product management, and these different things I was able to do simply because I became mindful and aware that, okay, this part of me is lacking and I need something. I need to take care of that part of me just for me to be well. So intellectual self-care is very important. And it's the same thing, just like I mentioned about mental self-care. Don't say because you are so into the homeschooling part or that particular thing that you're doing, you're going to forget about yourself and do what you need, so that when you go out, when you step out of the homeschooling community, you're able to hold conversations about other things that are happening outside of that area. So it's very important, right? And recall when I said, when people talk about self-care, everybody automatically assumes, oh, let's go to the spa. No. Spa is not the start and end or the be-all of self-care. A simple 10-minute walk or a 10-minute stretch before your lessons begin for the day. That in itself is self-care. Going outside to collect breeze or vitamin D, right? While the kids are doing their assignment or whatever task it is you assign to them, that is self-care. Saying no to things that drain you, saying no to extra commitments or things that you know will not directly impact you, is a way of protecting yourself, is a way of caring for yourself. Listening to music while you're cooking or just sitting down and listening listening to music and really just being in really love is praise and worship. There are times when I just feel down and I don't even know what's wrong with me. But the moment I just look for one nice praise and worship leader on YouTube, and immediately my spirit is lifted. So out of all these things, how many of them call for paying any money? Absolutely none. Another one I would like to include here is taking a nap. I think we underestimate the power of naps, because sometimes as parents, we don't have a choice. Even if you're not a morning person, you have to wake up in the morning and make sure that everybody is good, everything is good, everywhere is taken care of, everywhere is cleaned. So in waking up in the morning, sometimes you lose a lot of sleep and you just really need to take a nap for 10 minutes for you to be okay mentally. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? So we're going to move straight on into, I did a small, let's say, cost and benefit analysis, but cost versus benefits of self-care. And I really don't want to just glaze over this, because I really want each and every one of us to put ourselves in this picture and see what you're doing. I don't want to say wrong, because a lot of us, prior to this whole self-care thing, we didn't know what to do. We did not even know that we're not taking care of ourselves. I think our ideology and what society has fed us is the fact that, listen, you, without saying it though, oh, you don't matter. You need to make sure your husband is good, your children are good, and nothing about, oh, make sure that you are good, right? So I want you to really, really think about it. Think about the areas where you feel you might be lacking and what you need to do to make sure that that area of your life is taken care of and is sorted. So let's go through it real quick, yeah? So the cost of neglecting self-care versus the benefits of practicing it, starting off with the one that we can all see, the physical impact. When you tend to do too much without saying, oh, what does Thelma need or what does Tommy need? You end up with chronic fatigue. You are frequently ill. You are always breaking down. And it's not malaria, it's not typhoid, it's not an infection. You are just always ill. Stress, poor sleep. Why? Because you are up late trying to make sure that everything for the next day is prepared, which is not a bad thing. But when you sleep late and you wake up early, automatically you are sleep deprived. Stress, and then your health is neglected. But when you do decide to practice self-care by going on morning walks, by making sure that you are hydrated, by making sure that you take your vitamin C, for example, or you take whatever immunity or wellness shots that you need to take for you to be physically well, automatically your energy is increased, your immunity is better, you're able to get quality sleep. Physically, you are resilient, and then your health is improved. You're not taking, you're not walking for 1 kilometer and then you're out of breath. No, straight onto the emotional impact. If you do not take care of your emotional well-being, you will be constantly irritable. I will never forget when I had gone to work at one point. I thought I was done with work for the day. And then as soon as I came back home, my boss called me. I was like, oh, you need to do this. I was so angry. I'm like, I've been at work all day. Why do I need to come back home and still be doing work? So as soon as I got home, I didn't even change, open my laptop. And all my son wanted from me at that point was, oh, mommy, maybe just ask me a question. I know how kids can get, say, mommy, 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 right? So I was so irritated. What is it? Leave me alone. Why are you calling me? I can never forget that day. And I had to go back to him and apologize. And that was the day I knew that, okay, I really needed to take care of that area of my life. If not, you know what we call pepper body in Nigerians. Where are my Nigerians over here? You know what they aren't tired? That was what my problem was that day. So if you don't take care of that part of you, you'll be irritable, right? You'll be sad for no reason. You'll be resentful for no reason. You'll be overwhelmed and you always have anxiety. But if you're able to make sure that you are good emotionally, there will be this patience. Who has ever experienced a situation where maybe you had 30 minutes to yourself, right? And all of maybe the kids, maybe your husband took the kids out and you had just that 30 minutes to just be with yourself, sit in silence, not really do anything. And then the moment they come home, no matter what they do at that point, even though they were really naughty, you just be, make sure you don't do that again, okay? That is enhanced patience. And the only way you'll be able to get that patience is if you take care of your emotional well-being. You have a sense of calm, a sense of control. You're not doing anything, you are just being annoyed for no reason. Now, if we look at the educational impact, which obviously is why you're here, and the truth is, if you do not in any way take care of your physical health, your mental health, all those areas that make you a highly functioning individual, and then you say that you're a homeschooling parent, it's going to impact your kids educationally. And that is where you have reduced creativity, low oh Jesus, my English, we're going to leave it. Poor adaptability, and then shortcuts, especially mechanical teaching. This mechanical teaching sticks out to me because I remember in uni, my economics teacher, and I studied economics, so he just used to come and read out from the handouts. I don't know what he thinks he came to do. Everything, and he's the one that sold those handouts, so everything that he wrote, you just come and read it out. You're not taking time to break down concepts, you're not taking time to give examples and really impact the knowledge that you came to impact. So if you don't make sure that you're good, it's going to impact your children in this way. And I don't think any child wants to be with any parents where you are learning and you are easily irritable and then you're just doing anyhow. Nobody wants to do that. But when you're well, immediately there is creativity, there is passionate delivery. Your lessons are innovative. There is quality commitment on your end as the parents. And if we go straight into family relationships, tension between especially the husband and wife, if the husband just does something small or the children do something really tiny, wahala. And then there is guilty cycles and emotional distance. Whereas if everything is good, the home is in a peaceful environment. You are setting positive examples, you have strong bonds, and then healthy dialogues. And finally, the long-term consequence of neglecting self-care. Eventually, you will be burnt out as a homeschooling parent, and you begin to question yourself, who even sent me safe? Shouldn't I have just sent this child to conventional school? Nobody sent me message. And then it will lead to relationship being strained with your partner or your children, and then you find that your children are gearing towards you because you are hopefully not mental health issues, and then there's no point in the whole thing because educationally we failed. But if you do go ahead to practice self-care, there will be long-term success, sustainable journey, strong family ties, a sense of self, which typically we already even lose being parents alone. There will be emotional resilience and academic success. So I hope you've been able to at least see the areas where you're not doing too well and look for little things that you can start to incorporate into your life to make sure that you are not reaping the cost of neglecting self-care and you're gaining the benefits of practicing it. Yeah. So let's go straight to the quick win. So practical self-care for homeschooling parents. Again, self-care does not need to be elaborate. It does not mean that you have to do crazy thing or one grand thing as if the president is coming. No, it's in the very, very, very little thing. If I told you that form of, would you believe me? Sometimes we are so frazzled and different things are coming to us from different angles that all you need to do at that point is just calm down and breathe in and breathe out. Do that 2 or 3 times and you are good. So I'll give you 4 examples, but there's many, many, many more. And something I like to tell people is that don't let anybody tell you what you require for self-care. If you one form of is to sleep, please sleep. That is what you need at that time. If it is to paint your nails, paint your nails. If it is to go to the spa, go to the spa. If it is to go to walk, go for a walk, go for that walk. We are all different, and self-care is not a one size fits all. Because Tommy is maybe going for a walk, it doesn't mean that that's what Thelma needs at this point. Whatever it is to you. And I always use this example because I find that a lot of us can relate to it, especially in Nigeria. If your husband goes to work, comes back, and goes before, not even comes back from work, he will go to the bed parlor, have a drink, and speak to his friends, and automatically is okay. If somebody can do that and it feels good, don't let anybody dictate what you need to make you feel good physically, emotionally, mentally, intellectually, or even spiritually. Right? So I'll give you 4 examples. The first one is schedule micro breaks. We all know that in conventional schools, there is always at least an hour of breaks. And the reason is because they know that they need to give these children space to go and eat, go and play, and just give their mind breaks from learning. So if we can do that to children, why can't we as adults also take a cue from that? Right? So when you give if you say, okay, you guys take 5-10 minutes, go and play, you in that same 5-10 minutes, don't mark any lesson notes, don't review anything. Take that time for you to go and do something. Step outside, drink water, stretch, go for whatever it is. Make sure that it's something that you know that you need at that point in time. Set a quiet hour. I love this one because I've done it with my son before. There was one holiday, was just disturbing me. I said, okay, you know what we'll do? We'll be reading. Carry your book, me too, I'll carry my book. We sat there, he was reading, I was reading. I even got tired, he refused to stop. But set a quiet hour and build it into your daily routine as a family, because what this does is to give the children independence, and it will give you, the parents, time to be okay mentally, right? This is another one I love, end of day reset. So not even only end of day, even in the morning, resets, right? After your lessons, make sure that there is something that you do to indicate that you are done with lessons for the day. Play music, go for a walk, tidy, whatever it is. It will just help you separate your teacher mode from mom mode, so that when you're done with being a teacher, you can go straight into being a mom, and not a situation where you are just a teacher constantly. Even our normal teachers now, they're on holiday, they are resting as well, right? And there's something I've noticed with everybody that has spoken today, and one constant word that has come up is routine, routine, routine. Structure, structure, structure. We all need structures, whether you are conventional or you are homeschooling, there needs to be a structure. A lot of times, a lot of people will tell you, oh, I don't practice self-care. You ask them why, because there is no time. There is no time because you don't have a structure. If you put a structure into your home, if there's a time when your family wake up, if there's a time where you wake up, if there's a time where certain things are done, you will find the time. You will find that time to practice self-care. And the last one will be practice one thing that just belongs to you. So create a me list. What are the things that you yourself you like to do? I like to walk, I like to read, I like to dance, whatever it is, create that list and protect it, because it belongs to you. It is a way of holding on to your identity, right? And even if it is for 5 minutes daily, dance for 5 minutes daily. Even if it's for you to walk, whatever it is, do it for 5 minutes. It's a way to hold on to your identity and for you to still really do what you love while still catering to your own family. Next slide. Right. So I'll quickly run through how to build a self-care routine. The thing about self-care is you need to make it sustainable. As much as we are parents, right, and our day is filled with children,
Can't hear. My network.
There should be wake up time.
Sorry, Thelma, you broke. There was a break for a minute there. So maybe you start from steps to build a self-care routine.
Okay, what was the last thing you heard?
When you started your steps to build a self-care routine.
Okay, so steps to build a self-care routine, and I was trying to say that in every household there should be a routine, an efficient routine, right? There should be a time when the children wake up, when they go to bed, when you drop off at school, when you pick up from school, lunchtime, breakfast, dinner, all those things. When you are able to get a routine that is efficient, you are able to include little moments of self-care that will make sure that self-care is not just something you hear about or you think about or you're wishing that you could do, right? So for example, what I do in the morning, even though I'm struggling with my routine at the moment, is I'll typically wake up before everybody in my house. And when I do that, I make sure I wake up by like 5:30 then, and immediately once it's 6, I'm already at my gym. Sorry about the noise if you're hearing the noise. By 6 o'clock, my gym, 7 o'clock, I'm back home. That is me. I've done something to improve my own physical health without distraction from my family or anybody else. Can you guys still?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so make sure you try to do things when the children are either awake, not awake, but either they've gone to bed or they are still sleeping. That is your best time to get in something for yourself. So the first way to build your self-care routine will be to assess your needs, right? Sit down, reflect, and think of what areas am I lacking in right now. Is this spiritual? Do I need to move more? Do I need to connect or make more friends? Or do I just, what is it? You're the only person that can identify that and actively work on it. The second thing would be to, if for example, I say, sorry, let me just switch my network. I'm not sure. Be to start small and choose one simple activity that you can do every day for the rest of your life. Well, maybe not for the rest of your life, but for the period where you discover that, okay, I'm lacking physically and I want to do this to recover. So for instance, if I say my area where I'm lacking right now is maybe I want to lose weight, physical self-care, right? I will decide, okay, every day I will wake up and then I'll go for like a 10-minute walk. That is me starting small. And I'm not just starting that 10 minutes and staying there. I'm going to eventually keep building it up till a part where I find that it's going to be sustainable. The third step will be to anchor this small activity or this simple activity to a daily habit. So I know that every day I will sleep and every day I will wake up by God's grace. So I know that immediately I wake up, maybe I will pray if I'm lacking in spiritual self-care. So as I'm standing up, I'm going on my knee. I'm sure we know that a lot of people do that. Once you wake up, you go on your knee, you pray. That's done. So tie your self-care to something that you already do, either before bed, when you wake up, or after breakfast. Whatever it is, fix it to that. It makes it easier and it makes it it makes it realistic for you to actually do. The third one will be to plan your moment. Put it in your calendar, make it an appointment. See, this calendar thing is not only for people that have money, it's for everybody. That's why it's all in our phones. Look at my calendar. The moment I agree with a friend or I set something with anybody, immediately I'm putting it in my calendar. So learn to use your calendar, schedule appointments with yourself, right? The same way we tell our friends or we show up for our children every day. If you know that, okay, by 5 or 8 a.m. in the morning, we're going to do numeracy. By that 8 a.m., you're there to do that numeracy. It's the same way if you set an appointment for yourself, stick to it. Don't disappoint yourself. It's a way of showing up for yourself and keeping the promises that you make to yourself. And try and be consistent with it, except maybe there's an emergency and then you can't meet up. Balance body, mind, and soul, right? Don't just say, oh, because I'm lacking in physical self-care and I know that my emotional self-care is not good, let me focus on physical first. No. Rotate between each and every one of them depending on what you need at that point in time for a fuller and a more balanced routine. And always stay flexible. School demands will always come, school demands will change. Whatever you decided to teach yesterday, you might not want to do it today, you might not align with your calendar. That is absolutely fine. Don't feel guilty. The only thing is pick it up tomorrow and keep moving from there. Reflect and adjust. If I decide that it's physical self-care that is my problem now, in the next 6 months, I might have lost the weight, right? And I will move on to something else. So you always need to keep reflecting and be mindful and be aware and know at what point, what you need at different points in your life, and look for little or simple activities that you can do that will fill that cup or fill that area and will make you whole 360. And then rinse and repeat. Keep showing up for yourself, even if you are not able to show up every time. Just make sure you show up. Even if you had say, okay, even if you say 7 days a week, I'll go on my walk. If you show up for only 3, it is fine, right? Just try to keep doing it no matter what. Just keep doing it. Don't give up and say, oh, well, because I didn't do it 4 times out of 7, I give up. No, self-care is built over time. So here are some barriers to overcoming self-care, and these are just a few common ones, and we'll go through it at the same time, right? So the first one is guilt. As usual, every parent thing is, oh, I feel selfish for taking time away from my kids. No, there's something about guilt. Sometimes I feel like some of us parents, we inherit guilt. If me now, I've bought clothes, if I buy a shirt for myself and I feel guilty, I'm probably feeling guilty because maybe I didn't buy for my children. If you have done everything you ought to do as a parent for your child, I see no reason why we need why we feel the need to be guilty. Yes, that mom guilty creeps in when they are really, really young, around that 3 months to 6 months period. But see, there's no need for us to be feeling guilty. Do what you can. And that one that you've done is good enough. You can only try to improving. Guilt has never solved any problem, right? Learn from it and look for solutions. And the way to overcome this is frame self-care. Frame how to look at it. If I don't do this thing, if I have this time for myself, I'm not, they will not like the kind of person I'm going to be. Look at it as self-care is a way to become a good parent. A rested parent teaches their children better. The next one will be, oh, I don't have time for self-care because there's school lessons, there's house chores, there is everything. No, start small, which is basically what we just said. 5 minutes of deep breathing, 5 minutes of journaling, 5 minutes of stretching before the kids wake up or during breaks or when they go to bed, whatever it is, just start with 5 minutes. The third one will be being burnt out and overwhelmed. Oh, I'm too exhausted to even think about self-care. I had such a stressful day. Oh my God, those children, they really sucked the life out of me. Again, start with micro habits. If you know that you're thirsty, carry your water and drink it. Go outside your house and see outside, look at the flowers outside, right? So whatever it is you are doing, make sure you're not choosing a self-care, a kind of self-care activity that is going to turn into a body. No, small things. If it's to sit down and deep breathe, do it. If it's to sit down and read, whatever it is that will not add extra pressure to your already stressful daily routine, don't do it. Stick to simple things. Now, the unrealistic expectations, believing that self-care has to be elaborate, like I've said, you must light all the candles, the champagne must be pink, everything must, Nobody said that. Redefine what self-care is to you. It can really be simple daily actions that bring peace and joy and energy, like doing your praise and worship, kneeling down and praying to your God, drinking water, right? Now we're going to go into the self-care challenge. I have a challenge for you guys. And the goal of this challenge is for you to start small, stay consistent, and notice the difference before when you started and after you started. And the first one will be pick one small habit. Again, before you can even pick these habits, go back and assess what area of my life am I lacking at this point in time. When you decide what area that is, you can now come back and pick one small habit. Is it a 5 minute walk? Am I going to do 3 deep breaths? Am I going to journal for 5 minutes? Am I going to just sit in silence and enjoy my own presence? Number two, anchor it to a daily habit that you already do every day. You can do it after your morning devotion, before checking your emails, after maybe during your children's break time when they go to bed. Anchor it to something that already happens, that you know that come rain, come shine is going to happen in my household, and commit to it for the next 7 days, because consistency is key. There's no need to be perfect, because honestly, perfection is overrated. Just make sure that you are able to show up for yourself every single day for the next 7 days. And finally, reflect. And at the end of the 7 days, write down how you felt. Okay, how did I feel after I went for this 5 minute walk daily? How did I feel when I knelt down every day to pray? And compare it to how you felt before and see the difference. Look at the difference. I'm sure you will feel better. And all you can do really is rinse and repeat. And you now need to make sure that this self-care becomes sustainable. The only way it's going to be sustainable is if you pick simple habits, you start anchor it to your to things that you already do on a daily basis. Don't go and pick spa day. Is it realistic for you to be going to the spa every day or every month? Spa prices are ridiculously high. Make it sustainable. If it is sustainable for you, absolutely go for it. Self-care is not a one-time event. It is a rhythm that you build into your daily life. Think of it as little, little drops. You know this saying where they say little drops make a mighty ocean? That is how self-care is. Little, little drops. And eventually, it goes into a lifestyle. And that is your journey into living a life of wellness, where you don't even need to, nobody will tell you or nobody will shout at you, go and drink water. Shebi you have headache, drink Panadol, but you are not feeling fine now. Why must you wait until it's worse before you go to the hospital? Nobody will tell you that. Automatically, you love yourself. You're going to take care of yourself. So start small, anchor it, make sure you track your progress, and give yourself grace. Because why? There will be days when, even if you say 7 days or 10 days, there will be days when you will not feel up to it or something happens. That is fine. All you need to do is go back and start again, but don't quit, don't stop, because that is life. Life would always come with its challenges and whatnot. And my final thought would be, it's okay to choose you. Parenting and homeschooling asks so much of you, but the truth is, you matter as much as the lessons that you teach. Your energy, your patience, and your joy, they fuel your family's learning journey. And when you choose to care for yourself, you're teaching your children the value of balance, boundaries, and love. And as I always say, self-care is not selfish. It's a gift to your home, your children, and most importantly, to you, the parents. Thank you guys very, very much. And you can stay updated and follow us on these channels. And yeah, don't know if anybody has any questions or they need clarity. We are here.
Thank you so much, Thelma. Thank
you.
you so much. It's always
No worries.
refreshing to see how to make self-care beyond just all the things that we already picture it to be. Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Let's give her a
No
round of
worries.
applause. So if you have
Thank
any
you,
questions,
guys.
if you have any questions, now is the time. Now is the time for us to take the questions. Thelma is here for another 5 minutes to take our questions. So please drop your questions
Ask any questions. No question. Don't feel like, because I know that a lot of people typically feel like, if I ask this question, it's going to make me look. Don't worry about anybody. You are here now, and that is what matters. So ask your questions, and you don't even know that question that you want to ask, or you're too scared to ask, or whatever. It might be just what one person also needed clarity on. So yeah.
You can unmute yourself if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, first I would like to say a very big thank you for the very practical session, like very practical. In fact, I had to even start practicing almost immediately. Just
Oh
said,
wow.
I beg, I can't kill myself. I've left some things and I'm really chilling and listening right now because I'm really, really feeling tired. So thank you
Yeah.
so much. The session is really practical, and I just wanted to ask that really for, especially for those that are on school, how do you really achieve this thing of self-care if you don't have support system? Like you are teaching, you are taking care of the house. In fact, like it's a lot. My God. We that we are not even teaching self. We are not teaching anything. We are tired. Then
Yeah.
you are teaching. I'm sorry, because just doing assignment with my children at home after they come back from school, I know how I'm like, don't you understand what I'm saying? You know, and then you are the teacher and you are the home carer. So do you really have self-care? Like, is it possible without having a support system? Because man, people who are homeschooling, no, honestly, I celebrate them. It is worth it 100%, but can it that self-care really truly happen? Because you talked about 5 7 minutes. Sometimes that 5 7 minutes, is it really what you need? I understand the consistency. You start from there, which is 100%, because if you've developed that habit, you will be able to gradually
Mhm.
move to the next level, 1 hour. You want to take a day off, no class today, or you know that we don't even do classes every day, so that like mommy can have me time and refresh. So really, because really truly, I'm just really asking because I'm not doing homeschooling and I'm having burnout every now and then. So how much more? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand honestly, and I feel like this is where our community comes in. A lot of times, I found some women that they know that they don't have help, and that there's people offering the support, but we say we want help. When help is offered, we don't take it, right? So if you have your family, if anybody is close to you that you can always drop off your children, make use of it. When God thought about family, he did not expect you to do it alone. If not, it would have been a situation of where women go and make children. You don't need a man. But we have each other for a reason. Also, your partner, we need to learn to rope our partners in. A lot of us, which again is as a result of society, we just say, okay, yes, is the man's job is to provide, and then as the woman, I'm the one that will be saddled with the burden of looking after their money. Rope them in. It's going to be hard at first, but keep trying. And to be honest, if all else fails, if you remember what I said when I grabbed my son, I said, okay, we are going to read. Involve them in an activity while you find time to do something for you. If they need to go down for a nap, or if you need to go down for a nap, two of us will go down for that nap. I remember when my son was very little, I didn't have any help. No, I had help, but I was so paranoid. I didn't want anybody to carry my baby. So it's me and my baby. So if he doesn't want to sleep, he always wants to crawl. I remember that time very well. I'll hold his ankle and I will fall asleep. He will be struggling. We will hold us, and before you know, he will sleep, and I will sleep, and I will wake up, and I'm good. So we just have to look for creative solutions as moms. If you've not gone to the market and you know that you need to cook, right, and you look in your fridge, you know that a meal will be on the table that night. That is creatively solving a problem. So look for creative ways to solve that problem. If you have a friend that you trust, you guys can, oh, babe, can I drop the kids with you? let me quickly go and do one, two things. Go and do it. You need a community of people. Parenting was not meant to be done solo, right? So lean on your community, find creative ways, engage your children. If it's that you would give them 10 minutes of screen time or whatever it is that you feel will work for you, just do it. Just continue to find those different methods until you find the one that sticks. I hope I was able to help.
Yes, you answered my question perfectly. Talking about the being creative about giving yourself self-care. Like yesterday, after several weeks of cooking back to back, back to back, I was really tired. I have days off from work, and yesterday was supposed to be one of it, but I had a training, so I still went for that training. And I knew that I needed to come back home to cook. In my head, I was like, "Are you really going back home to cook?" And I said, the option I had was, okay, why not buy more? I have a place where I know healthy food sometimes when I can't cook. I said, today, oh, they will eat, oh, but I'm going to buy mommy. So talking about being creative, really, thank you very much. I just wanted to say that you answered my question perfectly. Thank you so much.
Okay, there's a question here. It says, when it seems like you didn't grow up seeing your parents practice self-care, and as a parent with multiple young kids without support, how do you practice self-care that really suits you and not just the basic taking a nap or going for a walk? Did you get that?
So for a minute or so. Yeah, I think I'm back, Abby. Tomi, can you hear me?
Yes. Did you get that?
Okay. No, I didn't get it, please.
Okay. When it seems like you didn't grow up seeing your parents practice self-care, and as a parent with multiple young kids without support, how do you practice self-care that really suits you and not just the basic taking a nap or going for a walk?
Yeah, I don't know. Chineze, are you open to unmuting your mic so that we can just have a quick short discussion about this? Because I think you were also trying to say something a while back. But what the first thing I'd advise you to is I can only talk about taking a nap or going for a walk because those are common areas. But again, like I said, assess what area do you feel like you are lacking. That's why I would really like you to unmute your mic so that if we can have that discussion, I can give you one or two tips outside of the basic taking a nap thing. So look for oh hi. Hi Chineze. So what areas would you say maybe you lack self-care and you want to yeah.
Well, for me, self-care comes in just having a quiet time and maybe reading or doing something else that I like doing. I'm not a fan of sleeping until it's night time or unless I'm deadly tired. And then physical exercise or going to the gym, all those things don't really trip me. To me, self-care is being alone, being able to read a
Yeah.
book and enrich my mind or doing any other thing that I like. And when you have multiple young kids, they're always just at your beck and call. You barely have time for yourself. So just wondering how someone
True.
can factor that in, like doing the self-care
Yeah.
that really, really
So
matters, that really works for you.
yeah. Yeah. So if I were in your shoes, what I'll typically do, I'll wake up before everybody else. So in my case, I'll wake up and go into the gym. But in this case, you wake up and sit with yourself in silence without doing it. If you don't want to read, self, don't read. If you just want to sit down and look at the ceiling. But the key is to wake up before everybody else and have that quiet time to yourself. So that by the time they wake up and they start, mommy, 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 you've already taken care of yourself mentally and you're good. So it could either be in the morning or the moment they go to bed. I do this a lot. Once they go to bed, I can go to the bathroom and go and stay there for the next 30 minutes, pouring hot water on my body. So you just have to be creative with look at your routine, right? And see, okay, when they go to bed, I can do it. Before they wake up, I can do this. And even when they are awake, if that is when I want it, you now also need to be creative with them and say, oh yeah, you take this puzzle, keep them busy, keep them engaged. And maybe I don't know how possible it is to have a quiet time during that period, especially depending on the age of your kid. But yeah, if you can keep them engaged and you know that, give them something that they like to do, and you know that they will stay there for 5-10 minutes and have your time. Otherwise, I really advise the best time is when they are sleeping. Do your thing. There's no husband to disturb you, there's no friend, nothing. Do it at that point in time. Start a course. I remember as well, there was a time when I was doing a course and I still had to go into work. I would wake up in the morning, by 5 o'clock, I'll be by my laptop, do that course for like 30 minutes before getting ready for the day. So it's very doable.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Does anybody else have any other questions around self-care? Okay. So we don't have any more questions. Thank you. Please help me tell Thelma thank you so much for her time. Thank you so much, Thelma.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And thank you for this awesome community. Honestly, I learned a lot and I'm not only a parent. So thank you for putting this together, honestly speaking to me. And well done.
Thank you.
No worries. Yeah.
Okay, so before we go ahead, let me quickly check something. Okay. So before we go ahead with I want to quickly share a video on our service offering. Coming Africa is more than a resource hub. It's a movement. A movement that brings parents back into the heart of education. Our mission is simple: to empower African parents with tools, confidence, and community they need to homeschool their children intentionally and joyfully. At Codal Africa, we provide courses and webinars to equip parents and caregivers, one-on-one guidance for the unique homeschooling journey. The curriculum, a play-based curriculum designed to make learning fun and meaningful. Excursions and field trips that bring learning to life. And our annual Homeschooling Conversations, where families across Africa connect, learn, and grow together. We exist to spark conversations, challenge traditional norms, and raise a new generation of confident, curious, and compassionate learners, starting right at home. And for this conference, we are creating amazing offers across all our resources, but for just 3 days. Don't miss this chance to start your journey with Codal Africa. Thank you. So for the next couple of days after today, from today, I think, we'll send all the details to you after today. In the email, once you've registered, you'll get it all, so that then you'll be able to see some of the things, because from what people have said and feedback, I've seen the areas we have resources that can help answer some of these questions and to help you on your journey. So I wanted to take, based on the feedback that we got yesterday, I wanted to take a few minutes. So someone talked about how it might have seemed like homeschooling is for people, for the elites, or people that had unlimited resources. So I wanted to quickly, and not just me, because we have people that are homeschooling here, and to get comments and feedback from people as well around homeschooling on a budget. How has it worked for them in their families? Because I want to ensure that, people go away from here not just thinking like, oh, I cannot homeschool, or it will be so expensive, I don't think it can work for me, and things like that. The conversations are not just for homeschooling parents, they're also for parents who have their children in traditional education as well. And we all know that even at that, a lot of all these extra things that we do for our children, just the bit to make them have quality education, aside from paying school fees, can also run expensive. So what are the strategies? I want to take a couple of comments before we go into our panel session. A couple of comments around people, how they've been able to do things on a budget with regards to their children's education, where they find their resources, that are not too expensive, so that when people engage with or are looking at starting, they can say, okay, it's not that, oh, it's just one exclusive elitist thing that needs to be done, right? So who would like to, share with us? You can drop a comment or you can speak, share with us a little bit about how you manage the cost when it comes to your children's education. I'll start so that I'll give us time to, gather our thoughts. So for me, when I first started homeschooling, some of the ways that I, tried to save costs was I learned the basics of a lot of things. I even swimming. I learned the basics on YouTube. I didn't know how to swim. I didn't teach my son how to swim, but I mean that's what I'm saying. That was the length I went to try to just. And again, it also helps me so that if I see that the trainer is doing something that is not supposed to do, I'm like, because I'm going to look for the cheapest option. And then if I see that this cheapest option is not the best quality wise, and is doing something that's not supposed, so that means at least I have an idea to say that okay, you're not doing this, is not the way they taught me in my online university. So that was one of the ways I cut costs. Another way that I cut costs was again, curriculums are very expensive. They can run very expensive. And I created my resource myself, which is why our resources are very affordable. The resources are very affordable because of that reason. If you know, when I first started resources, they were free online. They were free, but because, everybody is in my head, I'm like, no, Tommy, you cannot just be giving this now for free. So it's at a cost that people can afford. And the reason is because I understand and I know where I'm coming from. I know what it is like to see a very amazing resource and a good resource and be like, I can't afford this. So doing the painstaking work to actually put the resources together is not easy. It's easy to say, oh, you just find resource for your child, but actually documenting it and putting it together is where the work is. And doing that painstaking work to document and organize and everything, because I didn't have the money to spend. And ask, when people are buying curriculums, they buy them abroad. The exchange rate yesterday is not today's exchange rate. The exchange rate from 3 years ago is not this year's exchange rate. So those are some of the ways that I've tried to cut costs. I learned things myself so that I could teach the basics, because I also realized that it was a process and I was not going to be broke forever. Somebody say amen. I was not going to be broke forever. So I knew that at some point in my lifetime, I'll be able to afford all the things that I wanted to afford. So I learned the basics and be able to see, because again, the way I look at it is the basics. I went to school, so I can be able to grasp the basics of something. I might not have this brain to grasp the in-depth of it, but I can grasp the re, mi, fa, so. I can grasp the basics and rudiments of how to swim. Put your leg like this, do like this. So I can grasp it. And children between the ages of 0 and 5, they need the basics. And so while I was working on myself to ensure that I could be able to afford some things, I did what I needed to do by doing that. And also sharing resources. I still do that today. So if I have a friend, there's a set of books we wanted to buy. They were expensive. And we put the money together and split the cost. We split the cost. So it's like you use it, I use it. Take, we use and use. That's the plan. So if you have more money down the line in the next 6 months, you can buy another set so that you can own your own and own my own. So the beauty about the budgeting for the home education is that you're not pressured at a certain time to bring out this bulk money that you need to do what you need to do. So that is how I have been able to manage and budget and homeschool on a budget. So anybody else who wants to share what they do and how they go about it?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Yes, so I wanted to share a bit of my journey concerning the budgeting. You know, initially when I started, I didn't know what I was about. I'd heard about homeschool, but I didn't have any idea. So I would just go to Pinterest and then I would type, you know, an activity for children. And then if it needed printing, I would go and print. I would save it on my phone, take it out and go and print, get the basics of the crayons and the things for my child to start coloring. Or if there was any worksheet, any, stuff like that. And then later I had a friend who was also homeschooling and she could afford to, hire a teacher to come home. And, the teacher was still teaching Jollyphonics and a bit of this Cambridge thing. So after a while, I would send my children to her so that we would split the cost of the teacher's fee. Even though I couldn't pay at least half, I just, something little to add to it. So for instance, if, the teacher was being paid like 100K, I would offer 30K to add to it. And then I would sometimes she would get me the materials. Then I also noticed that she was going into it to a point where she was buying curriculum, she was buying books from online. And I sort of felt guilty that it felt like I was sponging off my friend. So initially I would, even though my child and her child were the same age, I opted to let my child be at a lower level so that when her child was going on to the next level, then we would make use of the other level that her child had just finished using. And I felt at a point I saw that it was not fair on my child because my child was really smart and my child was being delayed because of these options. So and the printing was also becoming so expensive. Sometimes you would take a textbook or a book from somebody, print it, and later you would find that the cost of printing was actually more than the price of the book. But in your attempt to save money by printing, we did not weigh the options so much. So there was a lot of cost involved. So at a point when, as we are here and we are looking at homeschooling again, because my husband is quite busy with the missionary stuff, once he says, okay, sweetheart, we are homeschooling, it's like, I'm gone. So it's up to you, do what you have to do. I'm having to use AI a lot. I go to AI, I will query AI on, on curriculum, on the idea of homeschooling, what type of homeschooling and all that. And there's a lot to process because I'm like, I don't want to make the mistakes I made and go into all this printing and all this taking of materials. Well, can I get free online curriculum or online programs? And I realized that free is not free. Free is free to a point. But if you have decided to do this, you might as well do it well. And the well ones are really expensive. So it comes with just talking to a lot of people who are doing homeschooling and then looking for how to strike the balance of making it very affordable. One thing that came to me as I was listening to the psychologist, the woman who was talking about structure and things, when she said we need to teach emotional health and all that, it just came to me that for me, I could actually teach my children on emotional intelligence as a course, as part of homeschooling. So quickly, it's come to mind. Okay, so how do I design, emotional intelligence as a course? I have a friend who is a church member who has done education. She's done child psychology. She's done Montessori. So the plan is, okay, let me go and sit with her, because she's my go-to person now. I sit down, I create a timetable, and I run it by her. I say, what do you think about this timetable? She'll tell me, okay, this is not good. Children need this, children need this, children need this. So one of the ways to beat down cost, I think, is collaboration, is talking to people in the field, talking to people who have the experience. Because in talking to them, you may not necessarily apply what they are applying, but as you hear, you will be led to apply what works for you. So you get a bit from here, a bit from here, a bit from here, and then you put it together, and you never know, yours could end up becoming a sought after program. But the thing is, do the needful, talk to people. We are not an island, nobody is independent. By talking to you, by joining this community, it's also going to help me to beat down costs. I don't have to do a try and error, because trial and error is very expensive. Mistakes are expensive, and we cannot afford to make mistakes at this point. So that is my little take.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'll read the comments here, and then we can go into the panel session. So first, what I did first was I did a mindset. I had a mindset of no pressure. I have within me the basics my child needs. Watch YouTube, personal learning often results into you having more knowledge and ideas to share with your child. I research and look around for the things my child needs, like a year before our next birthday. And we include it in our family budget every 3 months. We buy in bits and it adds up. Look for worksheets online and print. A printer is a good buy. Create a learning budget for the child, same way you would prepare to pay school fees and other costs around school. You cannot hear when I speak. Is any other person hearing me? So
I can hear you.
okay, my volume is low. Sorry, I'm not a person. Yeah, the breaks are muffled, but it's clear. Okay. All right. Yeah. So, so you pardon me. So yeah, I like what Shokwe said. Like, you research ahead and what you need, and then put it into your budget every 3 months, and then buy it in bits. That's one of the beauties I like about when it comes to budgeting and homeschooling. You can do it small. You don't have to have the bulk money at a certain period at time. You can do it small, and I like that about it. So that makes it more affordable in the long run, because you can do it for when it is convenient for you as a family. And I also like the fact that she said that you put it in a budget, like as if you are paying school fees. Prepare to like you prepare to pay school fees. Like, even if so, it might not be as much as you would have paid if they were in school, but at least have some form of budget for it as learning expense, right? So those are the things that have helped Shokwe, and I really love that. So thank you everybody for your comments, and thank you. I hope it's better now, because I've tried to prop up myself and raise my voice. Thank you all so much for your comments, for your contributions. So we're going to go into the panel session, and we are going to, unfortunately, the other person that was supposed to join the panel session was no longer available for the timing, because we had some issues with that. So we have a second person, and so because of that, it was just last minute. So I don't have a bio, so she would introduce herself to us. But I would introduce Dr. Tomi, who is one of our panelists. And this session, I absolutely love this session so much because it is around parents who had their children in school and they either took the decision to take them out, either for a bit or we never know. Dr. Tomi, you tell us now whether it's going to be forever or just for the gap year. And then for people who had their children in traditional education, and we're going to talk to them extensively about why they made the decision and things like that. So let me read Dr. Tomi's bio. Is it shared? You can't see anything, right? Let me just share it again. Okay, let me share my screen again. Okay. Can we see the screen?
Yes, we can. Yes, I can.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Tomi Oyeshola is a seasoned financial services expert with over 20 years of experience across corporate, commercial, MSME, and wealth management sectors. She's a part-time facilitator at Lagos Business School and the author of Psychology in the Workplace. Academic background includes a PhD in credits and finance management, an MBA and multiple degrees and certification in marketing and accounting. She is a fellow of several prestigious institutes, including the Chartered Institute of Bankers and the Institute of Credit Administration and the Chartered Bankers in the UK. Beyond her professional work, Dr. Tomi is a minister at Trinity House Church, where she leads several departments and support ministry efforts. She's also a proud mother of twin daughters, whom she has been enthusiastically homeschooling for the past year. And we also have Chia Goziem, a mother of 4 who homeschools her children. So we'll allow Chia Goziem to introduce herself. Apologies for that. Okay, Goziem, are you here? Let me make you a co-host. Yeah, so it's going to be a question and answer sort of session. So I have a couple of questions that we'll ask. So welcome, Dr. Tomi.
Thank you, namesake. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you so much. I just wanted to confirm that Goziem is here. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and start with Dr. Tomi. So thank you so much for agreeing to share your experience and your journey. So we'll just dive right into the first question. So to understand the background and to share the story of what led you to the decision to transition your kids from traditional school to homeschooling.
Okay, thanks. So basically, it's a whole lot. And if I'm going to start speaking, we'll probably not leave here today, this evening. But I'll summarize and just give us like an overview of why, we switched from traditional to homeschooling. Again, I like the fact that you mentioned that, am I doing this forever? Or is it a temporary thing? I'll come to that as well. So we started homeschooling about a year ago. So precisely this time last year. So my daughters were meant to go back to school in September, but I made a decision. We took a decision to start homeschooling. I've been thinking about it. Why? At that time when we started traditional school, they just got into primary 1.
So, I mean, they've been in traditional school, so to speak, but nursery, they were somewhere, nursery 1 and nursery 2. I mean, 4 or 5 year olds don't do much, but they are schooling, if you get what I mean. But I wanted them to go to traditional school when they were going to primary 1, proper school. So don't let me say traditional school, maybe a bigger school, quote and unquote. So I thought, okay, primary 1, age 6 is a good time for them to go to big school. And we went. It wasn't a good experience even from the first week. But I thought to myself, okay, maybe it's just my imagination. It's just 1 week. It's too sudden, to jump into conclusions and assume that this wasn't going to work. But one of the teachers mentioned to me and said, they might find it difficult adjusting. And I asked why. And she says to me, oh, they didn't do nursery there in that school. And so primary 1 will be difficult. I said, why? They're just kids, primary 1, 6-year-olds. What are they learning that they won't catch up? My kids are smart anyway, so what's the big deal? And she was like, do they write from the board? I said, write from the board. Yes, do they copy notes from the board? Notes, a 6-year-old. Say, yes, science, they'll be copying notes from the board, science, social studies, and all of that. I said, well, they've never done it before. They write anyway, so I'm sure it shouldn't be a problem for them to look at the board and, write in their own books. So we continued, we started. But ladies and gentlemen, the first month, second month, I knew that there was problem. Why did I know that there was problem? So my daughters are twins, they're a set of twins. So one of them, so they were in the same class initially, but later the head of school called me and said, you know what, let's separate them. That there is a bit of a challenge, maybe because they're twins, they're in the same class. That usually when they're twins or triplets, they put them in different arms. So I said that by all means, no problem. That maybe when they see each other, they play a lot or something. I said, no problem. So they put them in separate arms. That didn't solve the problem. But the only good thing is in one of the arms, in one of the twins class, the teachers there were a little bit patient with all the children, because my children were not spectacular, or if you get what I mean. So all of them, all the children would definitely have challenges, even some that did primary 2 there. I mean, sorry, nursery 1 and nursery 2. They had challenges copying from the board and doing a lot of other things. So my children were not an exception. But I noticed that in one of them's class, they had 2 teachers, and those teachers were a bit patient. In the other one, if a child refuses or if a child does not know what to do, it becomes a problem. Now, this my child that was in that supposed class, she has a strong personality. You can't force her to do what she doesn't want to do. So guess what? They'll tell her, right, you're not writing, you're not doing this. I'd rather, why are you shouting on a 6-year-old? I used to get the feedback and all of that. She would tell me they were shouting, not only on her, but, on different children and everything. Okay, so what happened? I couldn't finish writing. I couldn't write fast. They said we should hurry up. I couldn't write. I couldn't do this. Then I called on the teacher when I went to pick them, and I said, what's the problem? So she doesn't like to write. She doesn't want to write. I said, she has never done it before. So it's not a situation or a case where she doesn't want to. But that's one of the many issues. So let me not dwell on that. Another one was this particular twin. Her handwriting is beautiful. When I say beautiful for a 6-year-old, it is mind-blowing for me. But guess what? They said, okay, she's not writing from the board. She has a beautiful handwriting, but it must be cursive. And I'm like, why must it be? So you're distracting the child from learning. So first of all, she's not writing fast from the board. Now you want to change her handwriting style to be cursive. It was an issue for me, but I left it. Again, they were there. Let me fast forward. So yeah, they were there for about 2 years. So that's primary 1 and primary 2. By the end of primary 2, which was last year, but this time last year, August, July, August, summertime, both of them could not read. How can I have 7-year-old children who cannot read? And I'm paying big school fees in big school. That was a big problem for me. 2 years and cannot read. Of course, basic things, A for apple, B for bag, I'm sure they can read. But I expect that at age 7, you should be reading sentences, if I'm correct. They are in school. That's why we brought them to school. So of course they started saying, okay, maybe you should bring them earlier. That some children cannot read, there will be reading intervention for them. I said, earlier, what does that mean? That I should bring them to school before 7. 7-year-old, 6-year-old, really, no problem. I wanted the best for my children. So I would drop them off in school before 7, before school starts, so that a reading teacher can guide them. Not only them, mind you, there were other children. But I was wondering to myself, for 2 years, how can they be in school? So what are they learning? What are you teaching them? If I have to start teaching them how to read at home. That's why they're in school. That's why I took them to big school, big school fees and big everything. Anyway, that didn't work because number one, they were getting up earlier. They get to school. When I pick them up in the afternoon or evening I say because sometimes they have extracurricular, ballet, swimming, and all of those things. So I ask, how was your reading class this morning? And they tell me, oh, the reading teacher didn't come. She came late, so we didn't do it. So guess what? Exam would come. They will say, bring your laptops. They use laptops for exams and sometimes they write or test. So they do tests and they do exams. So when is that time? I'm wondering. So I went to sit with the head of school. I said, my children cannot read, but they are smart. It's not that they don't know the answer, but a child that cannot read a question, how will the child answer the question? Because I know they can answer the question. Head of school tells me, oh, your children are not the only ones. There are so many children like that. Not to worry, they would find help during exams. So after school, I picked them up after exams. How was your exam? Good. How did you read? Oh, they got a reading teacher for us. Fantastic. So it wasn't only them, because of course, by then, 2 years, I've already been, having communication with other parents. So, but for me, I still had it as a problem because why is my child not reading? Then you're getting a reading teacher to read question for them. Why? So another thing that I was upset about is, like I said, without blowing my trumpet, my kids are very smart. So they give us their scripts at the end of the term, the raw script. So it's not just, oh, they got 90% or 80% or 2%. You will see it. You will see everything, number one to number. You see where their strong points or strengths or weaknesses are. So I'll get their scripts. Okay, so my child gets, for example, 82 over 100 in science. 91 over 100 in social studies. But guess what? By the time the school finishes and they send you their report card, where she has gotten 82, you might see 71. Where she has gotten 91, you might see 80. And I'm wondering, my child got 91. Why am I seeing 80 on the report card? They said, oh, because she was read to. They prorate it and they deduct marks. Hello, are you punishing me for not doing your job? Are you punishing the parent or the child for you not doing your job that my child should read and I've paid big school fees? So I found that very demoralizing. That, it's not really speaking to what the capabilities of my child. Then prize giving day will come, award time will come. My child will not get an award. Then when the child is not writing, they will tie her, they will do this, they will make noise. It was so bad. Once I went to the school around 10:30. That's when they have like their first break. I said, okay, my child is not writing. We just finished the course, Abby. I looked at the board. I saw that she was halfway through. I wrote it for her. I left my own work, went to the school to write my daughter's notes. And I said, please don't frustrate her. If she doesn't want to write, leave her. I will come and write it. Then they were frustrating her. You will write, you will not write. It was so bad that one day she was like, she wants to write, but she's not fast enough. Somebody that cannot read. If you can read, the dog is going. You can easily write the dog is going, but you can't really read. So you take your time. It's like telling somebody to write Arabic. Do you understand? It's strange to her. Anyway, they caused a mayhem. Every day they will now tell her, she will not be crying. No, I want to do this. It wasn't only how, but I'll speak for my child. So she will be crying, she'll be frustrated, but because she's crying, the teacher will tell her to go outside of the class, that she's distracting other children. Really. Anyway, that went on for long. I'll pick them up from school. My children are not very fat. Told me, you know them now. They are slim and lovely. We'll have packed breakfast, lunch, everything for them to eat. Don't forget that after school, they always do this extracurricular activity. They'll say they should do ballet, they're doing cheerleading, they're doing this and that. So you might not pick them till about 3:30. When I pick them up, their food flask is still as full as anything. So it means if they didn't have breakfast at home, before that 7 of the reading class, they will never eat. Why didn't you eat? My children again, oh, I'm sorry, 6-year-old, 7-year-olds, you can't expect them to rush to eat. So they'll say, well, I was eating, and it's not only me. All of us, all the parents were complaining. I noticed anyway. It's not only me, it's everybody, because I was always upset. Why didn't you eat your food? When your mates are eating, why didn't you eat? It's not me. The teacher said, time up. So because everybody started complaining about the time up, they extended by 15 minutes. It was a whole lot. Academically, I wasn't really impressed. Let me blow your mind. Like I said, we started homeschooling about this time last year, September last year. Guess what? By November, 2 months or even less, my children were reading. They were overreading. I even got tired. I bought novels and books and different books. We'll be going on the main road. Oh, they're reading all the billboards. I'm like, oh, okay, it's okay, quiet. As in, I was not even begging them to keep quiet because they could read in 2 months. Because I had to leave work and I said I would dedicate myself to these children, set of twins. What a school could not do in 2 solid years, I did it in 2 months, just 2 months. They were reading properly. We'll give them books to read or questions to answer. They've read it, they've answered it. In fact, they will do comprehension. So I used to have fears. Comprehension. How can a child do comprehension when she cannot read? My children comprehend. I had to even buy plenty comprehension workbooks. The questions and answer. They will read the comprehension. They will answer the question. They will tell me about what they read. What else can I be asking for in 2 months? So I knew that they weren't going back. Now, it's not to condemn traditional school. Maybe they were not in the right school.
We'll get to that.
Yeah. A lot of things, honestly. Yeah, no problem. So these are some of the things. Yeah. Then one more thing, let me blow your mind again. I said that they usually give us their answer scripts back before we go to another question. So I saw the answer script, I saw everything. There was a particular question in maths, so we always practice for exams and all of that, and all of that. But there was this particular question. I sort of knew, your child, that we didn't practice this for the exam. I didn't see it in their notes. And especially one, she got everything. So I covered the book and I started asking her questions. She couldn't answer. So, hello, who marked it? Who dashed my daughter marks? No, I don't want dashing of marks. I want understanding. I want my child to know what she's in school for, not to pass. And they say, I've promoted, she's not in primary 1, she's not in primary 2, she's not in primary 3, she's not in primary 4. Then in primary 6, when there's common entrance, what do they do? I'm looking and I'm wondering, then I'll start getting lesson teacher. So I'm not going to get a lesson teacher even now for a child that I'm paying school fees for. The homework is another story. Like I said, if I start, we will not finish. But I know that we have to within a time frame. Maybe I'll be able to speak
Yeah, we have
more. So a lot of
we have more questions that would expand on some of these things, right? So, Goziem, please, can you please unmute and you can share your, what led your family to this point, and introduce yourself first, and then tell us, what led you, your story and your aha moments on how you got to this point.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible enough?
Yes.
All right. So my name is Chia Goziem Oseodion. I used to be an architect. Well, I am still an architect, but not practicing. I'm an architect, educator, and we run an Instagram page, Children. So what led us to homeschooling? My first son is presently 11. When he started school normally. Homeschooling never crossed my mind. Started school at the age of 2, 3, he went on like that. So I noticed my child used to be very curious. He used to ask me a lot of questions. He used to engage me. So I am talking 0 to 5 now. So by the time he got to primary school, I noticed that level of engagement and interaction dropped. I tried to observe. I said, well, he's going to school. Every term he gets an award, best in this, best in that. That's every graduation. I'm like, okay, it's fine. Up until, I think, primary 4. I started hearing things like, "Mommy, I don't like math." I said, "Eh, no, you have my genes. You cannot not like math. You have your father's genes, so you cannot not like math." So I started to observe. So I knew that that was what he was hearing from his classmates. And they used to have a math teacher that they would threaten them that if they don't do their homework well, they will hang them on the fan and flog them. So that was the math teacher of primary 6. He was not yet in primary 6. So with that phobia, when they hear that gist from their friends, all of them just have that phobia for. I said, okay. That was not even when I decided to homeschool. So my second, he started school the same 2 years. 3 months in, COVID hit. And in the space of that 3 months, I noticed he would go to school. He would come back. No, this was after COVID. Yes, when they went back to school after COVID. The teacher would say, this my boy, he's very troublesome, he's very this. I said, well, okay, children can be like that. So I noticed whenever I go to pick him, he will be very tired, like he carried cement. He would be extremely tired. Then I started asking the teacher that, okay, what is day like? He said, Eve, he's my best student. Well, I know my child is, I know his abilities. So I said, okay, well, I know he's good. So after that, I now saw that this child of mine, whenever they go to school, he understands very fast. He has a very fast assimilation. So when the teacher teaches, he understands it even before she learns. So when he understands it, he's ready for the next challenge. He doesn't want to be idle. His blood is hot at that point, but he has to wait. Wait because other children have not yet understood. Wait because he's not the only one in the class. He has to wait because the teacher has to make every other child understand to a certain level before they continue with any other challenge. So it was making him sometimes he's either sleepy or hyper. So because he is a child, he wants to run around. He will go around sometimes disturbing his classmates. That's when the teacher now says, "Oh, he's stubborn. He's this one." But the stubborn child is our best student. So it went on like that. I said, no, this is not good for my child. This is not good. He's not learning at his pace. And it's unfair to him. So I took that decision to say, I can teach him at home. Give him challenges that are fitting for his age and challenging for him to get him engaged. Because if that thing had continued, I would be doing him a disservice and it might now make him retrogress. So I got that idea to say I can teach him. I can try to teach him at home. So we made that decision. That was the deal breaker. That was the deal breaker for me. And since then, it's been good. The 2 younger ones, they've never stepped their foot in school and never will until a certain age. So that's our short story of how we made it to homeschooling at this point.
Thank you so much. You guys have sort of answered my question about, what your biggest concerns was around your children's experiences. So I want to now ask both of you, when you first considered homeschooling, what fears or doubts came up for you?
Okay, for me, fears or doubts. To be honest, I didn't really doubt a lot because don't let me feel like, oh, I know my capabilities and I know my children. Like somebody said, I was listening in earlier on, and she said, "Oh, it doesn't matter if you're knowledgeable and you can teach. That is about patience with children and everything. Somehow they are your children, so you have been patient anyway since were born. So for me, I teach like Tommy, I teach adults, MBA programs and all of that, and I thought to myself, if I can teach big people, adults, then it's not a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old that I cannot teach 100 tens and units. It's not possible, or science or social studies. Is it not just to get the book? And like you always say, you are learning together. There are some things, the other day we're learning about African countries. And I'm like, I didn't know these African countries even there, even at my very old age. Do you understand? So the doubts I had, or fears in quotes that I had, one of it was, I was thinking, okay, if we start homeschooling, for how long am I going to homeschool? if they now go back to traditional school, which I wasn't sure if they would go back at the time, that when they go back or if they go back, how will they fit in? But in terms of their social character and in terms of intelligence and whatever, like I said earlier, my children are smart. And it has, in the last 1 year, I have proven myself right. In fact, without reading in 2 months, you should know that what they don't teach a child, the child cannot know. But if you teach a child something, the child will know it. So if the child is not being taught phonics and phoneme or how to sound words, the child will be looking at it like Greek. So I went back to the drawing board and they knew it. So fear basically is, okay, am I going to go back to traditional school? And when they go back, yes, I think intellectually they will be fine. But I thought, okay, their social skills. But again, guess what? In the last 1 year, they've been more confident. In school, when I go and pick them in school, sometimes they won't even say good afternoon, mommy, because they're just thinking of, okay, what next? They're just tired, they're worn out, they're just confused. But now they are more confident. Anywhere they go, they are interacting. They are generally like that. But when things happen, do you understand, like the school situation, I find that maybe they were thinking maybe they're not good enough or whatever it is. So that fear of them socializing later is gone. They play in church. We still went somewhere the other day. In fact, in the last 2-3 weeks, I put them in a summer school just for them to interact. And because, before I stopped work because of them, but I went back to work, a 9-to-5 job. So somehow I have to, that's why you haven't really been seeing me in this homeschooling community hangout. So I put them, in the last 2-3 weeks in summer school. So the way they interact, they're happy there. There's nothing they don't make. So I didn't really have fears or doubts, to be honest. I was just thinking, okay, how do they transition? Let's assume I want to homeschool till primary 6, in quotes. We are homeschooling. So I try to still put them in the bucket of what should a primary 3 child be doing. And this September, they should be in primary 4. What should a primary 4 child? So they're still in that bucket, to be honest. But I start thinking that, okay, if we continue homeschooling in primary 6, what school will they go to? Because I want them not to continue homeschooling when they get to secondary school. In fact, now, if possible, I just wanted to homeschool for about a year or 2, like I mentioned to you. So at the time when we want to go back to school, what happens? But again, they would adjust their children. So I don't really have a lot of fears or doubts, as it were. So yeah.
Okay, my major fear was, in fact, the fear did not come at the point of making the decision. It came later. I started to ask myself, am I doing it right? Am I sure my children won't miss out on some things? If you even ask me some things, I cannot pinpoint. Am I sure I'm just okay? Am I sure it's fine, this decision I am taking? So what I did was, so before then, when the children started to come, I started to have this interest in children and their psychology, how they think, how they learn. This was before homeschool ever crossed my mind. So I went on Coursera, I did some courses on child psychology, did some courses on parenting, because I needed to know parenting does not come with a manual. So, and parenting is actually part of homeschooling. So that was what vetted children's then. I started to share my journey on parenting. So I had that fears and they were coming, going, but I knew I needed to do something about it. So after then, I went into education. I did a postgraduate degree in education. I did 1 year. After then, this was before homeschooling again. I had switched careers from architecture to education. So I wanted to teach because it's like a hobby for me. So with the intention of wanting to teach, I said, okay, let me just be a professional licensed teacher. I did my TRCN and I got a job. The job, story for another day. While doing the job, I saw that I was not fulfilled. My children were just, so I have to come back, pick them. It's not something that it's not an experience I love at all because I felt I'm not in these children's life. 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I've left the house. I said, for what? So coming back, that knowledge of education that I had gathered, I didn't know that it was preparing me for the decision to homeschool. So in homeschooling now, I said, oh, okay, I have taught for a few months or a few years. This was why I actually did that education. So the fears were being trashed one after the other. I said, oh, I have taught children. I know what a child of in grade 1 or year 1 should know, grade 2, grade 3, and so on. So I had to look at my children and say, oh, they're actually doing well. I really have no doubt. I didn't have the fear of socialization because they are children. Once they grow, before they grow into adulthood, they have all the years to socialize. They have all the years ahead of them to socialize. So that was it for me. And I didn't add words in initially. My first son, I said, Mommy, I didn't like math. If you ask him now, what's your best subject? He'll tell you math. Because it affected his critical thinking. Now, the way he loves math, he can chew. So the results are there. It's glaring. And I'm so grateful for it.
Okay. So my next question is, like, in your transition process, how did your child react to leaving school and starting homeschool? Was there an initial, what was it like, the reaction?
Okay. For me, I had to sort of give them some form of orientation to say, you're not going to school, this schooling in September, we are homeschooling. They looked at me, homeschooling? I said, yes. So I explained to them what homeschooling was. I said, have you been happy? Can you remember when Miss this did this to you? Even on your birthday, when you refused to write on your birthday, she said she was not going to play with you. And when I brought your cake to school, you were sad. Can you remember? I said, but so I need you to be happy. So I was saying different things and all of that. So when we started, so even before the school year, supposed school year started in September. So about August, we had gotten table and chair because again, I thought, not exactly replicating traditional school at home, but there are different homeschool styles which I checked, which I will talk about shortly. So I got the table and chair so that they still have that idea. And they are twins. I don't want a situation where, someone is copying and they're playing. It's very difficult to, I bought a board, whiteboard. So I'll put dates, I'll put subjects. In fact, when we now fully started homeschooling, do you know what we'll do? Let me make you laugh. We'll wake up in the morning, the usual stuff we do when we're going to traditional school. We would wake up, we'll pray, brush your teeth, have your bath, have breakfast. Sometimes we may not even have breakfast that early. They were still waking up early, so to speak, but not in a rush. We even had our own assembly. I will bring their laptop, we'll say national anthem, Nigeria, we hail. We're doing assembly at home, so that they, smoothing, I don't know what word to use, into that lifestyle. So that I said, we do exercises. I said, this is our own PE, physical education, so it was bonding time. They love those exercises. In fact, when they wake up in the morning, they'll say, we finished praying, we've not done our exercises. Sometimes I'll be tired. I'm like, we'll do it later. PE is later in the day in the timetable. Now, mommy is tired. Do you understand? So they started getting used to the fact they were enjoying it. Then one day, in 1 week, one of them looked at me and said, do you know what? It's actually so interesting. I enjoy homeschooling. But what is the name of our homeschool? Because they have a name for their school that they go to. So I said, our family homeschool, but I thought, let me give it a psychedelic name. But because I had been researching different homeschooling styles, I will come back to that. I'm sure you may still ask. I don't know. So I don't want to jump the gun. But we started first with Charlotte Mason. So I said, it's Charlotte Mason homeschooling. So we put it on the board, Charlotte Mason. So what school are you in? Charlotte Mason homeschool. So just to make them get used to the fact that you are at home, but it's still school, not play. Then after a while, we didn't have to do the rigid, you have to wake up at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock. But they will still have to wake up maybe 7 or something. Then when I know that they are doing half-term break in traditional school or there's holiday in traditional school, I allow them sleeping and wake up by themselves. But we continue. Schooling is all year round in our house. Although, of course, they will play, don't get me wrong, but so it won't be. So yeah, so they transition very well, to be honest, because they're social butterflies. So I had fears that they always want to see their friends play around and everything. But they were enjoying it. They play with their friends in church on Sunday. They have play dates. So it's fine. Then because of the homeschooling community, we did fire station, all of those things. So they were seeing people, they were fine, my friends' children. So they don't have a problem about all of those things. But the most important is learning. And when they tell me repeatedly, I love learning. Oh, I just love this. Oh, they will come and tell you. So yesterday when we were talking about the times table, the polygon, the heptagon, they will describe it with knowledge. Not that exam is coming, we are cramming. Heptagon, 5, 7 sides. Pentagon, 5 sides. There's no pressure. There's no pressure of that. We are learning, understanding, and enjoying ourselves. And most importantly, my slim, lovely children are eating well. They don't need to be fat, but they have their breakfast, they have their lunch, they have their fruit. Even we try different meals, so they're so used to it. So there are times you will give them something, they'll say they don't want. This homeschooling, this 1 year, their diet has changed. What they didn't want before, they eat it. You must eat veggies. They eat their veggies now. Do you understand? So they are healthier, they are happier. And maybe because they are two, so it really, and they're in the same class. So it's not even so stressful for me or for them to say, oh, I'm teaching a 12-year-old this, I'm teaching. So they're learning the same thing. And again, they have the same pace in terms of understanding. So it's easier. Yes, maybe one maybe a little bit above today in one topic of math, but to be honest, they enjoy it. They are indifferent. If I tell them tomorrow that you're going to another school, they will go. This summer school, they just started 3 weeks ago. If you see how they have gelled there, play, they're having fun, they don't even know the difference between, all they know is that they are learning. They have become scientists. See them. This is what they brought home yesterday. They were making torchlight or whatever in homeschooling. Is it still coming on? You can see lights. They are learning, they're having fun there. They meet different people, they do arts, they do different things. So for me, the dynamics, they went into homeschooling, with no issues. They're happy, they're okay. And mommy is happy, most importantly. So yes, they are fine getting into homeschooling. They're fine. They will function anyway, is the point here for me.
Yeah. So can you talk to us around transition period? How did your children take it? How did they react? What steps did you take to make the transition smoother? And if you had any challenges and all of that with them?
Okay, so I withdrew my second first from school. He was 4 years at the time. So he was the only one in homeschool. My third child, she was barely a year at the time. So they were both at home at the same time. Him being 4, there was no resistance at all. He just felt, oh, mommy knows the best for me and there's no school today. He didn't like the early morning waking up anyway. So he was happy that when his brother has to wake up, like say maybe 7 to prepare for school, he's still in bed. So like maybe an hour after or 30 minutes after, I try not to wake them up. So there was no resistance from him. But my first, I withdrew him, I think a year after I started homeschooling my second. He was already in grade 5, 4 or 5. Yes, he had done 3 months. He had done the first term of a new class. So January, I told myself, no, I think I have to make this decision. Because when I decided to homeschool, if someone had told me I'll be able to homeschool him at that age, it wasn't a big deal, but the decision was mainly for my second at the time, being in preschool. So I told him, January, you're not going to school. He said, mommy, why? He said, I want to teach you at home the way I'm teaching your brother. Your brother enjoys homeschool. He's free, he does things that he plays and he learns while playing. And I would like for you to have that same experience. Your challenge being, because he really had that challenge in math. He wasn't interested. So I said, your challenge in math, I really want to take time to teach you. And you come back, sometimes when you come back late and you're tired, it's not a good time for me to start taking you extra lessons. So he understood. There was no, he understood. And there's a part 2 for that. Because after his year 6, he took common entrance. In my mind, I'm only homeschooling for nursery and primary. So I was ready to take him to secondary school. So he did common entrance, federal common entrance and state common entrance. He passed both of them. He got admission into one of the Unity colleges. Sorry, I'm getting feedback.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. So he got admission and he started just one. First month, second month, oh, how was school today? How was your learning? I said, only one teacher came. I said, okay, let me see your timetable. How many subjects are you supposed to have? Sometimes 6, sometimes 7, and only one teacher came. So we made the decision again to withdraw him. The joy is that I am not afraid to go back on my decision. So after I withdrew him, while wanting to withdraw him, I needed to give him some prep talk again because he had made friends. He settled in fine from homeschool to regular school. He settled in fine. So now it was now time for me to withdraw him again. I started talking, I started preaching. I started saying, see, there are many things I need you to learn. And he used to come back again by 6 p.m. from school. There are many things I need you to learn. I've set a foundation, you have learned so when you're in homeschool. But now all I see you do is write notes, carry heavy bags to school. You go to school, teacher gives you notes. The next period, they don't even come to explain. If they explain, it's just maybe 2 lines. And I'm asking you, what did you learn? It's not there. He wasn't actually learning. He was just going to school, write notes, write tests, and all of that. I said, this routine is not very good for you. If you come back to homeschool, there are many resources that you would have to, I have to sit him down and speak like adults to adults. There are many resources that you have to learn from. Because of this, in space of the time you used for school, you can learn much more. I'm very interested in your learning. So it was a very serious conversation. And he said, I'll miss my friends. I said, I know you'll miss your friends. You have many friends elsewhere, and you have many more friends to make. So that was how it happened.
Thank you so much, guys, for sharing. Somebody said in the comments, it's like, I like how, like what she's saying. She said something about how it seems like the stories are the same. Yes, it's amazing how similar our stories are. So I wanted to also ask about, first we start with you, Goziem, like reaction from extended family, your wider family or community. How did they react to your decision, and how were you able to stay resolute to your decision? Goziem, you can start.
Okay, family, extended family. So first, let me start with my husband. When I decided that it was like, that was the best thing he had heard in his life. He didn't know anybody homeschooling as well. He didn't know anything about homeschooling, but he just knows that once this woman has taken this decision, she will do it and she will do it well. So there was acceptance from him and he's been very supportive. Now, my parents, my mom owns a school. She's an educator. When she saw that I was homeschooling, she said, Chiagozin, what are you doing? I said, Mommy, I'm teaching my children at home. It's the best for them. I have studied, at least I have done what you have done. I have studied education. If you want to come with, I'm not qualified, I have tried to get more qualification. So she said, okay. She didn't say anything. So years after, she had to call me, said, are you really doing this? I said, yes, ma. She said, I thought you were joking. I said, no, it's not a joke. So do you mean that these children are not going to school again? I said, Mommy, for now, they're not going. So I didn't attack anybody. And as the questions were coming, I was just answering calmly. It's what I want to do. I know the best decision for my children. I know the best decision for them, being their mother. So for my in-laws, my in-laws, they didn't really understand what homeschooling was all about. They just said, they are going to school. They didn't know since they are far away. But there was a time they came to visit and we were having our learning sessions. My mother was just saying, she was telling, both of them came. She was saying, that's what they do. They are Edo, Benin. Really? they try you. They saw the children were using all the resources and everything and doing work, trying to be independent on their own. So they loved it. What I now understood was people resist this thing because they do not understand it. They just know that, Pikin know they go school. Your child is not going to school, which equates to your child is an illiterate. So they do not understand that your child can learn much more and have this love for learning from the home. The child doesn't have to go to the four walls of it. So one of the reasons why people oppose the idea of homeschooling is they do not understand. And I see that some people have actually had conversations that they intentionally want to downplay homeschooling. Like, even when you've answered all their questions reasonably, they say, no, it can't work. Okay, how do you do this? You answer. How do you do this? You answer. But at the same time, those kind of people, I just put them at arm's length because sometimes the energy is usually negative and I don't want that around me. So that was how we're able to deal with family.
Yeah, over to you, Dr. Tony.
Okay, for me, it wasn't a problem. Why? Because I'm a single parent, so I didn't have to ask any husband for permission. But of course, family. My brother first of all said to me, homeschooling. Báwo lo fẹ́ ṣe ṣe? As in, how are you going to do it? What is it about? You're not in America. Our America lo máa ń ṣe o. They, different things. My brothers were just asking, my brother's wife, family, friends. Everybody started asking me questions. So initially, I didn't even tell anybody. I didn't tell any people, just started knowing maybe in December. We started in September. I deliberately did not want anybody to ask me questions and be saying, homeschooling, they're not going to school, so they're at home. I didn't even want any distraction because don't forget, we just started. So my own focus is my children. I didn't want any distraction from anyone. But guess what? Everybody always feels, Tommy must know what she's doing. Because for me, I always know what I'm doing, to be honest. If I stick for something, if I say this is what I want to do, somehow everybody around me, my friends, right from school, they know that then it must be something good. Then I started explaining them, like she said, like Gosiem said, it's education, educate them. So I said, these Americas that you said, funny enough, that was how I started homeschooling because I was following a lot of families that started homeschooling. And I was, and they're based in America. In fact, I purposely started following people that had multiples. So maybe people that had twins or triplets. But I find that maybe some of them went to primary school in the America. But when they got to high school, secondary school, they started homeschooling. So I'm thinking if somebody like these twin girls, I always just admire them. I follow them. Their parents are homeschooling them. And they just got into secondary school that last year when we started homeschool. So like if these ones are in secondary school, they're in high school and they can be doing it very well and they are happy and they show us how it's being done. Why can't I do it here? Then of course I had known about the Lagos homeschooling community so that I could be part of it. But yeah, so I had to educate them. They said, okay, so curriculum, what in English? What curriculum are you using? What are you following? What exactly are you doing? So how do you do it? Then I educate them about the different homeschooling styles. I would tell them that, okay, I pick from this, so it's sort of eclectic. I said we started with traditional homeschooling, which was the truth, which is like traditional school. We do assembly, do this. But of course, it wasn't sustainable because I wanted more. Then we went to Charlotte Mason. So even when we were doing the traditional, it was more of Charlotte Mason, nature, take them to, what's that park that, so I couldn't make it, but I went later that the homeschooling community went to. Lekki, Ekpe, so they had fun there with all those animals and all of those things. So I explained what Charlotte Mason was about, literature, this and that. I told them also about unit study because we started doing that again. Because I felt, okay, major subjects, maths and English, they must focus. Maths and English, it's not just maths. So, there's quantitative reasoning. Then in English, there's verbal reasoning. I said, you know what? Stop by the house, then you see. When they came and they saw, they were like, yes. And that was when I said, you've seen, we have conquered. They're like, whoa, well done. And when after like 6 months, when they have conversation, I mean, these are children, they're always, my family is always with them, my friends, they, play with their own friends. They saw the difference in 6 months. They were like, man, I don't know how you do it. So well done. In fact, they encouraged me by giving me educational materials. I was in a friend's house the other day, and my children were just talking about this planet and that planet, Venus, Mars, the one that is closer to the sun and something. They got excited and they were talking with my friend's son and brought out globe of the world and planets that somebody gifted her son. I said, but they gifted your son. Why are you giving it to me? He said to me, no, I'm so impressed. Please let the twins, this is Saturn, this is this, the one that's the way that let them use it, see something in physically. Do you understand? Not just learning book. And that's how she gave it. My brothers, the one that lives abroad, will send me stuff. My brother's wife is coming, so they are home and dry with it. But sometimes they will ask me, are they going back to traditional school? When are they going? Wait, they are going to primary 4. So I'm like, a whole lot of people know again. So I still moderate it, even after 1 year. So family didn't know till December, to be honest. Then, of course, friends and so people know, but not everybody. So I just manage it. It's our family wahala, not in a good way. It's our family decision. So, or my decision. So yes, they took it well eventually, but they still ask me questions. September is coming. Shomalop me those questions. But yeah, so they're.
Yeah, okay. So
Can you hear me?
yes, now I can. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, getting into the homeschooling and putting ourselves. Yeah, it's fine. All right.
So the question I want to ask about, challenges and the rewards for you so far. So what has been the challenging parts around, this decision, and how have you overcome them? And also you can now tie into also what has been the most rewarding part for you as well.
Okay. For me, it was challenging initially because don't forget there are 2 children the same age. I mean, we all know how children can be. They can frustrate you. So when we start, sit down, do this and all of that. And I learned a lot of patience because if I teach a concept and they don't know it, I will be very patient, explain to them, give them understanding. And of course, sometimes 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 they just don't feel like learning. It was maybe after a while that it occurred to me that, what, let them have some days off. Let them play. It doesn't have to be science and social studies and, all of those things. Let them take a break. But initially, which break? I left work because of you, and you don't want to learn. In fact, I told them, Koboko, I will beat you. In fact, I am beating them before. But I mean, they said, spare the rod and spoil the child. No, you better sit down and learn. How can you not know? I taught you this thing in January. You cannot tell me in April that you don't know it. How many do I break your head for you to understand it? So the frustrations are there, but by and large, it's okay. It's just that, we mothers, how we can be and all of that. So it's been rewarding because for us, homeschooling is just not about maths, English, geography, something, social studies. It's about a total child. My children, before, they are waiting for you to make their bed. They can, brush teeth, bath, clear their plates, and all of those things. Guess what? I don't even need to tell them. Like today, they woke up before me. They had brushed. The other one woke the other one up. I finished brushing. Once you brush, I could hear, but I pretended not to hear because I was in my own room. So both of them brushed. They had their bath. And guess what? They took a book and they were reading. So I came. I said, what are you guys doing? They started giggling. We always want to impress you. So guess what they did? Yes, that's what they told me. We want to always impress you. So they've learned independence. Their bed was laid. The only thing we could not do together as a family is pray, but they pray. So guess what? I'm a Christian, and like Tommy said in my bio, I'm a minister, I'm a pastor. So even the word of God, come and tell them to quote Bible verses for you. They are quoting anyhow. In our children's church, in church, when they are asking one question, my children have answered 10. They say, hey, we know your pastor's children. But he has, we have time. It's in church, they'll be giving them communion. I said they should stop. My child needs to understand why they are eating bread and wine. We have communion at home. They understand the word of God. They understand everything. They are a total package in just 1 year. And it's not even up to 1 year. But I'm just saying. So it's so rewarding, so fantastic. They finished eating their food. They've had lunch now. As I'm talking now, did you hear any disturbance? Before, they will have disturbed me. They've eaten. I was seeing them. They've gone to the kitchen. They've done their dishes by themselves. I saw them. They know they must always drink water very well. I saw them drinking it. And guess what? They are reading their book somewhere. I don't know where they are, but they are doing something. So they have become independent. And don't forget, because they are two, sometimes I'll hear them say, no, they will even be playing games. Okay, how many rivers? What are the rivers in Africa? Then they'll start, the rivers of Africa, Niger, Congo. They're having fun all by themselves, independent learning, independent reading. And again, it's advantageous because they are two. So they communicate with each other and everything, but that doesn't mean they are not playing sometimes and scattering somewhere up and down if I'm not there. So you guess, but it's the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. So it's been really, 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 to be honest, really rewarding, really, yeah. So the challenges are there. Children will always be children. Like we always say, they will frustrate you and everything. And yeah, so those are the few things I can remember now. Yeah, so especially the Word of God. I mean, they have to be a total package, and they are more independent. They do house chores. They wash their underwear and socks and those things by themselves. They will say washing machine. I said me when I was in secondary school now handle. So they use hand. They will have washed it. I will see them. No, you didn't rinse it properly. Squeeze it the way I told them. Squeeze it. Do everything. They'll go and hang it. How can you be 7, 8? You cannot wash. You will wash with your hand, not washing machine. So yeah, they are becoming independent. They are, they are girls cooking as well. They're always excited. They're in the kitchen with me. They can make these little things by themselves. I don't allow them touch fire because they're a bit small. They're not tall enough. So it's about height for me, not because they cannot do stuff and of course fire and all of that. So when they grow a bit taller again, maybe in 6 months, so you'll be giving them things to do bit by bit. They'll be growing as they're getting more matured. So it's very rewarding, to be honest. It gives me peace. I don't shout as much as before, and I'm not under pressure as well, because before they will be back from school, like I said, 3:34 after school, we are doing homework, we are frustrated. Oh yeah, quickly finish. Sometimes I will just quickly even do the homework for them. Oh yeah, pack your books to your bag because I cannot come and it's time to go and sleep. Do you understand? So yes, to be honest, Tommy, it's been fantastic. It's been very rewarding. And like I said, we only started a year ago. So yeah, it's been good.
So Goziam, please share your thoughts around, the challenges and rewards that we
Sorry, Goziam. One more thing. So another thing is, so apart from critical thinking, being independent, experience, life skills, not just academic. Even things, because I know that they don't do extracurricular the way we used to do. They'll be asking me, are we not going to do piano? Are we not going to do recorder? Are we not going to do swimming? Those things that they put them, to do in school and all of that. So we started doing it at home. Guess what? This year, May 27, Children's Day. Before May 27 came, from March, April, we started doing extracurricular. In fact, maybe you people should employ me as a children's dance tutor, because the way I've been teaching them, it's been fantastic. And we just come up with something, but because we wanted to do something for church, for Children's Day, I said, okay, let's do Christian songs. And they did it. They were dancing this, bad. Guess what? May 27 came, well, I can't remember the exact date, but the Sunday around that Children's Day, when we do Children's Day stuff in church, my children, hey, the round of applause from congregation, they gave us money. They did that Bible well, church Christian song. They were dancing at the altar. Even me, I was looking. That was their first appearance as a duo. In school, they do all of those things together. But that alone, part of the rewarding thing, that blew my mind. And so people see them as sociable. They're always playful. They'll say, Tommy's children, running up and down, please calm down. They were calm on the altar. In fact, the assistant pastor said, the way I see them, when I saw them at the altar, like, hey, these two, are they going to be calm? But they were very calm. They understand that this is an act, so to speak, and we're in church. It was wonderful. If you see the applause we got, I said they gave us money after, dollars and pounds. Yes, with these few points of mine. I hope I've been able to convince you that homeschooling is very fantastic. So go on, Gozi. I'm sorry to cut you off there.
All right. So the challenge. Because homeschool started with one child, then the second child, then the third one came, then the fourth one came. So with 4 children, you can imagine the challenge in that. So we have to balance mom teacher with mom at home. So it was at some point I just sit down and ask myself, am I doing the right thing? Am I won't say I no go kill myself like this? The pressure was getting too much. I had to sit down and re-strategize. So what I did was, we don't have to learn every day. We can do 3 days a week. For the older child, maybe we can do 4 days a week, some weeks. But the ones in preschool level, just do 3 days a week. We make it lighter. And as I think Ifoma shared yesterday, we have very similar stories. I try to make the older sibling assist the younger ones in very little tasks. And funny enough, they like, both the teacher and the students, they are happiest at that stage. Oh, my big brother is teaching me something. That's for my daughter. My big brother is teaching me something, and that just clears it. Of course, I am there. So they do independent work to where I say, okay, look at this, I explain, then I give them some exercise to do. So at that point, I have some free time to do some things on my own. That's the major challenge. Then with so I also try to make sure that we do house chores. House chores is a very important part of our homeschool. Yes, we have somebody that comes to clean the house, but I made them understand this is our house. We have to clean up after ourselves. If our sitting room is dirty, we sweep it. If our room is untidy, we tidy it up. So that's a key area of our homeschool. We always have to do chores. Another challenge is time management. I think as children are growing, I don't know, mothers of preteens and teenagers, I think they just choose to delay in some things. If they are faster at the task before, they just try to stall. I don't know. It's been a big challenge for me, or I don't know if it's for the boy child, especially. So that one, we've been working on our time management, how to make them say that, okay, this is the time we have for this task. If it takes 2 hours for a task that you need to do 30 hours, we are wasted 1 hour, 30 minutes for nothing. So that's a challenge. We are still working on it. It's getting better by the day. So for my own side, I saw that I needed to practice self-care. I think one of our speakers talked about it. I needed to do something for me, by me, just me, not a mom, not a teacher. Just let me be Tia Goziem by myself. If it was going to make my hair, if it was just do something simple. I don't like my own, I'm an introvert. So I don't really fancy going to parties or anything. Let me just have my time by myself. If it's to read a book, if it's to do a hobby, I love gardening. If it's to paint, I love painting. That one helps me to get my energy back. So I try to make sure I do that at least once a week. Try to do something. If it's even journaling, I think I learned that from Tommy. I think journaling, just write something, just be you. So that's a major challenge that I've tried to tackle. Then the rewards. The rewards are enormous. So the rewards are plenty. So my children, just like Dr. Tony said, my children are independent. They wake up, they have a routine. They wake up. When they wake up, they lay their bed, they sweep their room. Yes, every morning. After they do that, they go and wash up. After washing up, they make breakfast. My first is 11, he's a boy. He can conveniently cook rice. Sometimes I have late mornings and I tell them, I'm not going to wake up early tomorrow. I'm going to stay in bed for a long time. So one day, when you wake up in the morning, make rice. And he will do that. There is stew in the freezer, warm it. Maybe would have brought it, would have stored it or put it in the microwave. Just eat. serve you and your siblings food, and he would do that. Very, very, I don't know. Then he'll say, Mommy, are you eating? He'll come to the door. Mommy, are you going to eat? I'll say, yes, please bring food for me. You bring food for me and I'll eat. So that's a plus for me. A teacher comes, a teacher comes to teach them music in the house. And my first two, they can look at a musical piece and read it. It's Greek for me. And I know that they would not have been able to learn it if they were in traditional school. I know that. Maybe not at the level that they do. My 6-year-old, okay, he's 7 now. My 7-year-old can look at a musical piece, interpret it, and play it on a musical instrument. I am very happy because they know something that I may never know, that I don't even know at the moment. So that's one of the rewards. My children are independent. My daughter, she wants to do everything. She is 4 going on 5. She wants to do everything. Mommy, I can do this for you. I can sweep. Then I just say, oh, you can do it. Please do it. Go and sweep my room. Go and sweep your room. Clean up after yourself. You're done eating. Oh, you messed up where you're sitting. Sometimes I don't even have to tell them. They do it by themselves. So all of that. And when it's time to learn, they say, Mommy, what are we doing today? I would have told them, oh, what are we doing today? So just get your books ready. I'm coming. So that independence is something I am happy about. I am proud for. I'm a proud mom for it. That my children they're not waiting for me to do things for them. They can do things by themselves easily. My son will go to the kitchen and make pap. I'm like, at this age, I did not know how to make pap. So I'm happy that ahead of me at the stage I was when at their age. So that's just a few of the rewards for me. And it's been a very, very good, it's very rewarding. Yes, there's nothing that doesn't come with challenges, though. Everything comes with challenges. So as the challenges are, these rewards, they trump the challenges by day or by night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are almost at the end of it, but I wanted you guys to touch on the resources that you use. What resource did you start with? How did you transition in terms of like your resources, the curriculum that you use? Because people are asking as well, so that you can get a sense of, how, since you started from, my students are in school, and then I started homeschooling, how did you get to finding the resources that you use currently now? You can start.
Okay. Do you want to start, should I? Okay, so for me, initially when we started, in terms of resources, curriculum, I wasn't sure what we were going to do. So what I did to use the curriculum of their school, the traditional school, that they usually break it down first term, second term, third term. So I look at first term, okay, so we go that way and buy books. So I bought books, different, some people say, don't use workbook. I think that's the best. It makes things easier. So where they need more understanding, we have that whiteboard, we learn on the board, teach, and all of those things. So they have those textbooks. They have, so then I used to follow their former school's curriculum. But again, I didn't want to follow that curriculum, to be honest, but it was just for us to start, So there are different curriculums. Then we also use Khan Academy. I don't know if I'm sure you've heard about Khan Academy. It helps them a lot. It has quizzes, it has different things. So it's not just academical, so to speak. It helps them, it's asking them questions, quizzes. So they have a tab. It's called the Success tab. I had to invest in it. It's very expensive. So inside that Success tab, it has different curriculum that you can use. That Khan Academy for maths, was very interesting for me. Then as time went by, we also, so we use different books. I'll come to the resources, but let me talk about the curriculum. And I thought to myself, okay, so we are just there. I look at what was age appropriate, for their in year 3. Okay, so we look at some things in year 4 for science. They had encyclopedias for social studies, for quantitative reasoning. The truth of the matter is that no matter the curriculum that you use, maths is maths, English is English. They will still learn about noun, verb, adverb, preposition. Anyway, So it doesn't really matter which curriculum. If they are doing maths, they will still do tens a unit, 100 tens a unit, 1,000 addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So I focused on that rather than, hey, which curriculum, which curriculum. So yes, I was using all those things as a guide, but then I will buy books for primary 3, for instance. I know this is book 3 for primary 3. They used to use social studies, one particular social studies for book 2 when they were in primary 2. So I got the book 3. Book 3 wasn't different, so much different from book 2 because it will tell you about different things. Then I thought, so first of all, I came up with all the subjects, look at what we wanted to do specifically, home economics, hygiene, all of those things. The only one that I knew that we couldn't really do, or I couldn't do by myself, was IT, information technology, and all of those things. So again, we started doing online curriculum, so to speak. So I enrolled them for some online class about AI and coding, which is why when somebody recommended, I mentioned me at Muson for that artificial intelligence. So I was excited about it because about that time was when they were doing online curriculum for coding, artificial intelligence, and all of those things. So they don't have to be perfect, but let them even have an idea that this thing exists. For me, that's how, Then recently, in terms of curriculum, I'll still go to resources. In terms of curriculum, I thought to myself, like I've been telling my namesake told me that they might go back to traditional school. Now you have to look at long term. What do you want for your child in the long term? Do you understand? Even if they go back to traditional school, even if you're at home, what do you want for them long term? There are different things. Do you understand? And all of those things. Then I thought to myself, I said the British curriculum will work for us. That is where my mind is. It doesn't mean that they're going to school in the UK. It doesn't mean anything. And if eventually they go and school in the UK, they will ease out into it. But we are in Nigeria, we'll use the British curriculum. So we started using British curriculum. And because we started using British curriculum recently, all the resources now, so I'm coming to resources, all the resources, anything I want to get has to be in line with the British curriculum. So like maths now, there are different resources for the British curriculum. So we use, it's called Carol Vorderman Maths Made Easy. Carol Vorderman has English made easy. Carol Vorderman has science made easy. So what am I looking for? Carol Vorderman, Eshio, thank you. Bring your resources. So we use that. Then there's this Collins as well, because, okay, so Carol Vorderman, what if, so I use 2 so that what is not in Carol Vorderman will be in this one, So if I see that there is no measurement for math, I'm just using the normal like math and English. If there's no measurement and fraction in Carol Vorderman, Collins, we have measurement and have, then I don't forget, I still go back to their traditional school curriculum. Okay, what are they doing in this, their own first term? So just to ensure that anything you do anyway, let it be age appropriate, at least for my own children because of their age. So it's different from everybody. I'm speaking from the perspective of the age of my children. Of course, if your children are age 12, it will be a different dynamics. It will be different than, of course, by the time they're getting to 10, I'm thinking of something else ahead. So my speech this evening or this afternoon is basically talking to their own age, what I feel is appropriate, or maybe ages below that, because you don't need a big curriculum as long as they are age appropriate to, so now we use British curriculum, Carol Vorderman, Collins. Then I saw a book, they just called it Target Maths. The reason why I took that was because I saw something in it, so I just thought, okay, this could even help as well. So for me, British curriculum, but I use different materials, different resources, as long as they are learning, so even some things they may be learning primary 2 work. In some instances, they are learning primary 4 work, but they were in primary 3, quote and unquote, for this is everything. The reason why we are homeschooling is for everything to be at their own pace. So if in this one they are a bit slow, by all means, we go back to primary 2. If they are okay, we are in primary 3. If they've passed it and they're like, mommy, oh, this is we go to primary 4. So that's it. That's what we've been doing. Yeah.
I love that. Thank you. So, Goziem.
Okay, for curriculum, when we first started out, since I used to teach before, and I used to teach in a school that also used UK curriculum, I just said, we started with traditional. The books that were in the school, I bought the same books for them at home. That was how we started traditional homeschooling. But I needed to, with the UK curriculum, but I needed to eliminate many things. I didn't see the need for my child to be studying some subject, let's say design technology at a certain age. I didn't see the need for my child to do many other subjects. So what I did was to focus on the 3 hours. I don't know who came up with that, but it's a thing in education where your child only needs the basics. What are the basics? 3 hours. Number one is reading. Number two is writing because of the sound, not the W. Then the third one is arithmetic. So that's like your math and your English. And the English, there is reading, which has to do with fluency in reading, and there is the writing, which is writing composition, not handwriting. So I focused on those three to make sure that, oh, my children know the basics. First, the first reason that made me homeschool was critical thinking. I want my children to see a thing and think critically about it, ask why questions, deduce information from things. So that was what I was particular about. So, and math is very critical for that. Knowledge of math is very critical for that. So I focused on those 3 hours using UK curriculum too. And why I even chose that was because, not just because I was teaching, but because I saw that the questions, the way they frame the questions and the way they teach in those textbooks had application of critical reasoning. So it has different levels of questioning in those textbooks. One of the textbooks we use is mental arithmetic. Mental arithmetic is by, I think, Schofield and Sims. So we use it book one, book two, three, as the children progress. We also use bond, but bond is not really there compared to mental arithmetic. So another set of books we use are Nelson books. Nelson books are very good for reading and writing. That's composition now. Very, very good, very awesome books. The way they make the children think to be able to get ideas on how to write. Very excellent books. There's Nelson, there is writing composition, there's fictional writing and non-fictional writing. So we use that. Another one, initially we started online. I used to get resources from twinkle.com. I think the first month is usually free, but subsequently you have to pay. But I no longer use Twinkle. Not that they're no more good, but it's okay. I used to use Twinkle. But then Jolly Phonics too. We use Jolly Phonics. We have the app where children get to look at sounds, the phonemes, how to pronounce, the diagrams too, and very good for reading, teaching a child how to read, the foundation of reading, teaching them how to read from sounds. What else do we do? We also use Khan Academy. Dr. Tomi mentioned Khan Academy. We use Khan Academy from time to time. Then a website I recently found out, it's one that combines play. It's not a curriculum website. It's just something that helps children pass time while playing. It's called the Math Playground. It's a website, Math Playground. So children go there. There are many games, but before they play the games, they have to solve the math there. So I try not to box myself in a curriculum. If not that I have to mention a curriculum, I might not even mention that I use UK curriculum. Because if I'm using UK curriculum, that means I have to use the entire thing. So I just subtract, add, modify, and make it suit our family style. That's it.
So final question that I want us to
Sorry, before you ask the next question, so just to add, so we actually use the Nelson, the Bond, and the Schofield and Sims she mentioned as well. But initially, we still use it because those were the books they were using in school anyway. But I just wanted something a little bit different. So we still use those ones as well. And they're very good, like Osiem said, they're very good.
Okay, so finally, I wanted you guys to talk to a parent that wants to start, that is trying to transition or start their journey into homeschooling. And Dr. Tomi, I want you to also, that thing you were saying earlier about, I want you to tie it into when you were talking about, this is not to demonize the schooling system, so I want you to tie it into your final parting words to a parent who is transitioning.
Okay, I didn't get that. Do you want to? You said I said something earlier. I didn't get that.
Yes, you were saying something earlier about you're not trying to demonize the school or.
Oh, right.
So tie it into your, parting words to a parent that is willing to transition.
Okay, so for a parent that is willing to transition from traditional school to homeschooling, or whichever way, because like I said, we've transitioned from traditional to homeschooling. And like I said, I've said it to namesake a couple of times, and I'm still saying it here. We're still going to go back to traditional school. So traditional school is not bad in itself. You just have to, number one, understand your child and understand what you want from that traditional school. And most importantly, there's so many traditional schools. Which one is right for your child? So for me, then I didn't think that school was right for my children. So it's not that the school is bad. I don't know. So if you want to get for children, I noticed that in that particular traditional school, most families, you find that, oh, they have one sister. So most of their mates, my friends, my children's age mates, they usually have friends that are in primary 5, primary 6, but they're in year 1, year 2, if you get what I mean. So most of those children have, so my own children are the first children, if you get what I mean. So those that have older children, they have lesson teachers. So it depends on what the parents want. Some parents say, I don't have time, who will do homework? Please, lesson teacher should come and be doing it. So you have to understand yourself. You have to understand what is good for your child. You have to understand what works for you. Me, never will I take a lesson teacher if I've paid school fees. There's no way. I never grew up with lesson teacher. I have friends that grew up even in those days with lesson teacher. I've never, and I see me now. Am I not brilliant? Do you understand? So I don't want that in primary school. Maybe when they get to secondary school, maybe. So don't let me say never. But in primary school, my own family values is no lesson teacher. If they're in traditional school, I better be earning the pay. Or how was the English? Do you understand? The value that I'm paying for, I must get it. I'm not going to get lesson teacher because of homework. If a child doesn't understand something, that school must rectify it. So my point is, you have to be sure of the school. I didn't do a good research in terms of schools, to be honest. I just chose the school because I felt I needed big school. I didn't want a boutique school as well. I needed a school that had plenty field where my children can express themselves and play around. So I didn't really go into the nitty-gritty of what I really wanted, so to speak. I was just looking at the architecture of the school, which is not the right thing to do. It's not just about the architecture of the school or how popular the school is, which was my own concern. But let me blow your mind. The reason why I'm always even more convinced that I've done the right thing, maybe not for traditional, again, I keep saying it's not to demonize traditional school. This particular school, it's not like it's bad though. Some people can swear by it, it's okay. I was at the salon with my children. In fact, yes, today is a Saturday. Last weekend, we were at the salon. A woman beside me, a lady, I was washing my hair, she was washing her hair. She was on the phone. No, yes, she was mentioning the name of the school. I almost wanted to say, hey, are you serious? I went through the same thing, no. But I said, no, caution yourself. I just told myself, caution yourself. But from her conversation, she was trying to code because she was talking to a friend or a family member. But she had mentioned the name of the school, so that was what caught my attention. But from her conversation, I could figure out her child is a boy, and I could figure out her child was in primary 6. And she kept on saying, imagine. And he was doing well. He was in the leadership, whatever. But they now did mago when they were doing elections. I know they do elections in that school. In most schools anyway, when you get to head boy, head girl, you know how to say. Then this, then that teacher. If you know what that teacher did, then on the field, then this. Complain. If not that is in primary 6, I would have blah, 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 blah. The child is already leaving anyway. Do you understand? So, I'm just saying, it gave me more comfort that not just about traditional school. This particular school, I can't be wrong now, and other people too have been complaining, to be honest. But again, like I said, it works for some other people. Some people can swear by it and all of those things, so which is fine. My point being, know what works for you. It didn't work for us, that particular school. Traditional school in general too might not work for you. My own submission to you as a new homeschooling person or somebody that wants to transition to homeschooling, to be honest, if you have the time and the financial capability and a lot of other things, I would tell you that homeschooling is perfect for you, to be honest. How long, I don't know, but you will know, what you want to do for your child. I cannot advise to say, oh, homeschool them until they finish primary school, no, or homeschool them, whatever. But to tell you, you understand your child more. Homeschooling is perfect. It gives you more time and to build a whole child. I've only done it 1 year. And I can tell you that even in less than 1 year, even in 6 months, in fact, I told you that in 2 months, my children were reading. I'm not saying small reading. Maybe they're not where I want them to be. You know, we all want our children to be, but they are, as in, I don't know how to explain it. Do you get children that were in school for 2 years? So homeschooling, or if you're transitioning to homeschooling, make sure you understand your children's weak points. Again, there's no perfect homeschooling style. I told you we started with Charlotte May's children, nature, literature, and all of those things because I wanted them to know more about reading. I told you we did a traditional homeschooling style because I just took them out of traditional and I still want them to be a little bit. So eventually we did like eclectic, different homeschooling styles. But later, and don't let me say later, now that we started the British curriculum, I'm giving my experience so that you can take some meat from it. So now that we started British curriculum, I told myself, and guess what? I went to a British school. So yes, do your research. I went to 2 British schools around us. They might go there eventually, they might not, but I wanted to get a feel of what the British curriculum was like. So I visited the school. So you have to pay visits, you have to do your research properly. So, and they told me one thing. They asked me, oh, what school were they in? When I mentioned the school, they said, those children struggle when they come here. So that's what they told me there. They said the children actually struggle, but again, maybe because of the different curriculum. So my point being is that you have to understand the curriculum you want and the kind of style or whatever it is that you want for your child. Where you want, if they are in primary school, I'm already thinking of what I want them to, where they want to go in for secondary. And whatever you are going to do for secondary, it starts now. Because guess what? If they're in traditional school, this September is primary 4. So you have to think in advance. So now that we've started British curriculum, like I said, I have gone to another homeschooling style. Don't forget, I've told you we've done traditional, we've done eclectic. We're still eclectic because it's everything. Eclectic is everything. We've done Charlotte Mason. Now we're doing unit homeschooling. In the last 2-3 weeks, this holiday period, all they've been doing is maths and English. No social studies, no science, nothing. Because that maths and English is very critical. So just like Gozem said, they are writing composition. The other day I told them, so everything works together for good. Last week, I just told them, go and do a grocery list for me. We're going to the supermarket. They said, really? I said, yes. So they went. What am I trying to do? Gozem said it, critical thinking. They're girls. We are sending you to go and be shopping. You will know how to collect change, but at least do the grocery list. So they came up with lists. They're writing apple, writing biscuits, writing yogurt, writing Coke and Fanta, what they like, no problem. But they wrote it. That helped me to check their spelling. So they're learning. We went. They were excited. So I said, I see the price. This. Wow, mommy, is it expensive? I said, very expensive. Drop it. Don't pick it. Do you understand? Guess what? I told you they started summer school for 3 weeks. This same summer school told them to write shopping list. They call this shopping list. So they have to understand 2 terms. So I called it grocery list at home. The school told them shopping list. I was proud. When they came home, they showed me their shopping list. The school called me that they were doing an excursion, that they want to take them to supermarket. I said, by all means, be going. They went. They came back and showed me all the things they bought. Oh, when I bought this, but Miss Baba said I shouldn't pick that it will be expensive. Mommy, you're so expensive. In fact, I was the one that used the POS. They said, current or savings? My point is, you need to. So they are doing math, so to speak, addition. So it's like they're doing addition and subtraction. I said, so if I give you this 1,000 naira, I said, go and buy something, 200 naira. How much is the change? So we have a corner now, all the boxes, all their, say you like ice cream, you like Coke, all the bottles of their Rice Krispies, everything, I've kept it. I've started putting tags on it. So we're going to have supermarkets in our house, fake supermarket, so that they learn. So my point is that understand your child. So the situation or the time you are in. So now the last 2-3 weeks, and for the next 2 weeks, it's only maths and English we've been doing. Do you understand? Composition. I told them, write about your mommy. I even wanted to see whether they'll say she's a witch. She's always stressing us in this homeschooling. I'm just joking. But I'm just joking. So I said, they wrote this. I said, and it must be 1 page. You're teaching them paragraphing, comma, full stop. Do you understand? Teaching them structure of write about your favorite teacher. Write about your best friend. I want to even know who their best friend is. You're knowing them more. Do you understand? So it's not just about writing. You're looking at spelling. It's a total package. So fellow or new homeschooling is perfect. You just have to understand what you want for your child, the age of your child, where your child is at, and the long term. You have to start thinking long term, to be honest. So if they're in the nursery 1 now, you better be thinking of primary 1. Do you understand? If they're in primary 3 or primary 4, start thinking of SS1, because whatever you do now is what will dovetail into what they will do, because you're the one doing your own curriculum. You're the one doing the timetable. You are the one that is doing your school program, your homeschooling. So yeah. So every school, they do their school program, primary school, secondary school. So you should do yours as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me stop so that Gozem too can speak.
Okay, my words to a new homeschooling mom or an intending homeschooling mom is just like Dr. Tommy said, what are your values? What do you want for your child? I started to homeschool my child because I observed him. I saw his learning pace was faster than his mates. I saw it was making him bored. I saw he needed more challenges. I saw there was time or space for him to learn more. And I provided that through homeschooling. So what's your value? One of my values is critical thinking. I want my children to, yeah, they are naturally smart, yes, but I want them to be able to deduce information from things said to them, from ideas, from what they watched. I want them to be able to answer questions like, oh, what would have happened if this didn't happen? So I want them to be able to, is it extrapolate or what? Something like that. That is one of my core pillars in my homeschool. So what is your why? You don't just want to, you must have we all have our different reasons for homeschooling our children. You must have a reason. And another thing I would like to say is you can't have all your answers before you start. There are many things that will become clearer as you go. You cannot have your 100%, oh, this is my homeschooling manual. It doesn't work that way. First thing is the decision is there, your why is there, is strong enough, just start. Many things will get clearer. And you have a love for learning. That is one of the key factors. I saw a question on the chat box that said, myself and Tommy are or were teachers. Yeah, I saw that question. I don't know if I can read it. So how about those that are not teachers? I was not a teacher initially. I never started out as a teacher. I was an architect. We used to draw buildings. We used to go to sites. We used to climb buildings. We used to go up and down, wear helmets. So I was not a teacher. Once the idea came and I said, this is what I want to do, I started to learn. I started to teach myself. I started to seek for knowledge. So you don't have to be a teacher. You don't have to have taught in a traditional school before. No, that's not one of the prerequisites. So the idea came and I just went to do that. So one other thing I would like to say is just be focused. There are going to be many distractions. There are going to be many distractions. You're going to doubt yourself a lot. Well, maybe Dr. Tommy did not doubt herself. I don't think there are many of people like her, but I know I used to doubt myself a lot. But your why, once your why is strong enough, you know that you are convinced you're doing the right thing. It's just how to tackle the little challenges that come on the way. So
thank you so much.
That's it.
Thank you so much. Okay, so unfortunately, we won't be able to take questions because our next speaker has joined us now. And so please tell Dr. Tommy and Chiagozie, thank you for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing your stories. Thank you for sharing your experiences and for, clarifying to us, seeing that one of the goals and the most important things for me and for us, again, as an organization, is to ensure that people know that there's an alternative. Because if you are stuck somewhere because you know that, and your child is not a good space for your child, you will feel stuck, and then you just keep looking for a new and better one that might not work. But there's an alternative. The goal is not to demonize, traditional education doesn't work, it can't work, you can't this. No, it's to ensure that even though you have a child that this system is not working for, is to know that there's an alternative for you, and your child can still thrive. As you've heard Dr. Tommy, our children are still going back into school, and so it's not a oh yes, but for that period and that season, that's what our children needed, and that's why we do what we do. So thank you all so much for still being here. Our final session is around nutrition. We have talked about, and I love that, from even from the beginning of the session yesterday and today, they talked about how the importance of nutrition. And so we're going to bring in our next speaker, who is going to talk to us about nutrition as a tool for brain development. So I'll read a bio. Mrs. Ifemwa is a certified nutritionist with a BSc in nutritional sciences from University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, an additional qualification from the UK and Canada. She consults in hospitals treating children's medical and dietary issues and develops personalized, innovative meal plans. Her expertise covers a range of cases from picky eaters to chronic and genetic conditions. She's also the co-founder of Nutrition for Kids NG, an online platform that educates parents on child nutrition and feeding techniques for children aged 6 months to 6 years. So with a warm welcome, please let's give a round of applause to Ife. Let me find. A lot of us know her as nutrition. Where is she? The kids nutrition. Yeah. I'm fine. I'm the co-host. Yes. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you all for still being here.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time of the day it is. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. I was really excited when I was asked to speak at this event because I love talking to very intentional parents, but I also find it extremely amazing when parents are able to homeschool, because that is a skill that I do not have. That is a different level of patience, and I applaud all of you because that is not an easy route to go through. But I know all the same that your children are going to turn out wonderful just for it. So today I really wanted to spend more time answering questions if there were questions. But I'm going to talk briefly about the topic, right? About nutrition to support brain development. So what does that actually look like? Because I can go on the theoretical route and explain all the wonderful things about why food is important for the brain and all that, but that's not why you're here. You're here because we want to know the practical ways to be able to do this and do this effectively. So what does brain development look like? One of the things I always tell my patients and parents in general is that your child's brain development starts in their gut. It starts in their gut. It is not starting here. It is starting down here. That's the first and the most important thing. The reason is because there's something called the gut-brain barrier, right? Which is a systematic system where blood flows and passes nutrients from the gut to the brain. So above anything else, you really want to make sure that your children are eating well. Now, I know that sounds very generic, but I can tell you that 8 out of 10 times, children are not eating well. In my experience, children are just not eating well. And it is not because of money. It is not because of lack of knowledge. Sometimes, in fact, I think it's even too much knowledge, too much misinformation. And then just time. Time is very expensive these days. And I can imagine what that would look like for you, especially because your time revolves around creating a structure where your children are able to learn properly. So it is so important that your children are eating well. So what does that look like? First things first is establish an effective routine. The reason why I say effective is because it will change from time to time, dependent on how old the child is, what their preferences at the moment look like. But you need a routine. It doesn't matter whether they eat rice today and they decide that next week is the worst thing in the entire world. There must be a routine, right? Routine in the sense that you have to have timetables, right? And not just any kind of timetable, but a timetable that rotates. That's number one. Number two, you want to ensure that in the timetable, you have contingencies, because typically when children are in conventional school, right? Some of them are either being fed with sorry, I was reading the chat. Some of them are either being fed with school lunch, or their parents are packing what they know that as long as they get to school, they will eat it. But in your case, the school is the home. And so it is important that everything in your home, right, is reflective of what you desire for their diet to look like. Don't keep things that are your comfort foods at home and tell your children that they can't have it. Because you're teaching, right? And so what are you teaching if that's the language you're speaking, even without opening your mouth? Number two, ensure that water is I don't know how to explain. Like, let water be splashing everywhere in your house. I have a massive jug like this that sits in my office with me every day. You saw me just gulp down the other half of the small smoothie that was left in the bottle. It is about 8:30 in the morning. I typically try to finish that jug every day. I have several other cups that I keep everywhere in my house. The reason is because I'm trying to teach my children that there is no excuse not for you to drink water, right? There's absolutely no excuse. And the reason is because water is the most essential part of life. Forget what food will do. If you're not drinking enough water, digestion will not occur at all. It will just be inefficient. Because one of the mistakes is we assume that when you eat, it will just go down, and then no. If you don't have enough water, you're going to disrupt the system. Blood flow is not going to be effective. Constipation will set in, making it even more difficult to want to eat because you're bloated. So it's just not a comfortable thing. Keep water available at all points and teach your children how important it is to drink the water, right? Secondly, now when it comes to the meals themselves, there must be balance. What does balance look like? The average Nigerian diet is very carb heavy, right? I was having a conversation with someone the other day where I said that in my house, we eat rice maybe once or twice a week. And she looked at me like I was very weird. She looked at me like something was wrong with me. Like, so if you're not eating rice, what else are you eating? And I'm like, in Nigeria, there's so much to eat. It's unbelievable. From rice to potatoes to yam to pastas to plantain to oats. I mean, the list is absolutely endless. And for each of these carbohydrates that I'm mentioning, there are at least 10 or 15 different ways of preparing them. So there's absolutely no reason why your child should be eating the same thing every day. Now, when we talk about brain development, there are some primary foods that are essential. One of them is actually fat. Fat is extremely important for brain development, not for just weight gain, but to ensure that the barrier around the brain is well protected. Because the thing is, you only get one brain, you don't get two. We have two eyes, we have two nostrils, we have two ears. The brain is only one, right? So organs that are usually only one are extremely important. Things like the brain, things like the liver, things like the stomach. And all these things are part of that gut-brain barrier I talked about earlier. So when you're feeding the brain, fat is important because fat is metabolized slightly different than other foods in the body. Now, typically when I eat a carbohydrate, my body will turn it into glucose, sugar or not. It doesn't matter what it is, we'll all end up as glucose. But you see, fat can also be turned to glucose, dependent on how the body is feeling or what access the body has. So if you don't have good fat, right, you run the risk of subjecting the body to shock. That's number one. Number two, you can cause the brain to get foggy and confused. Because you see, healthy fats, when the body runs out of quick sugar, it can convert the fats, right? So if for any reason, yes, I'm going to mention that, but I need to establish this concept because a lot of the times when people think about fats, they don't think it is as important as the carbohydrates because you're looking for energy. Now, it's important that when your child is eating fat, right, it is being paired with decent food. So what do those fats look like? Avocados, oils, the good oils. So in my house, I have coconut oil, palm oil, butter, ghee. Ghee in Nigeria is also known as manshan. I also have, what do I have in my pantry? Sometimes I will have avocado mayonnaise, right? Because the typical mayonnaise that we have is Don't even let me say what is in my mind. I usually tell people that the typical mayonnaise, like Bama and the rest, is like eating burnt tire, because that's exactly what it is, right? So you really want a good form of avocado mayonnaise. Now you can make mayonnaise from just eggs and oil. That's how, when I lived in Nigeria, that's what I used to do. I would just whip up eggs and oil, and there are so many recipes you can find. You can check my YouTube channel, there's recipes there. It's very easy and it stays just as well, and you're not eating a raw egg. Then you also have egusi. Egusi is one of the best types of fats that is easily accessible to us. And it is not just for egusi soup. Today, I'm going to bake muffins that we're going to eat for breakfast, and my fat is going to be egusi, in addition to butter or oil, but my major fat is going to be egusi because it tastes just like any kind of nuts. Then you have your nuts. You have peanuts, cashew nuts, almond nuts, Brazil nuts, sesame, then you have seeds. Sesame seeds, chia seeds, flax seeds. These things need to be very prevalent in what your child is eating and as often as possible. Now, it is important that I've said fats. Don't go and now use all the fats in one food. Please diversify it, right? If we use chia seeds for breakfast, let's not use chia seeds for lunch. Let's use different types of oils. For example, I always tell people that the oil that you use to fry stew doesn't count, right? So when you want to make meals for your children, for example, let's say the meal is actually jollof rice, make sure that when you are making the stew, either roast your peppers beforehand, and you can roast your peppers in different ways or your tomatoes in different ways. The reason why you're roasting is because you're going to reduce the cooking time, so that when you actually add oil, the oil will not be used to fry the destiny away from the nutrients and also take away the nutrients from the oil itself. As in, the oil will still have value. It will not just be for frying sake, right? So roasting can be just adding it into a dry pot on low heat and leaving it there, let all the water really seep out and evaporate, and then you're left with, those really fleshy, flavorful parts of your tomatoes and your peppers and your shombo and all that, right? Or you throw it into your oven, whichever one is easiest for you. But it reduces the cooking time and retains the integrity of the actual food. Now, we've talked about fats. Another thing that you need to also consider when you're making meals for children is protein. Now, as much as possible, I've tried to emphasize that egg is not the only protein that we used to eat. Please stop giving your children egg every day. The number of children that have iron deficiency because it's only egg they are eating blows my mind, and it is becoming alarming. Egg is a good source of protein, but it is not the only source of protein. Now, I know that there are some people that will say, oh, my children don't like meat or chicken. Why is your child eating a whole piece of chicken by themselves? What's the reason? Because the whole reason of eating is to get nutrients. So it doesn't matter whether it is a whole piece of chicken, it is shredded chicken, it is sauteed chicken, it's still chicken. They don't need to see a whole piece in their plate, because for some children, dependent on their ages, it's overwhelming. And let me tell you a secret, it's cheaper for you. It's cheaper for you. When you have chicken breast that you can share into two, the quantity of meat any child is supposed to eat is like this, of their own hand. Not my own hand, though, of their own hand. Do you see what I'm showing you? So if your child's hand is half of my own and the chicken you're giving them is this size, they've eaten more than they need to. So there's no reason to get worked up if they don't finish it. Instead, shred it throughout the meal so that you're sure that they complete the right portion and get the adequate nutrients that they need. Protein is not hard to eat or get, right? There are a lot of foods that almost every food has some element of protein in it. Rice does, beans does, right? What else can I use as a good example that is a carbohydrate? What's the name of this thing again now? Even egusi has a little bit of protein. Ogbono has a little bit of. So there's no need to be confused. Even crayfish, when you add small crayfish, we'll still get something. So there's never a need to be confused as to whether my child is getting protein or not getting protein. That's why I feel like they need to eat 2 eggs every day. No. Diversification is important when it comes to nutrients, because there is no one food that has everything that you will need. And even if that one food does, it will not supply you equally every day, right? So I've talked about routines. I've talked about water. I've talked about fats, and I've talked about protein. And the last thing I'm going to talk about today, which for me is something that I really think is important for every parent to know, is what's it called? Is variety. Now, I've talked about adding variety in the different ways you eat, but variety in the type of food you eat, right? Because it is homeschooling, you have such a blessed and unique opportunity to involve your children in the world of food, right? When my kids were growing up, I took it upon myself to educate them about food, not just how to eat food, but why food is important, right? So in the variety that you're offering, that is an opportunity to educate. For example, did you know there were 4 different types of beans? Do you know that you can use this type of beans to make akara and moi moi and this and that? It's part of education. When my kids were much younger, because my children are about 8 and 9 now, right? One thing that the teachers used to tell me then is, your children know what they're eating. And I say yes, for 2 reasons. One, for safety, because I had a horrible experience when my daughter was younger. I have a boy and a girl. When my daughter was younger, I had a horrible experience where she was fed somebody else's food. And the only way I was able to find out was because she could tell me what she ate. And that's how I knew it's not what I packed. Number 2, for them to be able to understand what food is, right? Your child should be able to know that this is yam porridge. They should know that this is sweet potato and yam porridge. They should know that this is beans and plantain. They should know that this is ogbono soup. Sometimes my children will say, okay, I don't want to eat ogbono soup today. I want to eat nsala soup. Not just I don't want to eat eba. Is eba the soup? They need to know the names of these things. They need to know the ingredients that went into it. When I'm cooking, I ask my children, come and taste and come and tell me whether it is good or not. Before my children could get to this point, I had to start teaching them, right? That this is what it should taste like. This is how food should taste. It should not be too salty. So it's part of the learning experience. You're also building a very diverse palette, and a palette that is exposed to variety. And one of the beautiful things about this is that it now opens your child up to a world of exploring, right? One of the things that I've always wanted to do with my children is anytime we go out to a restaurant, I want them to be able to pick up the menu and order by themselves, not me ordering for them. 1, because they're able to read, and 2, because they know what they're looking at, right? You can read and say, oh, this is a waffle, or this is potato and eggs. And they can easily tell the waiter, oh, I only want potato, I only want eggs. Because if you think about it, a lot of us go out and we eat the same thing. Because it's either we don't know what that food is, we are confused, or we've not even taken the time to even bother to understand what the menu looks like. And it's not good, because it shows that you are not for lack of a better word, it shows that you've not been exposed. And one of the greatest things about education is exposure. And when you are homeschooling, that, like I said, it's a unique opportunity because you're not in the confinement of a rigid education system. The world is the child's oyster. So let them be exposed. Let your home be the central place of exposure to all these different types of foods, because then in itself, you're teaching, but also providing them with the opportunity to learn how important food is. With these few points of mine, I rest my case. Now open for questions. If there's anything else you would like me to touch on more, let me know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I love that, you talked about starting from the gut. And so may I have a question? Like what can we do to improve our children's gut health?
So the first thing would be so the first thing would be to include probiotics in their food. This can either be as a supplement or with fermented foods. So fermented foods would be things like ogi, iru, ogiri, I've mentioned pap, right? Yogurt, right? Then you can also go the route of things like sauerkraut, which is fermented cabbage, or kvass, which is fermented beetroot, right? So it can be, as long as it is fermented safely, not badly, safely. It will provide you with a source of probiotics.
It says pap a probiotic.
Sorry?
Someone asked, is pap a probiotic?
Yes, it is. It is a probiotic food. The only danger with it is that you will not get a lot of probiotics because you have to cook it, but you will get something, right? And then there's also the pap water. If you make the pap yourself, the pap water is actually a better source of the probiotic, but a lot of people can't deal with it. Fufu, yes, fufu is also a really good probiotic, but you need to know who is making your fufu, right? Because there's no such thing as, for lack of a better word, odorless fufu. I've heard of that, and it's never been a concept I've quite understood. That's just cassava flour. The fufu has a smell. That's the fermentation. If you are eating odorless fufu, that's cassava flour. And that's still okay, still a carbohydrate. But let's not call it a fermented food. Yeah. Someone is asking, how can we work with pap water? You just drink it. Just pour it in a cup and drink it. But make sure that, like I said, it is from a good source, like you know the water. Because if you drink pap water that is not good, you will you end up in the hospital. That is a guarantee.
So what's our strategies to help them make their children love drinking water?
Oh,
Child
okay.
like drinking water.
The example I gave, make water visible, accessible. My son likes to drink water from my cup. I don't know why, what the enjoyment is, but maybe it's because it's mommy's cup. So another thing is listen to the kids. Sometimes we tend to buy all these fancy things and it just doesn't work. And they don't want to drink water from that cup. They like drinking water from a sachet. Now, I'm not saying sachet is great, but I've told parents, if your child likes drinking water from a sachet, get a rubber band, cut open the sachet, put their cup inside, rubber band the bottle, and give them. The noise that it's making as they are drinking it is all they need. It solves their problem. But make sure that it is very visible. The second thing is role model it yourself. A lot of us don't drink enough water. You need to be drinking water in front of your children. And like I said, it's teaching, right? So make it look like water is the next best thing to slice bread. Like, talk about it. Be excited when you're drinking water. Don't squeeze your face. Don't be looking for how to dodge the water. Make it look like water is so good that you can't do without it. Your children will pick that up as well. Then for the ones who really, really, really struggle, like they won't even drink it at all, one of the things I've suggested is adding fruit to the water to give it a bit of flavor. So things like a slice of lemon, slice of orange. Yeah, you can do things like that. Some cucumbers if you want, just to flavor their water. But make sure you change it out every day so that it doesn't go bad.
Okay, so asking how much milk is good for children?
That's dependent on the age of the child. So I'm going to give you the overall recommendation. Once your child is between the ages of 0 to 6 months, milk, whether formula or breast milk, is their primary source of nutrition. When they cross 6 to 12 months, it is still their primary source of nutrition. Sorry, when they are between 6 to 9 months, it is still their primary source of nutrition. However, you want to make sure that, the milk is not just drinking, like you can add it to food as well, right? Now, in terms of quantity, that's really going to be dependent on how much they were drinking between 0 to 6 months. So for example, if your child was drinking 500 mils of milk between 0 to 6 months, by the time between 6 to 9 months, maybe they can start doing 350, 300. It really just depends on what you are using the milk to do, but you shouldn't just be drinking. Add it to the food as well. All of that still counts. Then between 9 to 12 months, we want to cut back quite a bit. Now, I know that in places like the US, the UK, and Canada, they will tell you drink more. The only reason why they are telling you to drink more is because your child is not eating enough. If your child is eating well, they will be getting all the nutrients that the milk is supposed to be providing. The dangers with having your child continue to drink milk in large quantities is there will be no space for food. It's voluminous, it's liquid, right? So what I have always recommended is you can reduce it to maybe about 200, 250 between 9 to 12 months, right? But make sure that they are eating well. And again, remember I talked about diversifying the palate and variety in the meals. Now, between the ages of 12 and above is free for all. Milk is now, if I want to drink smoothie, I drink smoothie. If I want to drink milk, I drink milk. It's not a primary source of nutrition anymore. And if it is still a primary source of nutrition for your child, we have a problem. Because what that tells me as a clinician is the child is not eating well. That's why we are drinking so much milk. Because like I said, milk is volume. As much as it has nutrients, it is still voluminous, it's liquid. It fills up space faster than eating. So if your child is not eating enough and you're compensating with milk, iron will be a problem because milk is not a good source of iron, right? Some of them are fortified with vitamin D and iron, but even at that, it's better to get it naturally from your food. And then, yeah, after like age 2, milk is not important again. They should be eating properly. If you want to drink milk, fine. If you don't want to drink milk, it's not relevant.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any other questions? Does anyone else have any other questions? Okay, so what's your take on the controversy between thick full cream, Dano full cream, and Loya full cream? Which one is better?
Okay, so there is full cream milk and there's filled milk. Full cream milk, regardless of brand, should be the same. It should not be distinctively different, right? Filled milk is not for consumption. It's for baking. Don't drink it. If you want to use it to bake. Don't use it as milk that your children are drinking. Because, and if, in fact, I say that use it to bake because let's just say it's less expensive and you don't want to, because it's not good. So filled milk is made by, how do I put this way to make sense? Okay, so imagine that this is pure milk in this bottle and the bottle was full, right? What they will do is they will pour this milk out, separate the fat, separate the milk, separate the sugar, join the sugar and the protein together, pour it back in this bottle for you, right? And they will now pour vegetable oil back for you. So that is filled milk. That's why it's called filled, because they've extracted the natural fat that comes with the milk and giving you vegetable oil in place of it. That's why it's not good, because there's a purpose why milk has fats, right? Now, in the past, there were concerns that it was, because it is a saturated fat, because that's what is used to make butter. It is also expensive. That's why butter is so expensive, right? Milk fat is gold. So they needed to be able to have more of it to make other things like cheese and milk and all of that. And that's why they removed it and gave you people vegetable oil inside milk and said, oh yeah, start drinking. I can tell you for free, in places like the US, UK, and Canada, you will not see that nonsense on the shelf anywhere. We drink. It's either you are drinking full cream milk or you are drinking skim milk that is with the milk fats, because they know that it's not a healthy option and nobody's going to drink it. I don't know who did it, who dug that pit for us in Nigeria, but it is well.
So you say when you say milk, do you mean other dairy foods like yogurt?
Well, I don't understand the question. Sorry.
So I think you've been saying they can take milk or they can't take milk at a certain age. They said, so she's trying to say, when you say milk, do you also mean other dairy products?
No, I mean milk. Milk is a standalone element here. Other dairy products are other dairy products. And from 6 months, you can go at it, whatever the dairy product is. Yogurt. Please, there's no such thing as baby yogurt. Yogurt is yogurt. Yogurt, cheese. All those baby yogurts, baby milk, baby this, baby that. They're just using it to collect people's money. Yogurt is yogurt. In the olden days, they only had one type of yogurt. It was not separated by adult and baby, right? Yeah, so
can you expand on healthy oils to use for cooking?
Okay, so I tread lightly when I talk about this because there's a lot of controversy around oils. I will share my personal opinion first, and then I will share what is clinically discussed. My personal opinion is first learn how to use oil and control your oil consumption. The reason why a lot of us struggle with buying things like olive oil, avocado oil, sunflower oil is because they come in small bottles. And the reason is because they're expensive. But apart from being expensive, the person that made it was not under the impression that you are going to be using a gallon a month, because that's not how oil is supposed to be used, right? You don't need to fry every day. I've fried once in the last 2 weeks. So I barely use oil. I don't use so much oil. I like using things like butter because they have better flavor, but your oil consumption is the number one problem. Now, for oils, I always stay away from vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is using burnt tire to eat. It's the same constituents they use in making tire. It's the same constituents they use in making Vaseline, right? So now, when it comes to types of oils, I like things like sunflower oil for frying. If you have to fry like plantain and the rest, don't fry your meat, don't fry your fish. But if you're frying plantain, frying yam, maybe puff puff, stuff like that, that's fine. Sunflower oil is slightly less expensive. Pure sunflower oil is slightly less expensive than things like avocado oil and the rest. There's coconut oil, right? But I feel like that is better for sauteing and making sauces. Then there is what's this thing called? Now, things like avocado oil. If you are buying avocado oil and you live in Nigeria, please only use it to fry egg. Just don't be it's too expensive to be trying to be doing too much with it. Right? Then I also like what is called pumice olive oil. So olive oil has 3 presses. The first press is extra virgin olive oil. That is not even supposed to be cooked. If you even cook it, very low heat, just enough to heat up the oil and then throw all the things you want and then make your food and eat. It's better for like a dressing, making things like sauces, but it's not supposed to be cooked because you really destroy the nutrients. The next one is virgin olive oil. That one you can add a little bit more heat, but you can't deep fry. So it's not good for making stew because we deep fry our tomatoes, right? You cook it for a long time. Then the next and the last one is called pumice olive oil, which is the 3rd press. Now, the reason why I say 3 presses is because it's just like when you squeeze your clothes the first time. The first one will have all the dirt and the real color of the soap. By the 3rd squeeze, not dipping it back in the water and squeezing it, by the 3rd squeeze, there's barely anything left, right? So that's the one that you can now do what you like. You can fry with it. You can... Now, nutritionally, it doesn't have as much nutrients, but it's an oil, it's a fat. It will do what it needs to do, right? And that's actually the one that you find when you buy laser. Laser is not pure olive oil, it's pumice olive oil. That big keg, I think. Then there's also the ones they sell in the bottles, right? Those are also good options and they're not as expensive. Things like King's oil, I don't know. There's one that they drew one heart like this. I've forgotten the name of those things. Please don't stop buying them. They're not good for the body. They're not good for your health in any ramifications, both you and your children. Then there's also things like peanut oil, right? Not kuli kuli. Kuli kuli oil is different from peanut oil. There's peanut oil, then there's kuli kuli oil, right? All those are accessible. You can use them. There's palm oil. There is coconut oil. I use palm oil to make stew. I mix it with my sunflower oil when I want to make stew, and taste is absolutely amazing. And I now get more vitamin E when I'm making it. There is which other oil is there? Because oil is plenty. There's tiger nut oil. You can actually get tiger nut oil. Yep. Nutrition for Kids NG has tiger nut oil on the website, and it tastes really good. All oil, oh God, there's no cholesterol in oil. Let me repeat myself. There is no cholesterol in oil. You only get cholesterol from animal fat. So things like butter, and when your meat, when some of us like to eat tozo, that's where you get cholesterol from. Plants don't have the ability to create cholesterol. So you see when they put on the packaging, low in cholesterol, it's true because it does not even exist. is not inside the oil at all. It's just like when people sell gluten-free rice. Rice does not have gluten. So yes, it is gluten-free because rice molecularly does not have gluten in it. So they are just and that's why I said educate your children about food, because you see they have used your head and collect all your money. Yep. Marketing and branding. But oil does not have, there's no like, it doesn't have cholesterol. It's not a thing. So I've listed out all the possible oils that are there. Canola oil is in the same category as vegetable oil and the rest of them. Now, I've given you my personal experience. What's the word? The clinical standard is that you people should not even be using sunflower oil. They say you people should not use pomace olive oil. They say you should only use extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, and grapeseed oil, and pure palm oil. Do with that information what you will. I'm giving you the clinical perspective. I'm giving you my own perspective.
Wow. Wow, that's amazing. I never knew there was tiger nut oil.
Yes, there's tiger. So apparently, seeds, right, and plants can produce quite a bit. There's carrot oil. It's just that it's expensive. There's almond oil. There's sesame seed oil. I know people that use sesame oil to cook. There's rice bran oil. Oil is plenty. It's just that they're expensive and they have different purposes and they have different tastes. So for, like I said, for the primary thing which we do, which is frying, which is where the problem really is safe, just be using things like sunflower oil and like the pomace olive oil that I talked about. Those are your cheapest. I don't even want to use the word safest because there's no safe. The truth is, frying is not something anybody should be doing. But I like fried plantain, so I'm gonna eat fried plantain, right? So I will tell you the truth. So reduce the way that you fry, and you don't have to use as much oil. I buy a 25 liter, I believe it's 25 liters, and it lasts me more than 6 months.
Oh, wow.
Do the math in your head.
Wow.
It lasts me more than 6 months.
Let some of us not say how much oil we are using in this short period.
Yeah, so that would not be true because you can extract oils from seeds, right? So for example, canola oil is made from grape seed. So the person that said there is no oil in seed, it just wants to give you an unnecessary headache because half of the things we eat is made from seeds. They have to crush. So let's do small chemistry and small school. Oil is made from carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. In order to produce oils, you need to extract high amounts of the carbon. And that's why we have hydrogenated oils, because they have to keep binding and binding hydrogen to that carbon. Now, where do you get carbon from? Primary from plants through photosynthesis, right? So it will not make logical sense for somebody to say seeds don't have oil.
They asked this question. She has answered already. Well, you can answer again. She said the difference between children's milk like Peak 1 to 3 and regular full cream milk.
Okay.
Answered, but please go ahead.
So I'm going to answer this one differently. For those of you that like to buy infant milk, just know that it's only in Nigeria that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 milk. Milk is milk. The only difference and why they've created toddler formulas is because they found that parents like to buy things for children, right? So they know that you will spend more for your child. So they are using that to make sure they collect all your money. Because if you check the label of the ingredients, they claim that it has more nutrients. Those nutrients that it claims it has, they had to add it. Naturally, it doesn't exist. Right? So they had to, it's just like they use DHA to scatter you people's brain. Milk does not have DHA. If you want to get real DHA, go and eat fish. Go and drink fish oil. The way if you are a child, we used to stand in line and they will give you one spoon of fish oil every morning. Some of us are smarter than some of the children we have today. You can't get DHA from milk. It's not naturally present. It has to come from fish, seafood, spirulina, right? Because that's where it primarily is. Shrimp. Some parents don't give their children shrimp and prawn. Your children should be eating shrimps, prawns, because they are all sources of proteins, but they're also good sources of DHAs and omega-3s and omega-6s. Avocados, right? You even get DHA from eating egg. But milk does not naturally have it. And if you remember what I said about the beginning about why we drink so much milk, it's because children, we are not eating food. So we were having a lot of nutritional deficiencies in children, right? So then I said, okay, what do we do to fix this that will still satisfy parents? Because if we tell parents, go and feed your children, parents will not agree. So let's see where we can put it, the one they will buy. Milk, they're already drinking milk. They like to give children milk. It's easy. Let's even give them Pediasure, Pediagrow, Kiniko this, Kiniko that, Kiniko this, Kiniko that. And you people are buying. You people are buying and they are collecting your money. If you invest in learning how to feed your children properly, your grocery lists and your expenses will reduce. I can beat my chest for that one. It will reduce significantly. So there's no it doesn't exist in the normal, typical world. Those things were only created because there was a void that needed to be fixed. So instead of going the harder route of teaching you people how to feed your children, they just slapped a band-aid and said, oh yeah, go and be buying milk and be giving your children to drink. That's why, let me even give you a good example. Complan is not for children. It has never been. In Nigeria, they now have Complan for children 5 to 15. Why? Because you people will not feed your children well. Abroad, Complan is only for adults. There's nowhere they are selling because they spend time in educating parents about feeding. There are classes on nutrition. There are courses on nutrition. When you go to the hospital, nutritionist is on ground and doctor will tell you, go and see nutritionist, go and see dietitian. But in Nigeria, we ask the doctor all the questions and the doctor does not know. You just say, yeah, go and buy pick 1, 2, 3, go and buy this one, go and buy that one. So we need to have more conversations like this because there's a lot of misinformation around food. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, so well answered. The one said that so she has been paying 70K every month on topic 1 to 3.
Oh no, it's a waste of money. It's an absolute waste of money. Just buy regular milk for everybody in the house. It's an absolute waste of money.
Love it, love it, love it. So someone asked that. So that means you should not fry fish, not fry meat.
There's absolutely no reason why your fish and meat should be fried. There's no reason. When you cook stew and you bring the meat out, and that's another thing that I don't think people understand. Overcooking your food destroys the quality of the food. You just cooked the meat. After cooking the meat to extract the beautiful stock, you now carried it and went to fry it again. Why? What's the reason? Is it chaff you want to eat? When we were growing up, where was the meat? Inside the stew. It was never really separate because the whole point was to retain the nutritional this thing. Stop feeding taste. Taste is not nutrition. Taste, do you know that? Let me even bust your brain. Taste is 5 to 15 seconds. That's all you get. So you're sacrificing a lifetime of brain development, gut health for 5 and 15 seconds. Let that sink in. You're sacrificing 5 to 15 seconds with lifetime of brain health, lifetime of gut health. That's why they used to give us agbo then. Because when you finish your 5 to 15 seconds of taste, you will now wash it down with the one that you have to hold your nose to drink. No, think about it now. When you finish your 5 to 15 seconds, you now hold your nose and drink agbo so that it can help to cleanse you and wash out the nonsense that you've now caused the body to be suffering from.
So someone said, I need tips on how I can create healthy meal plans without repeating the same. Go to Nutrition for Kids.
Just go to nutrition.
That's their specialty.
It's our specialty.
That's their specialty. I love it because it's so affordable. That's their specialty. Nutrition for Kids. They will educate
The
you.
meal plans are excess.
And
Expensive.
give you the products to buy yourself. Everything is all on their website. So please visit Nutrition for Kids. Follow even their page self alone, self. You will see a lot of resources. Yeah, just put the websites on the chat box. Just put the website on the chat box. So please visit Nutrition for Kids.
Yeah, we have a lot of so we have a program called the Peds Nutrition Challenge, which I highly recommend that you attend. It is a 2-week program where we teach you. If you think that this class was insightful, when you join Peds, your mind will be absolutely blown, because resources, meal plans, lectures on different aspects of nutrition, picky eating, allergies, intolerances, how to budget, how to meal prep. We teach you everything, right? Regardless of what your budget looks like, regardless of what the electricity in your area looks like, because one of the challenges I find is meal prepping is difficult, feeding properly is difficult when you don't have light, but we've cracked the code. We teach people how to preserve food properly, how to protect their children properly, hygiene, portion control, everything. So when you go on our website, just search for Peace Nutrition Challenge. The next one is actually happening in October for the general class, but we have one-on-one classes that you can also pay for the same Peds Nutrition Challenge. So when you go on the website, you'll find it. And yes, the nutrition for elderly people, we have a lot of past participants that use it for everybody in their house. In fact, one person said she just started doing some of the small things. What's it called? Some of the small things that she was learning, and it reduced her mom's blood pressure in 2 weeks. Just some of the small things she was learning, her mom's blood. In fact, her mom had to say, whatever it is you said that you people are doing there, I beg, let me write it. Let me be going with it, because her mom came to visit and she did, like, she could feel the difference in her blood pressure. So it makes the world of a difference. Absolutely does. Mixed cereals good. Sorry, I'm looking at the time because I have a patient. Hey, I'm late. I can take one more question. Mixed cereals good. Does what I do for my millet, guinea corn, sorghum, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. The only thing I would say is make sure that if it is fermented, you're fermenting properly. If you're just grinding the grains, make sure they are good grains. And then remember what I talked about. Make sure that every meal has some form of fat. So millet, guinea corn, and sorghum is only carbohydrates that is there. What's your protein? What's your fat? Right? So just like that. Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, I hope to see you guys in the Peace Nutrition Challenge whenever you decide to join, or come and join our community where you have access to all these recipes and so much more.
Thank you so much. Please say thank you to Ifeanyi for us. Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Okay, thank you. Special place for us homeschooling. I really do not know if they do have, because their program is actually very, very affordable, to be honest. Social media. So it's Nutrition for Kids on social media as well. Nutrition for Kids on social media. Can just type, or she on social media is at the Kids Nutritionist. So you can go the Kid Nutritionist, Nutrition for Kids, Nutrition for Kids. So we've come to the end. Yes, that's their Instagram handle. We've come to the end of Homeschooling Conversations 2025. Thank you so much for joining and for being here up till this time. I do not want to take any more of your time. We'll send the replays for day 1 and day 2 to your emails. We'll send all the resources. We'll send everything. We'll try as much as possible to also include the links to the speakers, their Instagram handles, and maybe all of their resources as well. Thank you guys so much. It's always a pleasure to put this event together year in, year out. And please send us your feedback. Send us an email. When we receive our email, reply back, please, with your feedback. I know that you can get busy after this, but I want you guys to really please help us to send a feedback so that we can continue improving, and also suggestions for the kind of topics that you also want to hear, right? Thank you so much. at the Cuddle blog on Instagram. You can find me there. Yeah. So thank you all so much. Thank you so much for joining. I can see your beautiful comments. I appreciate you guys a lot. And if you still do have questions after this, you can also still send me a DM. I may not get to it yet because after this, I just want to log out. But I will eventually get to it. Thank you very, very, very much. And have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Yes.